A very good morning, a beautiful day dawns on day 2 of round 2 here at Calder Park for the Trophy Tour Victoria. The 888 Home Loans Calder rock and revived. We rocked it last night. We're going to revive this morning. I'm Darren Smith. Right next to me, Emma Dean. This historic venue. We're going racing again today.
Absolutely, Darren. This was historic when I started racing here, 30 years ago? I'm ashamed to admit, or maybe proud to admit. And it's still the home of motorsport in Melbourne. It's a fantastic facility, still retro, but we're waiting for the Saloon cars to go out. They're about to go out now, as you can see them in the background. And we've got a full day of racing, Darren.
Certainly have a great day of racing yesterday here at Calder Park. We had a brand new winner in sports sedans with Jeremy Davison. He hit the marks beautifully yesterday. Dean Cam's not going to let that rest. Tight little compact Formula Ford field, they'll be out. Formula V, as always, the great little open wheelers. They were turned on plenty of entertainment. Improved production on their new Bridgestones this season. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo absolutely stormed to the finish line for that one yesterday. Great to see Andy Butcher in the BMW get a fantastic result there as well. Of course, the next round will be in May at Winton, so there's a number of categories already looking to round 3. There's some people that have had a bit of a disaster yesterday as well. Phil Chester has put a power of work into this particular round with the rock concert. He won a race yesterday, so regardless of anything, he was happy. MGs are out there. Chris Gidney, who joined us in the commentary booth the last couple of rounds, he's got his MG back out there. Had to put a new battery in it last night. Didn't finish, but he's got a big smile on his face this morning. So that's great to see that. So plenty of good racing. I guess here, Em, it's about who can get through the flip-flop. You know, the commentators, you and I, and all the boys like watching the underside of the cars on the broadcast as well.
Yeah, and second to that is probably the lockups coming through one because we've got that really long, fast straight. It's a really fast track. It's only a minute for the sports cars and probably for these guys behind us, 106, 107. So it is quick. You're getting a lot of laps in your 15 minutes. And yeah, the flip-flop and the end of the straight is where most people, that's the most excitement. It's most lockups and most, I guess, I don't know,
action,
unpredictability.
passing, yeah, that sort of thing. So it'll be interesting. And as you said, the Saloon cars behind us lined up, ready to go. They turn it on every single time they get out there. Can't wait to see Adam Lowndes really start to threaten for his spot in this field. Looking forward to a great day. Weather is absolutely beautiful. We've been blessed with the Grand Prix 2 weeks ago at Albert Park. Phillip Island for the Historics last weekend was amazing. Calder again this weekend. So Magic March has been absolutely packed full of motorsport, and we're going to do it all again today.
Absolutely. Best autumn ever, 29 degrees today. It's going to be a scorcher out there. UV is going to be high for race 3 for these guys. So that'll make things interesting again.
Stay with us all day long. You can get to the track here, and we totally encourage you to get down here. Be at the track. You actually get to smell it, whereas at home you really only get to smell the sausage rolls coming out of the oven, don't you?
Yeah, at your house, Darren.
We'll be here all day long. We'll catch you for the first race in just a moment.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
And through the magic of television, just like that, Darren Smith and Emma Dean join you for the telecast right throughout today. The Calder Revive 888 Home Loans. if you need your home loan checked up on, and let's face it, the monthly news we're getting at the moment, it is wise idea to get your home loan checked out. Give 888 Home Loans a call and then give them your business. They will find the product to suit you and your life. And those important repayments on the fortnightly or monthly basis. Saloon cars making their way out onto track now for the first race of the day. Our program looks like this. Saloon cars, first cars on track with the HQs next category out. MG and invited British cars out on track after that. Sports sedans, the big bangers, will be out on track at 10:35. Formula V at 11 o'clock. Formula Ford, improved production, and the 944 Challenge. This afternoon's program is exactly the same, but the Formula Fords won't be racing this afternoon. So, full day of motorsport coming away live and free on the Blendline TV networks. Jump onto YouTube, have a look at it through there without any breaks all the way through today. Full broadcast coming your way. And as I said in the opening remarks, get yourself trackside. It's very easy to find your way to Calder. We're right near the Tullamarine Airport, so there's plenty of noise. If there's not a lot of noise on track, there's a lot of noise going overhead. Cars on track.
Yeah, Darren. We've got Kieran Pridmore starting in P1 in the number 66 car. Kane Baxter-Smith in second. Adam Lowndes in third. Jacob Prestopino fourth. Christopher Jackson in fifth. Justin Chembry in sixth. Cody Cartledge seventh. William Harris in eighth. Matthew Yeager in ninth. Ryan Vidray in 10th. Brett Tate in 11, Mark Franzo in position 12, Robert Knight in 13, George Papagiorgio in 14th, Jason Cartledge in 15th, next to him Jeff Flagg in 16th, Jason Cruz in 17th, and Christopher Hanley in position 18th to round out the grid.
George Papagiorgio returning to Saloon cars as of the start of this season. Did a 1:14.25 yesterday. Our fastest car in the race yesterday was Kieran Pridmore. He completed a 1:07.0 and he was the fastest car in that race. Cars looking good. This is traditional Aussie fans, that is for sure. The Ford versus Holden battle is what touring cars has been built on in Australia over many, many years. And to the best of my knowledge, this is really the last bastion of those actual Australian-built chassis for going racing in. The officials have got here bright and early this morning, made sure the venue is safe and secure, ready for racing, as is their lot in life, making sure that not only the drivers, the fellow officials, fans, crews, etc., are safe to go racing. That is their edict, and they do it very, very well here. We see this concrete line straight here at Calder Park, which can often look quite daunting, and let me tell you, when you come onto the straight and you're wide open throttle and those two walls there, the reverberation of sound, particularly when you're in a closed vehicle like the Saloon cars, can be a bit daunting. These guys won't be caring about that now. Helmets on, earplugs in, radios up loud to hear the commands from their teams and crew on the sideline. There's the flag at the back of the grid. We are set for the Victorian Trophy Tour, round number 2, 888 Home Loans, Calder, Rock and Revive. Here we go, and away we go, nice and early on Sunday morning. I hope you've said your prayers, because we're about to send 20 cars down into turn 1 here at Calder Park. Over into position number 2 is Kane Baxter-Smith, but now he's going to race it hard with Jacob Prestopino, who started from pit lane yesterday. Already a lock-up in positions 2 and 3. A massive one on the 19. That will have made the Bridgestone into a 50-cent piece for sure there for Adam Lowndes. But both of the guys there, Jacob Prestopino and Lowndes, the rest of the field pretty clean. They obviously saw that smoke and went, right, let's just take it a little bit easy. We've got to get through these first couple of corners. Through the flip-flop they go. No one giving us a good look at the gearbox just yet, Em.
No, tyres are a bit too cold for that, and I think Jacob Prestopino is going to be a problem for Adam Lowndes this morning. That is some very competitive racing.
Yeah, certainly. He started from pit lane yesterday. Sadly for him, the bonnet flew up, smashed his windscreen and came into the lane. They put the bonnet back down, secured that, sent him, and he came all the way back to 4th place with a new windscreen as well. So he's obviously had had some help overnight. Lowndes slows out onto the straight. Adam Lowndes slowed drastically. I wonder if that left front tyre has given up the ghost on him after that massive lock-up down into turn 1. Oh, he looks like he's up and going again now, actually. Not sure. He slowed drastically coming onto the straight, down into 1, very, very wide, and that is not your ultimate approach line there, but he's late apexing, so maybe that's what he's trying to do.
Looks like he's nursing something, Darren. Not sure, or just being a bit careful. But the best thing is, if you're not really here for the Holden Ford battle, you've got to be here for the chewing of the chicanes, of those little ripple strips. That's the best bit about this category and this track.
Certainly anyone that has watched Saloon cars over the years, the Dial Before You Dig National Series was one of the most intense and fierce battles you can see, and what is good about that is that it's continued on, albeit that the national rounds don't happen anymore. The state rounds, the ferocity of racing in Saloon cars continues on, and we're looking at this part of the field now, and they...
Oh, there's a coming together there of the 84 of Brett Tate and the... Who's that in the 70 car, Darren?
Matt Jaeger, yes.
Wow. That wasn't in the plan, was it?
No, it certainly wasn't. And look, they can be coming together in these sort of racing. They are big cars and they do tend to move around on their tyres, so they can be a little bit tricky in that respect.
And the speed and instability coming out of the flip-flop can carry through to the next couple of turns, so you can be a bit loose as well. So maybe that's where they came together.
2 laps completed. Kieran Pridmore doing a terrific job. 1.1 seconds over Kane Baxter Smith. A rapid racer and knows how to go about it. Jacob Prestopino, Lowndes. There's that happened.
Torval and Dean.
That was the 888 Home Loans replay. That was a dive bomb, that's for sure. We move on, up onto the ripple strips. Goes the 22 of Will Harris. They're now starting to realise that they are... big one there in the AU.
Love
Falcon.
it.
Absolutely flying.
I think that's my favourite angle of the weekend.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's Jason Cruz too we're looking at there in the Falcon. And this mid-pack, the fierce mid-pack. Papa Giorgio on screen there with Handley, Knight, Franzo. Mixing it up here as well. There's Flegg in the 55. So this is the battle pack, believe it or not, Em. This is for 12, 13, 14 and 15. So it's like the World Championship for saloon cars out there at the moment. This track, of course, was graced recently with a couple of Formula 1 drivers driving touring cars around here. So why not carry on the theory of World Championship?
Absolutely. And now, at this part of the race, tyres are warm, brakes are warm, so it's all on.
It is 3 laps completed. This should get, yesterday I think we got out to about 12 laps, so we should get that sort of length again today. The races are the same distance. 14 laps we got yesterday, so this should play out in a very similar manner. There's George Papagiorgio. As I said, this is a bit of a battle down the field.
Mark Franzo just offline a little bit there. It's his second round this weekend, so he's doing well to mix it in with the guys and not keeping it safe back at pack. You do have to get in there at some point, and he'll know this. He's doing a fair bit of testing, but this is where the real practice begins. We start hunting and you're also being chased, and you've got to get out of the way as well.
I like the good thing he's learned how to do the ripple strips as well. The VN floating over the first one and then the second one doing a nice job.
Why else would you do this category?
Exactly. They can absorb those bumps and just show us their undersides. There's
they're made in Australia stamp.
Yeah, the Flegg car currently 16th in this race. Coming onto the straight now and streaming down. We've got our race leaders are already down the bottom of the back straight. So we did see some lapping yesterday, and the leaders start to impress on these tail end of the field. And there is different divisions in saloon cars for these guys. So they are racing for, they're certainly racing for sheep stations. Let's not discount that. That's why we come to the racetrack, because we know we're going to go home with a pocket full of money, or at least a very large property adjustment. No, I'm just telling stories now. But there you go. You go home with your heart full and your soul glowing after a day at the races.
Motorsport's an addiction, Darren.
Absolutely, hard to be cured, sir. Up over Jane Hill, into the flip-flop we go on lap number 6 for these guys down at 14, 15, 16 in the race here today. as they make their way down the bottom of the back straight. 888 Home Loans, great to have them on board right throughout this weekend. As I said earlier, get your home loan checked out and make sure it is absolutely tip-top. If you're with one of the big four and you need to check out and make sure keeping them honest, get on to 888 Home Loans. Speaking to Cam McKinnon and the crew there, and definitely get your home loan a health report. I can guarantee you that 888 Home Loans will come up with the best product for you, your family and your situation. Kieran Pridmore jumped away from the line beautifully. He didn't look in the mirrors. If he did, he would have seen Prestipino and Lowndes absolutely locking up big time down into turn number 1. And they have continued in that order. Pridmore, Baxter Smith, Prestipino, Lowndes. Then we've got Jackson in the mix there. That's Chris Jackson in the number 97. He's sort of joined onto the back of Adam Lowndes, or trying to join onto the back of Adam Lowndes. Then it's Cody Cartledge, Shembry, Will Harris up into position number 8. Dropped back a couple of spots, started out of 8 and has worked his way back into that position. An EA Falcon, the Cartledge car, number 147. Doing someone a solid out there, written on the side of the car. Here's our charging number 99 from yesterday, Jacob Prestipino. Guys, glass and glazing Commodore. And looping around, coming up to the S's. Come onto the main straight now and doing a terrific job. Yesterday it was really interesting to see that car. The bonnet flew up, broke the window, came in, bonnet down, started from pit lane, and he just drove through the field. Very similar vein how Paul Stubber did it in Group N last weekend in a 5-lapper at Phillip Island. Started from rear of the grid and won the race. So I reckon Jacob is he's found his level. Now it's a battle at the front of the field to try and gather that all up. As we look at Jane Hill, cars plunging over there through the flip-flop again, they go. And it's not too far away now that our leaders are starting to impress on the tail of this field. In fact, they're on the back straight at the same time now. Kieran Pridmore will be hunting down the tail of the field. That'll be Brett Tate at this point in time. There's George Papagiorgio and Jeff Flegg has retired. He's come into the pit lane and is heading back out to the paddock, so he'll take no further part in race 2.
That's a shame. We've got the gap between Pridmore and Baxter is pretty, well, I won't say comfortable, that'll be the commentator's curse, but Prestipino is going to make life hard in the next 5 minutes for Kane Baxter Smith, that's for sure.
Certainly moving it on. This is the battle again under brakes with George Papagiorgio and Rob Knight. A couple of Falcons down in 14th and 15th place now, having a
very gentlemanly first couple of turns there, Darren.
Yeah, absolutely. Just getting it through there. And then there's a couple of EA Falcons in the background. A bit of a history lesson in saloon cars. Here comes our leader, Kieran Pridmore, starting to move his way through around the outside of George Papagiorgio. The two tail cars just move over to the driver's left a bit. Blue flags frantically being waved, so they're well aware that the leaders are coming up, and the 66 is ranging up now, and then it'll be the 56 of Kieran Pridmore, and this guy here in the number 99, Jacob Prestipino, ranging into these guys down at the tail end there. Baxter Smith just getting in nicely, puts the nose in. They're well aware the blue flags have been frantically waved by the fantastic Victorian flag marshalling team.
I have to note there, Darren, for the uninitiated, for people new to motorsport, or for the friends and family watching at home, if you've got loved ones that are only a couple of races in, it's very daunting to have a Kieran Pridmore or a Kane Baxter Smith or a Prestipino in your rear vision, and you do very well. It's actually a good day at the office when you manage to get out of the way, no scrapes, you haven't sent anyone off and you've not been sent off. You have to start somewhere. You've got to start your race journey somewhere, and it is daunting in the beginning, like some of these guys are finding out, but you're in there, you're amongst it, and you just get better and better and better with more time.
It is interesting. They're talking about Kieran Pridmore, Kane Baxter Smith, Jacob Prestipino, Adam Lowndes. It wasn't that long ago that they were new to the sport as well. So they've developed and worked their way, worked on their own skill set, their own fitness, which often at this grassroots level or at amateur level, the fitness is underestimated because you'll find that these are all owners of cars. They do a lot of their own work themselves. So a lot of the time is spent under the car, pulling gearboxes in and out, doing clutches, doing diffs, things like that, when they probably need to get that job done and then probably need to go for a run. But normally when at midnight, when you've finished a hard day at work,
it's all you
then
can do to have something to eat.
Yeah, exactly. Go to bed and go to work the next day.
And there's a massive mix of ages and abilities out here. You've got guys that have been karting since they were 7 or 8, but then you've also got guys that just started racing when they were in their 30s or 40s. So, and also, like you were saying, Darren, there are business owners out there. They might only touch the car every round. They don't get to test. But then there are other guys out there that are racing all manner of cars all the time, and they're out on the track almost weekly. So you're doing well if you're new to the sport to be out there amongst it all, and to not lose a position is probably one of the most successful things you can do in your first couple of rounds.
Yeah, exactly. In your first season, keep putting the car on the trailer in one piece.
Bring it back
is the aim of that. That is for sure. Accurate Plumbing Group joining us here this weekend with the saloon cars like they did at round 1 at Sandown. Kieran Pridmore leading the way and doing a tremendous job, getting a good look at the Shembry car out there at the moment, and Justin is currently sitting in 5th place on the road. There goes our race leader. Let's have a look at the 888 Home Loan speed cam down the straight. Kieran Pridmore charging, 2.3 seconds lead over Kane Baxter Smith. Back another 2.5 seconds to this guy. This is Jacob Prestapino, and for some reason we're showing Adam Lowndes in P3, so he's not. He's actually in P4, so the timing screen is just a tad scrambled at the moment. And we switch around again. There is Kane Baxter Smith, a guy that is very good at accumulating championship points, and would dearly like to reach out for the big trophy at the end of the year. And I've got to say, over the last 2 seasons, he's had a sniff. He's been so thereabouts with it.
It's that battle of trying to prove that the Ford straight line speed can beat the braking of the Holden.
There is that. There is the mix. And look, we've seen a couple of the South Australians that have joined us over the years where they've bought a Ford or a Holden, depending on the track, that they know that that particular car is strong at for a long time. In the National Series, Sydney Motorsport Park was Falcon territory, and then a couple of the Commodore guys managed to do this weight transfer thing to the back of the car, and then they started winning races, and we've never seen the ride height get above legal height again on the back of the Commodore. They tend to rake backwards to get all of that, the advantage of the independent rear suspension, whereas the Falcons have that fixed rear suspension. So just these little moments in time. Whoa, Jason Cruz giving us a ripper look under his car, and our
Best
race
angle.
leader is just still making his way through the field. There's again Kane, Jacob, and Adam Lowndes has now weighed right in, so he's used the traffic in the latter part of this race. We've just ticked over the time certain aspect for this race. So just watching to see if they're going to hang a last lap board out for our race leaders as they come on the straight. There's Lowndes. Pridmore coming down. In fact, I'm not sure if it was one of the tailing guys there, but someone had a miss in a straight line. It's certainly not these two. Prestapino under intense pressure. Are we going to see locked up fronts here?
Come on.
Threshold braking down into turn 1. Prestapino hangs on. Adam Lowndes now getting very wild in the Commodore. In behind, puts the nose in on the 19. Up over the Ripples Drift. That'll affect his run up Jane Hill. He'll have lost a little bit of impetus to get up the hill. Across the top of the hill they go. Pridmore Baxter out in front and just having... Whoa, in the back there. One of the guys down the back of the field there just getting his Falcon absolutely airborne through there. But this is the battle for 3 and 4 on the road. Checkered flag is being readied now for the end of the Accurate Plumbing Group saloon cars. And there it is. Checkered flag flies, and it'll be Kieran Pridmore Terrific drive by Kieran, absolutely hassle-free, eyes forward, victory to him. Kane backs to Smith, shoves it into second place. Jacob Prestopino just beats home Adam Lowndes there at the end. So those two, Prestopino and Lowndes, entertained after about the first 400 metres, run down into turn one. All we saw was left front tyre smoke. I reckon both of them are probably going to reach for a new left front for the final race for this weekend.
Do you think they might just not warm them up in the sun and get the spatula out?
Yeah, I'm not sure that the 50 cents can be changed into a round coin again. But
need a lot of spatula.
Yeah, the field streaming to the line now. So the first four, Pridmore, Baxter, Prestopino and Lowndes. Chris Jackson now across the line as well. It'll be Justin Shembry that next gets to the line. Cody Cartledge is the next one in line. Will Harris. Then we go to Jason Cartledge. Jason Cruz. That's a good drive, actually. Jason Cruz came from rear of grid in 17th place and ended up 10th. So that's a ripper charge.
Yeah, Darren, we're ending it with Karen Pridmore in first, followed by Kane Baxter-Smith and Jacob Prestopino. Great race between those two. And Adam Lowndes in fourth. Christopher Jackson in fifth. Justin Shembry in sixth. Cody Cartledge in seventh. William Harris in eighth place. Jason Cartledge in ninth. And to round out the 10 top spots on the grid, it was Jason Cruz.
Terrific race there for the Saloon cars. Thanks, Em, for your time. Of course, the Saloon cars are on for their race, their feature race this afternoon at 12:45.
Brilliant. Thanks, Darren.
Up next is the HQs here. Trackside, round of applause for those Saloon cars coming back into the paddock area. Of course, HQs have had a very happy home here at Calder Park over many, many years, both on the flat track and on the Thunderdome. Last night, the Thunderdome was rocked at the Calder Rock and Revive. 888 Home Loans, Calder Rock and Revive. We'll take a quick break and be back for HQs.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back trackside here at Calder Park Raceway. The history dripping literally from the ceiling around Calder Park these days. We've got HQs coming on track. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is the... Just news in is that we're having a mustache competition here at Calder Park today. So if you've got yourself a ripper mustache, please take a photo of it and post it on the social medias. We want to see everyone's great moustaches, and we're not going to be discriminating either. If you've got a good beard as well. Show us that. Or even a goatee like you, Dave Amor. You've been sporting the goatee for a couple of decades.
Oh, I certainly have, mate. I've got to cover this face with something. So it was a good start. But
I reckon sunscreen's a good idea today.
Yeah, it probably is, mate. And just a shout out there to all the mums and girls and boyfriends and girlfriends for the HQ Holdens, the Tyre Power round for HQ Holdens. And this is all about Dallas Crane this weekend. Our final race is the Dallas Crane Perpetual Trophy. So the guys will be racing for this. So fantastic bloke, all about HQ Holdens. Used to race over there on the Thunderdome. And talking about the Thunderdome, I see a lot of old HQ Thunderdomers walking around the pits, Darren. So absolutely fantastic. The HQs are ready to go out. This is race 2, and it's our first race this morning. We've got another race this afternoon. So Rocket Rod is right at the back of the field. He's got an issue and a problem with his car. Gavin Ross done a head gasket. John Wise, his car hasn't been right, so he's certainly tuned that up. So it'll be interesting to see who can give Andrew Magilton a rub off the podium, because at the moment he's on pole. He's done race 1. Steve Banks, Ryan Wood, 2nd and 3rd, 3rd and 2nd, all day yesterday. Done absolutely fantastic. Then there was a bit of a gap, but car 8, Ray Jardine, was the fastest lap out there yesterday. So he wasn't leading the race. He was midfield at about 5th position, Darren. So fantastic. A damn good engine, I said to him this morning as he gave me a bit of a smile. And there we go, Andrew Magilton, Steve Banks, Ryan Woods. We got Jardine. Graham Crawford, keep an eye on that car. Brand new engine. He's just running it in yesterday, up into 5th position. Andrew McLeod, let's see if he can be a winner this weekend, and especially today, since he had a couple of losers yesterday. He went back a couple of positions. Then we've got the guy in the HQ 50, McPhee. It's his first race meeting ever. Then we've got the panel beater, Perry Beckers.
Great to see a good field of HQs here, and John Mahoney out there in 9th place. 10th is John Wise returning to the game. In fact, these guys are all returning, aren't they? John Wise, Gavin Ross and Rod Rogers. I've got to say, Dave, it was great to read this week that Rod Rogers was coming back, and in unfamiliar territory for Rod down the back of this field, but when you're coming back, you need to find your feet again and just get the job done. Car looks great, it always has done. And always good to have these drivers that have had good successes in the past have to have a break for one reason or another, and then come back and just enjoy what it was about it. You tend to, I guess, appreciate it more when you've been forced to sort of take some time away.
Yeah, you certainly do. The Flying Dutchman, mate, but there was nothing wrong with him yesterday. It was the car. So now he's fixed the car, so it'll be interesting to see how that spacer, which is I call the driver, see how he goes from the rear of the field. So they're all starting to line up, ladies and gentlemen. Get your backside, trackside, the HQ Holdens. Brought to you by Tyre Power, a very, very good sponsor of HQ Holdens for Victoria for well over 5 years now. And this will be interesting. Can Banks get the fastest plumber, HQ, try and get past the electrician there of the Middies car there of Andrew Magilton? He put it on pole. He won yesterday, Darren. And, that was quick. That was quick. Magilton once again. Wood's got a real good start. Ray Jardine's gone back a little bit. McLeod's right on the rear bumper bar of him. As they all go through, Gavin Ross is at the back of the field. Mate, you've got to give up smoking, mate. That sounded like half a lung you just lost then.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Yep, have a look at this down into 1. Goes car 1. Nice little bit of synergy there, but right round the outside, Ray Jardine has been served up that outside line. Never works as Graham Crawford just comes across in front there. And McLeod said that he wants to get back up in there, and he's done a nice start there. There's Wise, Doug McPhee just settling in, and it's that it's the little bit of a hustle that you have to sort of get used to on the first lap to keep yourself hold your spot there. There's John Mahoney as well. Beckers back to Rod Rogers, and there's some names in HQ history in this field. The 89.
It certainly is. We've got
Beckers.
Magilton, Banks, and then we've got Wood, mate, if you have a look there, first, second, third. As they come around to do the first lap, ladies and gentlemen, pick your colour, pick your car. The Flying Dutchman's doing all right. Wise has gone up 4 positions. As we just see here at the moment, there's McPhee, the 50 car. Good to see that car back on the track. It's been locked in a shed for some 16 years. It's had a paint job, it's had a new engine, it's had a new owner, and he's going extremely well for his first race meeting here at Calder Park.
Yeah, doing a terrific job there. It's Rod Rogers. He's ranging up now into the back there of Perry Becker's. He'll be starting to feel it. John Mahoney will look in the mirrors and go, I can't believe I've got Rod Rogers behind me. Rocket Racing emblazoned down the side. You want to remove those stickers and put your name there. Pretty sure you can do it. Jump on board with the bright yellow wheels and the orange livery of Rod Rogers. Through the flip-flop we go. This is the midfield. Ray Jardine. I reckon he's ticked some boxes as far as aggression has gone this weekend.
Well,
normally a guy
has.
that's a bit of a thinking kind of a racer. He's still thinking about it, but he's also starting to fill some gaps that maybe he might not have filled in seasons gone by.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. He was the fastest car on the track yesterday.
Yeah, yep.
He'd done, well, I'll call it a lap record, but he's certainly done a flying lap there in 5th position. He's right behind Crawford now.
It is the lap record. 1:15.08. Ray Jardine has got the lap record.
Oh, there you go.
It was previously held by Warren
Just
True.
because my lips are moving, mate, doesn't mean that I'm not telling the truth. So,
the 1:15.66 was previously held by Warren True, and that's a 1:15.08. So you're right, it's a lap record.
Yeah, I'm always right, mate. Don't you worry about that.
I'll live
As
that
they
and I'll
come
live
down
it
the
and
front
learn it.
straight. It's good to see these cars. Wisey's gone right out wide. McPhee's gone down the inside of Wisey. Wisey just let him in. Wisey just let him in. He's got persons on the side of the car. That car was over in Tasmania there a couple of years ago when we had the HQ Nationals. Every year, HQ Holdens have our Nationals. We slowly do a massive circle around Australia. And guess where we are this year? The HQ Nationals.
Darwin.
Close, Western Australia.
Yep.
Yeah. It's the furthest place from here, I can tell you that. But there's already 53 cars have already put their hand up, and we're going.
Yep, absolutely. Got to represent. Under brakes now. Our new guy, Doug McPhee's got a bit of a lineup of legends behind him, and he'll be feeling the blowtorch. Don't let him by, Doug. You run your race. They've got to get past. Around onto the straight now, onto the drag strip, and heading down the very, very long straight.
Certainly is McLeod. McLeod now is going down the inside of Crawford, trying to get it on the back of the tailgate there of Ray Jardine. So McLeod is now a winner. He's gone up 1 position as you go into turn 1. We can see it right on here. Look at that, he's right on the bootleg. Jardine, Crawford. He'll be definitely hung out the dry out there, but he's trying to go around the outside. Door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper. You can see it here on the screen. Landline TV, thank you very much. Brought to us also by 888 Home Loans.
Yeah, fantastic.
Very, very good.
Fantastic weekend here. The Calder Revival Triple Home Loans event. Always offering the motorsport community and the community at large the best deal in the home loan market. Talking about the best deal at the moment, Ray Jardine is serving it up. This is a really good weekend for Ray. A guy that has done a lot of work over the years in the background to keep HQs up and about. He's currently sitting in the P4 in this one. It's Andrew Bajilton leading the way very, very nicely though to get a good look at the Crawford car, the AW Automatics entry.
Absolutely fantastic there, but Magilton's done the fastest lap so far at the moment, ladies and gentlemen. We've got plenty of time. I'm just trying to see how much time we've got. We've got 9.5 minutes. Oh, there goes a smoking Kenda, right hand front one there of Woods. He absolutely smoked the Kenda there. So we use our Kenda tyres, we use Petter's red suspension components. We only have one seat in the HQ. We've taken out the bench seat, we've taken out the cigarette lighter and the radio, put a roll cage in them, and we go racing. And it's 36, 37 years, ladies and gentlemen. HQ Holden, the biggest one-make series in the world back in the mid-90s. So started a round table in Tasmania.
Barry Becker's retiring from this one. That's not good. Here comes Gavin Ross. who started out at position 11, has made his way now into 10th. It must be 9th place now. He's just got John Mahoney. So it was a nice, clean move. The green-eyed monster is the chariot that Gav's racing this weekend.
Yeah, well, he done a head gasket in race 1 yesterday. So he's fixed that issue and that problem. It's not getting hot. As you can see, he's starting to do some pretty good laps. Let's go through it. Magilton, Banks, Jardine, McLeod. I'm just trying to work out. Woods is out. Woods is gone. Or is that timing issue glitch again from yesterday?
Yeah, that could be. I haven't seen him go out anywhere. He's trying to...
Oh, and up over the hill. No, there he is.
Woods is there.
Woods is there. Something wrong with his timing monitor there, ladies and gentlemen. Don't panic. Ryan Woods is there, but Banks is starting to catch the back of Woods. Starting to catch him, the seam over there. He'll catch him right up into brakes. Over the back chute there.
Ray Jardine's coming under some pressure now from McLeod. Crawford just on a bit of a watching brief there. Doug McPhee, he's sort of lost touch with that group. This is where the action's going to be over the next couple of minutes for sure. This is the points. This is the pointy end of the field. Car 2 on the road. Here's that one there, number 27. Stephen Banks right in behind with the very bright wheels as they come down the very long straight here at Calder Park. Come into what could only be known as the bump zone down into turn number 1. And hang on and enjoy the ride. Here we go. Under brakes. Whoa! That is massive. Ryan Woods, right front lock-up.
He doesn't like that right-hand front corner, does he, at all? He's absolutely smoking the Kenda. But Ryan Woods, a young bloke, he's just started up his own business called, he's already got 2 businesses going. Garage 27. If you want a specialised car or a car that you want and you want to find it, you can't find it, go see Ryan Woods. He's the man that does all that type of work. But also, he's got HSD development behind him. The old Eddie Woods, you know, everyone knows Eddie Woods. Yep. He must be a lover, always used to drive a pink car. So it's good to see the young bloke here, Ryan.
HSD on the rear quarter lower there, but a 3-letter acronym that has been on the side of many, many race cars over the years and continues on now these days as we just watch Steve Banks, the plumber. He is right in contact now. Look at that. It is separated by nothing. And I guess the next question will be, how long can Banks stay there before the temp gauge starts?
Banks will pull out, go down the inside. Ryan Woods has got an issue with that right-hand front tyre. If he locks it up again, and he has, that thing will be like a 50-cent coin, ladies and gentlemen. The only thing I can say is, lucky I've got another tyre on the truck I can sell.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say, where's your truck parked out there, Dave? Of course, you've got the spare parts truck parked out the paddock there for all the requirements of everyone at the racetrack, not just HQs. You've got a whole lot of stuff on board, haven't you?
Yeah, I certainly have, mate, for all the races here. Absolutely fantastic. It's about my truck supporting the racer to try and keep him out there and going. But that thing, if he had milk on the front of the dash, mate, we'd be turning it into butter by now. It would be absolutely shaking it. But look at Gavin Ross now. He's all over the boot lid of Johnny Wise. Johnny Wise went bang, 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 and now he's gone backwards. Wise in the number 2 car. He's got 2 cars. That's the ex-Neville Haley car.
Mahoney down the inside of Gavin Ross. That's a brave move to try and pull off on Gavin Ross. He covers it off nicely there indeed. Up over those very high ripple strips at the S's there. Not often you see anyone have a go at them, but Ross and Mahoney are definitely giving them a good looking over. The interesting one with the Banks car, Dave, is that, here we go, down into 1 again, is that Calder loads the left front. So if you're locking up the right front on the turn in down there, I guess it's okay. The left front is the one that gets most of the load around this particular track. Nice move.
Yeah,
Stephen Banks paid his time and has been paid off. That is a very, very good move.
Of course, there's a plumber had to get him. Ryan had to let him go past, mate, or otherwise there'd be nothing with that Kenda tyre, I can tell you that.
Exactly.
So he's now got to look after his position. He's got a smart head on a young shoulders there. So, mate, 3rd is still better than DNF.
He knows he's locked that up. He can feel that through the wheel and through the brake pedal. He knows that things aren't quite so good. There'll be a vibration coming up through the steering wheel now. So he's like, well, I'm not going to be able to hold Banks off anymore. I'm best to come home third than not come home at all and drag the points if I can. Have a look at this. Gavin Ross, John Wise, two competitors that have met with each other on the track again. What a lovely reunion for these two out on track.
It certainly is. Now Ross will be giving Wise just a little bit of a love tap there as they come onto the front chute. Wise defensive. He's gone to the right-hand side. So you can't pass me on the right. You'll have to do it on the left. This will be interesting. Gavin Ross, he'll definitely pull out. Here we go. This will be interesting. All right, two gentlemen, two old bulls, you might as well say. It'll be interesting to see who will give each other. Yes, I'll give each other a bit of room.
Oh, Gavin Ross had to check up there. Just checked up. He could have given the number 2 a bit of an autograph right across the back bumper that time. He chose not to. We've got a lot more racing still to go here today, and we don't need scars on race cars these days. Up the hill, over the hill. Gavin Ross now. Watch this. We're going to get a good look at the underside of these three cars.
We certainly will. I thought John Mahoney was starting to catch him, but he's gone back. He's gone back a little bit there. You can see that now. Ross, Wise, throw that mirror away, Wisey. Just drive the damn thing like you stole it. Ross has come from the rear of the field, and now he's right on the boot lid of Wise. They're doing some fairly good lap times. They're into the 1:15.2s, 1:15.3s, and Steve Banks, a plumber, a 1:14.9.
New lap record.
That's what it's all about. The plumber has got it. The 76 car absolutely flying. While he's flying, Magilton's gap has gone from 3.5 to 4.3 seconds on that lap. Absolutely flying. The Middy's car, the Chilton car, number one for a reason, because he won the championship last year. He's put it on pole. He's won race 1. He's out in front at the moment. I won't do what Darren did to someone yesterday. We'll just keep this going. Now look at this. Wood now is starting to catch up the back chute. Look at Wise and Ross. Bumper to bumper.
This is a terrific run here. Of course, this is for positions 8, 9 and 10 on the road. Going around the back part of Calder, through the flip-flop they go. Again, Gavin Ross shows the nose. It's going to be a big dive bomb to try and get around the outside of Johnny Wise here. Gives a little bit of a rub, holds on. Going to jump over the ripple strip here. Lost a little bit at the back step down there. Twice, Gavin Ross has to gather it all up again. Now, what he's got to deal with is the charge coming to him from car number 81 from behind, John Mahoney. He goes out wide. Gavin Ross now just losing that ultimate toe. Certainly going to be having a little bit of a toe there, but it's going to be a very, very brave Gavin Ross here. Back down to position 2 and 3 on the road. The fastest car here this weekend is that one there, number 76. With Stephen Banks at the wheel, a 1:14.91 into the 14s now for the HQs. Age shall not weary them.
Yep, certainly won't. 38 years HQ Holdens, ladies and gentlemen. That's how long we've been racing for. When Holden was here in Australia, there was 13 different models of HQ Holdens. From your ute to your panel van to your Sandman. You might have been in the back of one of them, Darren. You have to ask your dad.
I had a HZ, not a HQ.
So,
yeah.
But all the way through to the Statesman, to the SS, to the Belmont, to the Kingswood. Most of the time they didn't even have radios or heaters in them, mate. That's how old HQ Holden is. 1971.
Did they have seatbelts?
Sorry?
Did they have seatbelts?
Yes.
They did.
Yep.
One of the first models to have seatbelts.
Well, mate, you had to hang on to the HQ.
That's right. Big bench seat, car 1, down into turn 1. And we have ticked over that time certain clock. I'm pretty sure we would have got the last lap board last time around. But car number 1 now. The Middies entry of Andrew Magilton, a class act in HQ racing over many seasons.
Paramount Pyramont. I think they build houses, don't they? If you want a very good quality house, I think it's Pyramont.
Well, we know if you want some good electrics, you go to MIDI Electrics. It's written on the side
that's
of
right.
his car.
So they've got a house builder, they've got an electrician, and then we've got a plumber second.
What if you need some tyres?
Yeah, Tyre Power, mate, is the way to go. And fantastic sponsor. On the front guards, the Holden, are all the sponsors throughout this season, 2026. So come down, have a look at the car, have a talk to Andrew. He's got the family here, and even Mum's here to turn up, and the old man as well.
Checker flag is at the ready now as we see Andy Magilton charge to the line, and there it is, a race number 2 for the weekend. Will we get the broom out and park it up in the garage? Will he clean sweep the weekend?
Mate, he's doing at the moment 4.7 seconds. Unbelievable. Something's happened to Gavin Ross. Rocket Rod has got past him. So where's Mahoney? Mahoney's gone past Gavin Ross. So he's had a bit more of an oopsie. I didn't see that on the screen.
No, we didn't see that, but that's okay. Gavin Ross will bring it to the line, albeit he was in the 10. And he will just land on 10th place. Rocket Rod just got one more spot up. The guy is on the return. When you're taking a position off Gavin Ross in the last lap of the race, you are well and truly back in the game.
Thanks, Darren. And from the HQs, everyone, be safe, be friendly. Come and have a look at the HQs. We've got another race this afternoon. And thank you, Blendline. We've got Wise. Oh, that's what's happened. Oh.
Was bound to happen. A bit of an off there for Wisey, and a bit of a touch from Gavin Ross, but they swapped positions. Wise went back a spot, or a couple of spots as well. What that it did allow was it took the heat off Doug McPhee. John Mahoney and Rod Rogers have both got a couple of positions on that last journey around.
Yeah, he certainly did. And here we go. Right over the top 10. Magilton, Banks, Woods, Jardine, McLeod, Crawford done really well. McPhee, fantastic. John Mahoney, Rocket right up into 9th. And Gavin Ross. So thank you all very, very much to the HQ Association. Come and have a look at the HQs. And there's plenty more racing happening today. Thanks, Darren.
Thanks very much, David Amor. Always great to have Dave Amor calling the HQ races. All of the good oil and absolute stories out of the pit and paddock. Check out his truck out in the garages just behind the yellow shed behind the race control building. He's got everything you need, and if he hasn't got it here, he'll get it for you during the week and get it delivered up to you. The HQ's returning into the pit and paddock area. Thanks for joining us here on the broadcast and indeed trackside here at Calder Park. We're going to be racing here all day. If you're in Bendigo or the surrounding areas, Geelong, Melbourne, anywhere, you can easily just get to Calder Park, straight down the freeway, turn in the gate and come and enjoy a great day of racing. Still got plenty to go. MG and invited cars are on track next. And after that, we'll have the big bangers. The sports sedans will be trackside. The HQs leave us for the time being, and they will be back on track at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So we'd love to see you all here trackside at the Calder Revive 888 Home Loans Calder Rock and Revived event here, and we're not too far away from seeing the MG and British cars on track. We'll be back after this break.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now. You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Karting Madness joined us here at Calder for our event last year, and they've stayed with us again for this year. They've got their great display with their karts down just in behind the race control building in the paddock area. Go down and check it out. Two great locations, racing simulators, golf simulator, laser tag, bowling. Two great sites. One in Bayswater at 841 Mountain Highway, Bayswater, and the other one at 234 Ballarat Road, Braybrook. So they've got Melbourne absolutely bracketed. One out east and one out west. Great to get in there. Adult carts, rookie carts, dual-seated carts. And if you get down there and get their brochure, they're offering a $5 off voucher. So head down and have a chat to the crew at Karting Madness whilst you're here at the track. Or during the broadcast, check them out online. Karting Madness for all of your, I'm going to say, leisure time when you're not at the racetrack. Go and do some karting. Emma Dean has joined me, and that must mean we have got the MG and invited British cars rolling out on track. And Phil Chester, car one on P1.
Absolutely, rock god Phil Chester now. And in second place, we've got Simon Elliott with Michael Trathen in the number 3 on the grid. Jeffrey St John Cox in number 4 next to him. Gary Bulmer 5th. Anthony Volbrecht in 6th, Danny Kiyama in 7th, and David Bagent in 8th on the grid. Noam Alief, hope I said that right, in 9th. Richard Volbrecht, I'm getting all the great names, Darren, in 10th. 11th, John Makem in 12th. Kaylin Littlechester, 13th, Ewan Gales, 14th, Shirley St John Cox, 15th, James Dodd, and next to them, 16th on the grid, Madeline. 17th, Chris Gidney. 18th, Gordon Bunyan, and in 19th, Richard Milligan.
I don't think Richard has joined us. Pretty sure the broken crank in the SC car yesterday has precluded him from taking any further part, which is sad, but he won't take any further part in this weekend. Chris Gidney, I can update us on that one as well. That had shaken the alternator pretty much to death around here yesterday, and the battery failed on top of that. So he's put a new battery in, hoping that the 20-minute journey, the battery will continue to go on. But if we see that car all of a sudden come to a stop, it'll be pretty much that will be the issue with it. So it was great to see Chris get back in the car for this weekend. He certainly helped us out in commentary with the MGs over the last couple of events, that's for sure. But terrific to see Chris get the number 10 car back out there. And in fact, it's not number 10. What is Chris? Chris is number 19. Sorry about that. The MGZR. As I'm seeing these guys going on another warm-up lap, I didn't realise they were going to have a rolling start. Even the safety car is pulled in. I wonder if that is an actual fact. So obviously some concerns over tyre temps, and I'm going to say probably for these bigger, faster cars at the front, because the terminal speed of the two cars on the front row of the grid is substantially higher than the rest of the field. But certainly if there's been a safety concern, and it was quite cool here this morning. It's going to be a bit of a scorcher here at the track today. We're expecting 30 degrees. There is a bit of breeze out there. There's Chris Gidney in the white and blue car. Great livery, actually, really does stand out. We got him on camera for about 4 seconds yesterday before the car broke down, but does look good.
Absolutely, and those two rockets on the front of the grid of Sam Elliott's and Phil Chester in shot there now. Phil Chester's the one behind the safety car in P1, and Sam behind him. Stonking great V8s strapped under those bonnets, Darren. It's almost unfathomable. There's a V8 in those two little cars.
And the short wheelbase and the wide track that they have, they are absolute handfuls. We can just see Phil's sort of sitting right back to that the B pillar there, which is not quite your standard seating position, an MG GT V8. Danny Siama, it's great to see Danny out there in the number 15 in his MG ZR. He's got one of these, but more in the Group S standard-looking trim. Yes, it's going to be a rolling start for the MGs. They run over their grid boxes and come down, and there is the green flag, and away we go. And they absolutely charge from the line there. There goes Simon Elliott in his RV8. And there is the 95 of Jeff St John Cox. Started off the second row of the grid. Will try and blast away. Michael Trathen just rattles down through the gearbox. Dab of the brakes. Blat. Brake late and turn. And that's what Michael Trathen does in car number 7. I'm used to saying car number 1. I've got to remember that that's Phil now.
Oh, yeah.
Car number 4 now pushing hard there. Gary Bulmer had a great race yesterday. But have a look at this. 2 ZRs. Vollebrecht and Siama. So Anthony or Tony Vollebrecht in the one that says MCT Racing, and then Danny Siama in the Urban C entry, and then right in behind him, that's David Bajent. Danny Siama in the mix there, and these guys are just watching the cars out in front move away as the brightly multi-powered liveried car and the Derby Works car of Simon Elliott get their position done. Gidney's going well. He's gone through on John Makem. Old Mako himself out there. He's running hard. This is one of the girls, Maddie Chester, in her MGF. And in behind there, I think that's James Dodd. That's Maddie and her sister have been part of the field now for a year. And Kayleen just out-qualified her sister, or outran her sister yesterday.
I was having a chat to Phil in the pits, mainly about the rock concert last night, Darren, but he said his strategy today, and I think he was having me on, was to sit behind Sam and fill his mirrors. Simon, sorry. Fill his mirrors all race. Hasn't worked out that way, and now Phil's the one with his mirrors filled.
Yeah, and isn't Simon, he's got those LEDs absolutely on the distractor level.
Absolutely.
I'm going to say that's an earth wire. That's not a strobing light. That's
it's a bit disco, though.
Yeah, it is very disco. And, Phil Chester is, he knows the glare of the spotlight and does enjoy it. He's the latest guest on the Grassroots Racing podcast. We learned all about his career in Formula Ford and how he came into motorsport. And quite an emotional story, actually, quite an emotional journey with Phil, and loves it. Just absolutely loves coming to the racetrack and racing that car.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's very involved in behind the scenes too, Darren, so he's got a massive passion for motorsport.
Have a look at this, Mike Trathen coming down into turn number 1. And I think he just leaves the registration plates on just to tease me. But I love it that it is, and he does drive the car on the road. Here's Chris Gidney now. This is a bit of a storming drive for the number 19. Started off rear of grid 19th, already up to inside the top 10. And he's just got Bajent, so...
he's racing his battery there, isn't he?
Yes, he is racing the battery. That is for sure. Siama will be the next one in the number 15. So finding his light cars, the MG ZRs. And there we have 3 of them lined up now. And the one leading the way is Tony Vollebrecht to Danny Siama. And then Chris Gidney in the 19. There's Chris's car. Great livery. Always looks good, Chris's car.
I've got to say, Darren, just watching the prior to that, just watching the approach on the little MGs down into turn 1 with all the ripples that are there, you've got to think that that's uncomfortable in the car. You can see the helmets bobbing around like, a little Lego man in a Lego car. That can't feel great, can it?
You probably give a bit of a seasick feeling, I would suggest, would be the best thing. Have a look at this now. Gidney under brakes here. A little bit more difficult because he is now starting to race very similar cars to his own. But looking under brakes, getting over those bobbles there. Of course, the front-wheel drive cars always sprung a little bit stiffer and look like they're jumping over those the bumps in the track. Across the top of the hill there. Just a little jump in revs, so they are getting a little bit light.
The bonnet's flapping a little bit on Chris Gidney's car there. I hope that doesn't become a problem.
Yeah, got the bonnet pins look like they're all in place, but yeah, that's MG ZR 160, the 190 next to him, indicating capacity. So the 160 now just ranging up on the 190. This would be a good little battle now, as Chris is certainly returning and wanting to find his way back into the sort of top 5 area of this event, and getting into the draft now. We'll see at the bottom of the straight what happens there, but it is Gidney back to Bajan, Nahum Aleph. A couple of big weeks for Nahum, raced at Phillip Island last weekend. Drawing alongside now goes Chris Gidney down into turn 1 and under brakes. Oh, it's a brave move. The 15 just easing up. So Danny Siama just opened up the corner, which I've got to say is probably a wise decision, because it was just going to be 2 cars trying to fit into one space in the end there. But Chris is on the ascendancy here, so he certainly made that manoeuvre and he made it stick. Not exactly forceful, but certainly staked his claim into turn 1 that time around, as the 19 is like a cork out of a bottle, starts to move away from Danny Siama.
Yeah, Darren, as you say, that the MG Car Club and the guys out racing at the moment, they are very much the epitome of gentlemen and lady racers. They're very clean racers, very respectful. There's not a lot of door knocking going on. There's plenty nose to tail, but it certainly doesn't get beyond that.
No, you don't see a lot of car-to-car damage in these events, and if it is, it's a genuine accident / mistake that has occurred. Of course, both Kayleen and Maddie are out there.
You wouldn't put your kids in if it wasn't safe, would you?
Yep, that's true. Shirley St John Cox also in the number 92, one of the white Triumph TRs, the TR7 V8 of Shirley. There's the blue flag now being shown, so I would suggest that maybe there it is.
Phil.
There's the leaders.
If you didn't know, he's flashing.
With Shirley St John Cox just in front there. So this is the time of the weekend where Phil gets to spend some time with his daughters as he drives past them in their MGFs.
I'm feeling sorry for these guys on turn 1 with the little bobbleheads going. That's got to be so uncomfortable. It's like the porpoising of a couple of years ago with the F1.
It is, isn't it? Pushing on very nicely indeed in the MGs. Open top racing, and you can tell these 3 love it. Phil Chester on the flash there. Up on the ripple strip there.
No fear of the ripple strip, these guys. It's fantastic.
All. Not at all. That's
okay,
Richard Vollebrecht. looking in the mirrors too. He being driven very nicely there. Richard Vollebrecht doing a good job, keeping an eye out. John Makeham's going to make it difficult for Phil. A couple of good mates off the track. And John Makeham says, yeah, righto, go through there. Not that you had any argument for it, John. He was coming through. Now, Chris Gidney has made his way up onto Tony Vollebrecht in the yellow ZR. And this is a really charging drive by Chris. He's certainly letting everyone know he's back, even though they know he's got an issue. Just over 6 minutes left, Em. Let's hope that the battery for Chris can withstand the pressure over the next couple of laps.
I'd say making up places is a consolation to getting through with the battery intake or the battery power.
Look at this. This is not what we wanted to see.
No, Chris. That can't be commentator's curse, Darren.
No, it can't. We went into the race with a known issue.
Oh, bud. Damn it.
And he is tending to just cruise now. I wonder if he'll continue just to do laps until the car does actually stop. No, he's coming into pit lane now. So what a shame. What a drive, though. I've got to say, Chris Gidney got up to 7th place. So from 19th in 7 laps, that's more than 2 cars every lap that he's ticked off to get to that point. And up the hill we go. This is James Dodd and the 73 of Matty Chester. They go through the flip-flop there as well. And Matty's had a good wave to Dad on the way through as he comes through on the field. Not sure who Maddie's trying to contact, but she's got the very big aerial on top of her car, so making sure maybe some low-flying traffic into Tullamarine this weekend.
Aww. Come on.
Certainly a lot of
bit
a big antenna flipping around there in the light, and she's got a great race
like
going on
cars.
with you and Gilles.
Darren, just looking down the pit lane, I don't think Chris has even cleared the pit lane.
No, he's pulled up. So,
battery said no.
Ran out of power, and we saw it happen as it just came up to Jane Hill, and it didn't look like it wanted to continue on much after that. There's the 66 of Dodd in another similar one of those cars, and rapid piece of kit, those MG ZRs, and very passionate owners, as are pretty much any one of these classic MGs. There's an Austin Healey Sprite there in the mix. That's the 88 of Ewan Gilles. Austin Healey Sprite Mark II. I'm going to say silvery blue colour. There it is right there. A car that has been used in motorsport over more than 6 decades. And here comes Mike Tratton. Don't be confused. Mike Tratton's not making up the numbers down the tail of the field. This guy is actually third in the race. And he's been given a very clear signal straight out the side there by Ewan to say, there you go, Mike, I've been watching your progress. I've seen the blue flags. And through he goes. No harm, no foul. Everybody just moves on to the next corner. But what Ewan's got to deal with now is Matty Chester. Yes, that's right. There's Matty Chester, the smiling car right behind. Great series of movies, the Cars movies. Us car people, we all know that the cars talk to each other.
Well, yeah, they have personalities, don't they, Darren?
They do. and I remember we did the track to town drive with Matty.
I wonder where Phil is.
There he is. Bang.
Flashing lights.
Where's he come through the field now? He's actually all the way up to fourth position in this race. So Phil Chester charging, and Simon Elliott is a long way back now, 15 seconds further back. Still 2.5 minutes left to go. And, Gary Bulmer, the number 4 now. It's running rough. It sounds like he's dropped a plug lead or something like that as well. So a couple of cars starting to ail a little bit. And Phil Chester's gone another 5 seconds gap to Simon Elliott. A 104.75 to Phil Chester on lap number 3, and there's Phil just disappearing out of the bottom of the shot now at the back straight. He's got James Dodd and then Matty just in front there, so he'll be looking to get past the green car. There's Jefferson John Cox, and right inside, this is position 4 and 5 on the road, Tony Vollebrecht. He's right in behind the Triumph now, and in fact, the 15 of Danny Siama is right in behind him. So the two yellow ZRs are together now, and they have made their way into close company with the Triumph TR7 V8.
Just having a look at the timing, Darren. Phil on lap 3 did a 104.7. That's pretty bloody rapid.
He is, and Simon Elliott on lap 4 did a 105.49, but Phil's now eased right out to a 107.04, and Simon Elliott's just come across the line. That lead to Phil is now out to 22 seconds, but this battle, this is absolutely raging. In fact, we'll just do some housekeeping here. The two yellow cars coming through are actually on the lead lap, and they're actually 5th and 6th in the race. The Triumph front and centre, that number 95, is just in front of them. So these 3 cars coming down here, excluding the number 88, the Austin Healey Sprite of Ewan Gilles, is out of place with this lot. But these cars they're battling it out for top 5 finish at the moment.
Yeah,
the 95, the 48 and the 15 are 4, 5 and 6 on the road.
Super competitive and a great mix of cars too. It's an unlikely mix of cars in a category as well, Darren.
It certainly is. And then when you look at the car that's third on the road, and I still scratch my head on the way home from a race meeting when I review what we've done for the day. And I go, Mike Tratton in 3 again. Absolutely in there. And congratulations to him, because he's doing something very, very well. And his fellow competitors are just not quite sure what that is, because I'm sure they'd like to replicate it.
Well, this is the thing, and I don't want to put anyone else down out there, but that's where you can outdrive someone. So the car can only do so much for you. And Phil with the lights.
He's letting everyone know that he's coming through,
all
and
right.
I think he's on his last lap too here. It's, no, probably get another lap to go here for car number 1. But enjoying his time, very passionate about this car. his family, and this particular racing series does a power of work to make sure the commercial viability of this series, along with a huge effort from an executive team and the clubs, from the entrance associations that all join in the fun as well. And he's on the flashes, just letting his other daughter know that he's now coming through. This is Kayleen as he comes up. Here's car 2 on the road. Magnificent sight, that massive bonnet bulge, the Derby Works entry. Essentially a similar car to Phil's, essentially underneath all of that, but just the
Phil's got a 0.6 on him, doesn't he? So that's a 5 litre of Simon's, and then Phil's is a 5.6 litre.
Yep. There's, I'm not sure that there's a whole lot of horsepower difference, but it's just the fact that Simon Elliott is the ZR. I was trying to.
Well, the weight difference would be enough to make it super competitive against Phil anyway.
Yeah, the MGB in that RV8 bodywork, it harks away from the classic-looking MG as our race leader comes to the straight. Checkered flag is ready again for Phil Chester. Car number 1 takes P1 in race 2 for the weekend here. The Victorian Trophy Tour, round 2, 888 home loans. Calder Rock and Revived. The MG Racing goes to Phil Chester, and a massive gap. Gary Bulmer takes a checkered flag as he is just trickling to the line in position number 12. This great battle has raged all on. What happened there in the end? Jefferson John Cox 4th, Bollerbrecht and Siama, and it is so close that the timing hasn't given me what the gap there is. 0.07. 0.07 for Siama, and Bollerbrecht over Siama, but that's how they raced all race long. They get home in 5th and 6th. David Bajan home in 7th. Naam Aleph has had some great motorsport bang for his buck over the last couple of weeks, and enjoying Calder Park.
There's the old grandstand, Darren. Some memories on those red seats, that's for sure, with the drags and watching everyone scream when someone blows the turbo. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone in it. No one's allowed to go in it. It needs some safety work done or not done.
Richard Bollerbrecht, John Makem home in rounding out our 10. Shirley St John Cox drove nicely from 14th up to position number 10. And then we go Gary Bulmer, who just made it home there. Here it is. Chester, Elliott, Trathen make up the podium, and a massive gap between Phil Chester and Simon Elliott. Simon certainly will want to draw that back in this afternoon's race for the MGs. Jefferson John Cox, Tony Bollerbrecht, Danny Siama, David Bajan, Naam Aleph, Richard Bollerbrecht, John Makem in the 10 in the Bennett Signs entry, Shirley St John Cox, Gary Bulmer, Ewan Gilles, Matty Chester in the F, James Dodd, Kayleen Littlechester in the number 71, home in 16th, and Chris Gidney at the moment didn't make it to the finish. And actually our timesheet is showing that Kayleen didn't as well, so she must have got to the line there. There's Chris Gidney parked up in the number 19. That's a shame as Simon Elliott just navigates around here. He finally came to a halt there. MGs are on again this afternoon at 1:40, and the car's lining up behind Chris. Haven't realised that he's broken down, so doing the right thing there. Got to return to the pits in the order you finished there. So that is race 2 for the day, and I wonder, I'll pose the question, and you can go and ask the man himself. Does Phil Chester have the broom out ready for his clean sweep this weekend?
I was actually looking for the broom because there's so much pickup out with it parked. I don't know. I'm certainly not going to listen to him the next time I go and have a chat with him in the pits about the race order. Give
you another story.
Bum steer.
We'll take a quick break here. We've got plenty of racing still to come. Coming your way next to the big bangers, the Sports Sedans, Formula 4 V after that, Formula Ford, improved production at 11:55, and the 944 Porsches will be out on track at 12:20. Quick break, back with Sports Sedans.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 home loan finance broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now. You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Sports sedans on the marshalling area. There's Damien Johnson in one of my favourite racing cars. The number 19 Tirana down there, and Damo is set. Got his dad at the driver's door. Big shaka there from Damo. Give it everything, Damo. Go out and get him. There he is, giving us the thumbs up. Thanks to seeing Damien. He'll be starting out of position number 7 for this sports sedan race. The ProWire Automotive Electrics entry there of Nathan Baines. There's Rand McGlurkin Sr. in the Corvette. He'll be out of position number 5. I'm Darren Smith. I've been joined by Matt Dunlop for race number 2 for the sports sedans for the weekend.
Great to be in the comms box, Daz. What a sensational day we've got here at Calder Park. The sun is shining. It's been a ripping weekend all around in terms of the weather, and you just can't ask for better conditions. And it's fast conditions as well, isn't it?
It is, and well, it'll be interesting as the day grows on. It's not that hot yet, but as the day goes on, the track will heat up, and I would suggest that might start to affect some lap times. It's not going to affect this guy in car number 28, who will be starting at a pole position. Took his first win yesterday in sports sedans in that turbocharged FC RX7 as he drives out onto the pit lane now. So not a rotary, a turbocharged 4-cylinder Honda. Of course, we had Brett Dickey up here yesterday who was cheering on the like-minded car. Sadly, we don't have Brett racing this weekend, and we don't have Graham Gilliland after a terminal failure in practice on Friday. So interestingly enough, we do have an orange Mazda out there, and that is also not a rotary powered car. That is an LS powered car. Matt Doulis, who's joined the Victorian Sports Sedan ranks. Let's have a look at the grid as they make their way down into turn number 1 for this second race for the weekend. It will be Jeremy Davison out of pole position, right alongside Dean Cam. I don't think there's anyone more winning in Victorian sports sedans than Dean Cam as he motors on around. He'll be starting out of P2, an unfamiliar place for him, although the front row of the grid is his happy home as far as that's concerned. It's been great to see Gary Roberts twiddling the spanners down there as well, keeping himself fit on the tools with Dean Cam, and of course Cam McKinnon, the man himself from 888 Home Loans, making sure that Dean gets all the right information right throughout the race. Francois Habib has also joined us here today, although he's not putting the helmet on this weekend. Be great to see when Francois gets back out on track and goes racing again. So second row of the grid, Aidan Munger in that Nissan, and he's got that brand new donk on board there as well. Sorry, Matt Thulis, then it was Rand McGlurkin, Nathan Baines, Damien Johnson in the magnificent Tirana, Warren Clellan in the Mark cars, Damien Johnson has said that, David Short, Tegan Collins, and Darden Brown, who had issues yesterday and is not taking to the grid. So it'll be Tegan Collins in that black RX-7 with the Toyota V8 power in front of her.
Lots of V8s going to be thundering down this main straight here very, very shortly in the second of the 3 sports sedan races that we have here at Calder Park for Calder Park Rock and Revived. It's been a fantastic round so far, a lot of action, a lot of good times last night as well at the concert, and we've got another warm-up lap to come because it is such a short circuit here at Calder Park, so getting as much temperature into these tyres as they possibly can before they thunder down to turn 1 for the first time and try and manage the cars over those bumps on the brakes there.
Dean Cam now just doing that surging on and off the accelerator, surging backwards and forwards. Matt Thulis starting to weave around a little bit there. A very experienced driver coach, racer at the in production cars, 2018 Class C production champion. He's won BMW championships, and he's finding his way into this floor pan type of RX-8 with an LS power plant and a very big heavy manual gearbox at in the centre of the car there as well for Matt Thulis. Really good to see Matt in this field, getting this car, Tim Meaden owned outfit, and they are putting together a very, very tidy package indeed, and Matt really wrestling the car. He's carrying that car on his shoulders into 4th place yesterday. You'd have to suggest with the 2 cars behind him may have a little bit more horsepower, certainly a whole lot more sports sedan about them, but Matt, a very, very skilled racer and driver as well, spends most of his time during the week at the racetrack giving driver coaching, doing some stunt driving as well. Has done some monster truck driving also, Matt, so a man of many talents in the automotive realm. Dean Cam now drawing alongside Jeremy Davidson, the car number 66, the big Chevy Corvette, knows how to win races, but Jeremy Davidson, what a welcome. First place he took yesterday. He's got the wick turned up on the Honda turbocharger as they come onto the straight this time around. Dean needs to check back to allow Jeremy to bring the field down. And he's gone. Not sure what was going on there, but certainly Jeremy Davidson puts the pedal down as well. Matt Tools and Brandon Lucan just getting gazumped there. Nathan Baines comes charging on through, and he'll be in the mix there. And just watching Aidan Munger in the 75, that car looks magnificent as well. Damien Johnson alongside Warren there as well. And there's a couple of generations between those 2 cars.
100%. They're all nice and tidy through the first few corners, but here's one of the big challenges of this Calder Park race over the sports sedan, going over Jane Hill and just getting the car really light. You can see David Shaw's Falcon, just how much that front end comes off the ground there. It's a really delicate balancing act as you go over there, making sure that you're not losing too much wheel spin, not losing too much time, and just keeping the car on the straight and narrow as you come out of that left-right chicane.
Down into the S's for these guys. The opening lap, Jeremy Davidson has got himself a nice clear air gap over Dean Cam as they come across the line, and it is a 2.1 second gap. Dean is absolutely rattling his way through the gearbox of the Corvette. Warren Cleland now, and David Shaw just getting a little bit loose coming onto the straight there. A very difficult corner, that right-hander coming onto the straight here at Calder Park. I'm pretty sure that there's not too many people that will put their hand up and say, I've absolutely mastered that corner. It can be a tricky one. And when you've got a bit of traffic around you, Tegan Collins all on her own. Loops it. Absolutely went around. That was a strange occurrence of itself. McGlurkin Sr. has pulled off there as well. I wonder if something has happened to the Corvette and there's maybe something on the track down there. Yeah, there's the Corvette just around turn 1, and I wonder if it was Tegan arriving maybe on some fluid or something that has come out of the Corvette. Yeah,
it almost looked like the rear's just locked up or the car behaved in that way, but it was such a strange incident, as you mentioned there. But Tegan is still circulating. Let's see how this field goes as they thunder down the main straight for the second time. 59.783 for Davidson as he crosses the stripe there to start lap 3. as they all jump on the anchors here into turn 1, you can see just how bumpy that surface is on the way in and how important it is to keep the car stable as they go through this corner. And it doesn't, I can't really see anything clearly on the track there at turn 1. They've all sort of gotten through fairly cleanly so far. We've got the number 45 of Matt Thulis on screen right now in that RX-8 that he mentioned, that big heavy manual gearbox. He'll be having a hell of a time trying to navigate around here. But yes, as he mentioned, the safety car is out. Almost certainly because of McLaughlин's Corvette stranded on the outside of turn 1.
The other thing I'm seeing at the start and finish line is a time penalty at number 66 next to it. That's Dean Cam. I would suggest that's probably the way the start was executed. That will be. So I would suggest a 5-second time penalty for Dean Cam. But they're going to go full safety car to collect that car. Well, I guess the interesting thing for us watching on at the moment, Matt, is that the turbocharged car. Here's a replay of Tegan. Yeah, that was strange. You can't actually see anything. Doesn't look like there's anything shiny on the track there. There was, for no reason in particular, she spun around there. And it looked like she had eyes for the corner. So, yeah, I can only suggest that maybe it was a compression lockup there. But maybe there's that little bit of dark. Maybe there is a little bit of fluid there that's sprayed. Right where Tegan was going. There's a bit of a white line that designates the end of the straight there that comes out halfway across the track. Just after that, there's a bit of a shadow. So we won't know until after the race exactly what has occurred. Rand Senior is out of the car, and that's sad to see that car parked up like that. Rand's been doing a ripping job during yesterday's races, hands on hips, a little bit annoyed with what's going on.
Yeah, all we can really do is stand there and just give the double teapot pose as you watch the field roll past and knowing that you can't do anything about it. But I've noticed as we were looking at the end of the track there, so let's have a look. Yeah, the thing just gave up the ghost on the exit of turn 1, and there was nothing left in that car whatsoever, so just a sudden power loss, I'm sure. And
no smoke?
No, none at all. So maybe an electrical issue of some sort.
Yeah, so... no smoke there, so yeah, maybe there was an oil down, but yeah, just look the way Tegan lost it. It looked like there was something not quite right. More about the track than about her. Safety car has caught up the field. A big thanks to Racer Industries for their support in providing our safety car here this week. And at round 2 of the Trophy Tour Victoria, 888 Home Loans, Calder, Rock and Revived. 888 Home Loans been big supporters of the Victorian scene for quite some time now. Jump on the phone, jump on the internet, whatever you do, get in touch with 888 Home Loans. Give your current situation a health check. Get them to help you out. Step them through a better home loan package. Inevitably, there's a better home loan package out there. Get Cam McKinnon and his team on the job at 888 Home Loans. Or if you're going for your first ever home loan, speak to some people that genuinely care about your situation, your life goals, and they'll take that into consideration and get you the best home loan package you could possibly have out there. They are great supporters of our sport. We owe them a debt of gratitude. Next time you're looking to do something with your home loan, make sure 888 Home Loans are the people to speak to. How good's this shot right into the cabin with Dean Cam? Can't quite see him tucked right back in behind that B pillar there, but good shots right up close on the side of what is one of the winningest sports sedans in Victorian motorsport history.
I tell you what, if he does have a time penalty coming his way, which he does, we don't know how long it is at this stage, but we reckon probably about 5 seconds or so, he's going to want this safety car to wrap up as soon as possible because he needs to build a gap if he wants to get any sort of a decent finishing position, because it'll be a minimum of 5 seconds that's going to get slapped on his name, we assume. And if so,
if he finishes, they all finish in exactly the position they are in now, it'll relegate him back to 8th.
Yeah, exactly. So he'll be really keen for a lot of green flag running to just spread this field out a bit. And we do want to give a massive shout out to all of our hardworking officials and volunteers. You can see the flag marshals on screen there who are helping keep these drivers aware of what's going on as these cars are being recovered. And it's one of the best seats in the house to be an official here at Motorsport, and motorsport.org.au/officials is where to go if you want to get involved and get yourself trackside, waving a flag, helping out race control, the medical team as well, the fire rescue team, everyone who comes together to get these events going and to help us go racing. It's so valuable that they donate a lot of their time because we could not do it without them, Daz.
McGlurkin Senior now into a safe zone. Let's see, hopefully we'll see the lights go out on the safety car and it is extracted. Yes, they're out. So we will get ready to go racing again. Dean Cam needs to draw right up onto the back of Jeremy Davison. And then Aidan Munger. Great to see Aidan in the 3. And he's doing a terrific job. So he will range up. No, the safety car will continue on again. I thought I saw the lights go out. There must be something else around the track. Interesting enough, that shot of the flaggies, what they were doing there was obviously the SC board is for someone's been a silly person, safety car, and they continue on. But see the yellow flags, that is the caution flag, we're well aware of that. But the flag point down at exit of turn 2 was a white flag. That is a slow moving vehicle in the zone beyond that flag, which was the recovery car for the McGlurkin Trans Am Corvette, which we can actually see is now right back up into pit lane, almost back up to where we are now. So they'll be able to start work on that car because the next sports sedan race is at 2:10 this afternoon. So they've got a good opportunity to work on that car, see what the issue is and get it right. Time is ticking here at the moment. We've got 8 laps remaining for the sports sedans, and they are just motoring around. Dean Cam has got himself focused right on the back of the bandit security car of Jeremy Davison, and right behind him he's got to be very careful because Aidan Munger is in the 75, is showing a really good flash of speed this year. Car looks great, doesn't it? That black, or that, I don't know, it's almost like a charcoal grey with the yellow, the big yellow, almost looks like a handlebars moustache on it, doesn't it?
It's a sensational looking car, that Nissan Silvia, and it's so good to see it and hear it thundering around these racetracks. We do have the safety car lights out. The safety car has peeled away, so Jeremy Davidson in that 2-litre Honda powered RX-7 is taking control of the field, and Dean Cam is basically latched onto his toe ball there, trying to get as good a launch as possible as they go green here at Calder Park once more to start lap 7. We're about halfway through this sports sedan race, so still plenty of action to come as they thunder down the main straight once again for this race restart. Jeremy Davidson has a great gap to Dean Cam, who's also putting a lot of space between himself and Nathan Baines behind him in that number 42 car. So Dean Cam will be wanting to keep those good times rolling, and doesn't look like there's any fluid down at the entrance to turn 1, so that'll be very, very handy for these drivers to put a lot of faith in the tyres and the cars as they jump on the brakes for this first time, and everyone through there nice and clean. This is a great scrap that we're seeing here. Sorry, this is Nathan Baines battling with Matthew Thewlis over the James Hill now for a great battle here. There's lots of awesome racing all the way up and down this sports sedan field, isn't there?
There certainly is. Matt Thewlis just losing out a little bit in that power down area. This car's pretty much new to the track, so they've got a bit of a development phase with that car. Here comes Damien Johnson. You'd have to suggest if there was anything left to develop on this car, it was probably a decade or so ago when he won the national championship in the Category 2. Damien Johnson was immense on the national scene during the Carrick Sports Sedan era, and I think 2 to 3 years in a row won the national Category 2, which meant it was under 6 litre. So it is a normally aspirated Holden bottom end with a Falcon or a Ford head on it. So inline 6-cylinder, and just sounds magnificent. Warren Clellan just in front. It's almost like the new and the old of sports sedans right there, the Mark car and this magnificent looking Johnson Tirana. We get back to this one with Nathan Baines and Matt Thewlis. As the twisty bit of the track, and once they get into the wide open throttle bit, we can just see that Nathan Baines is able to ease away. Jeremy Davison now got 2-second lead over Dean Cam. Dean wants to see the number between him and Aidan Munger out over 5 seconds. 4.4 seconds last time around. Cam punching it out on the straight. And what is the gap back to Munger? 6.4. So Dean will hold on to P2 in this one, if it is a 5-second penalty.
Great move there from Thewlis as well, who slots into 4th position ahead of Nathan Baines through that last corner that we were talking about. Such a tricky turn to get right, but got the move done just like in the first apex of that last turn. So awesome move there, and he's already put a couple of car lengths behind him in front of Nathan Baines too. And now we go back to this battle here between Johnson and Clellan for P6 on the road. So Johnson was leading across the stripe, but Clellan was able to brain him down the main straight and take the lead back into turn 1.
Ooh, look at this. Damo, he's getting racy. That's a nice move there. At the bottom of the back straight, goes through on the 30s. At the top of the back straight before Jane Hill. The Tirana climbs the hill and goes over. Lunges down and up the back straight now.
That almost looked too easy. I don't know if it's just a stark difference between these two cars, but the number 33 is still rolling around here, Cleland's machine, so we'll see how it tracks as it comes around these last two corners.
Almost like a missed gear or maybe a missed select or something there for Warren. He's not a guy that makes a lot of mistakes. He's been doing it for quite a long time now. He's had this car for a couple of years. And, almost like it maybe missed the throttle, didn't quite get on it quick enough there, but Damien Johnson jagged out, under brakes into turn 3, the jag right and then left over the hill, and he had that pass done, and Damo's got himself a pretty handy gap of about 2 seconds there. So pressing on, here comes David Shaw in the Falcon, and Tegan Collins in the RX-7, just in the mirrors of this blue Falcon. Big bonnet vents to get all that heat out of this number 94, the truck ride entry for Shore Fix Engineering. Really snappy looking livery on this car. It does attract your eye. The chrome type of sign riding truck ride on the side of this car.
It's been a mainstay of sports sedans here in Victoria for quite a long time, that number 94 Falcon, and it's great to keep seeing it in action as it goes across the curbs in the flip-flop. Also great to see Tegan Collins still out on track, albeit in 9th position, but when you have a moment like that on the brakes into turn 1 at that sort of speed, it's always almost miraculous if you're not hitting a fence or having an absolute train wreck. So Tegan will be a little bit on edge after that one, but she's still circulating, and we go back to the lead of the race here. Jeremy Davidson, the only driver so far in this race to lap under 60 seconds with a 59.7 being his quickest lap of the race so far. So that Honda-engined RX-7, I should say, is flying around Calder Park.
He's absolutely got it hooked up. He's asked all the right questions of just about anyone over the last 18 months to 2 years. He's supported Cadell Ambrose in his plight to join the category and his racing career as well. So a guy that is a bit of a benefactor to the sport as well. And he gets the checkered flag, 2 from 2. What a watershed weekend it has been for Jeremy Davidson and the Bandit Security RX-7. Dean Cam ultimately home in P2 for 5-star fencing. And it is a 6-second gap back to Aidan Munger. We think Dean Cam might have a 5-second time penalty. The 42 charges to the line. Aidan Munger home in 3rd place. What a great run there for Aidan in that car. He's worked very, very hard. In fact, that car has had a transformation and looks $1 million. Featured in our broadcast at Sandown. Matty Thulis, another terrific drive. In fact, this is a really good race for the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship, the Advanced Car Carriers Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Matt Thulis into position 4, Nathan Baines into 5, Damien Johnson being cheered on by everyone all the way home into position number 6. Warren Cleland in the marked car, then it's David Shaw in the Falcon, and Tegan Collins gets the RX-7 home for position number 9.
Confirmation of those results. Jeremy Davidson keeps the good times rolling with 2 wins from 2 races in sports sedans here at 888 Home Loans Rock and Revives Calder Park. Dean Cam brings it home in 2nd position with Aidan Munger in 3rd there. Just over 5 seconds behind Team Cam, so that hopefully may mean for Dean's sake that he doesn't lose a position, but we'll see how that washes out. Matt Thulis and Nathan Baines in 4th and 5th ahead of Damien Johnson in the Tirana, Warren Cleland in the Mark Mazda, and then David Shaw and Tegan Collins, the last of the finishers. Rand McClurkin did not finish the race, and unfortunately Darden Brown did not start, but we're looking forward to seeing these sports sedans back out on track later this afternoon at 2:10 p.m. But Daz, before then, we've got Formula V's coming up, as we can see on screen, getting ready to go, and so much more action.
Couple of wily competitors from the sports sedan paddock, Graham Gilliland, Francois Habib and Chaz Talbot, all just telling war stories down there at the moment, what they would have done, how they would have run it. Unfortunately, Graham Gilliland couldn't take any further part after he had a catastrophic failure in practice on Friday. Francois Habib should be out there racing, but he's in the grandstand chatting with a couple of the competitors there, and Chaz Talbot trying to hide behind a Lotus Formula One hat at the moment there. So Chaz, a Formula 5000 competitor from the 70s and sports sedans ever since then. So great to see the Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedans have their second race. Jeremy Davison is setting the standard very, very high at Calder Park here this weekend. Can't wait to see the Sports Sedans again a little bit later on. We'll take a break before we see Formula V's into Formula Fords and improved production straight after that. Back in a moment.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now. You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to the second round of the Victorian Trophy Tour. It's the Calder Revived event. And, of course, we revived Calder Park yesterday evening with a great concert over there at the Thunderdome, with thanks to not only the hard-working volunteers who make these events possible, but also to 888 Home Loans. If it's something that you're looking at in the next little while, and with all the way that interest rates keep going up at the moment, 888 Home Loans is the place to go to have a chat about what your next mortgage looks like. Doesn't matter whether you're buying, whether you're refinancing, or whether you're selling up and moving on. It is the place that you would like to be going to get your home loan healthcare checkup. So my name's Steve DeVries. We are staring at the Formula V grid sitting in the marshalling area, just waiting to go out onto the Calder Park circuit. A little bit warmer this morning than it was yesterday. And right alongside me to talk all things Formula V is Tom Reed. Tom, we had an absolutely cracking race out in front yesterday between three drivers. The top two in the championship, Andre Curran, Nash Quiddington, went toe-to-toe, but they had someone else for company, which they probably weren't expecting to have for most of the race yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Steve. Good morning, everyone at home watching it on Blendline TV and the people here at the track. Yeah, we had Blake Purvis join us pretty much for the first time in that top three battle, and he did a tremendous job ultimately to finish P2, but I think you might have a story around that car.
Yeah, sadly for him, after such a mature drive yesterday afternoon, the standard post-race checks unfortunately were not in his favour. He was a little bit too low. Just turns out that just with the way that this circuit is, just with, you have to prepare the cars absolutely meticulously to make sure they meet the minimum ride height checks, and he was just out by a couple of millimetres, which is, it's 40 millimetres, believe it or not, is what the minimum clearance is that you have to clear by in a Formula V. He was a little bit too low, and as per the rules, that does mean that you lose your finishing position and you need to start rear of grid. So look out for that Joust Raceway number 6, because he's going to be coming through from the rear of the grid in this morning's second race. For him, that is his detriment is the benefit for Campbell, because it actually gave Campbell his first ever top 3 finish. He went along very, very quietly there with Malachi Windsor in tow yesterday. They came across the road 4th and 5th, and they're going to now start 3rd and 4th after the disqualification yesterday for Blake Purvis. We're not too far from getting underway here. The grid now starting to roll out onto the circuit. There's about 3 rows in the marshalling area. About the first 11 cars is on the left-hand side. There's the next 11 cars in the middle, and then another row for a further 11 cars on the right-hand side. We've got 16 of them here this weekend, led out into the beautiful sunshine here by the 2024 champion in the number 12 there, with Ash Quiddington right behind him, the reigning champion, the number 1, Andre Curran, right alongside him, starting on the front row. So that's how your front row will look. Right behind them, as we said, Campbell and Malachi Windsor. Everybody who finished yesterday has obviously been elevated 1 spot by virtue of the DQ for Blake Purvis, so that elevates Bell and Windsor to the 2nd row. Brock Hamilton and Nathan Jones to 5th and 6th. Grant Kelly and Darren Power up to 7th and 8th. And then behind them, it's Jason Kay and Mick Fisher starting 9th and 10th. So there is your top 8 that we've just been through there. And over the page we go, Jason Kay and Mick Fisher, Declan Collison, Rob Vile, Charlie Richardson, Ivan Vitti and Ken Morrison. And as we said there, the number 6 off the rear of the grid this morning.
Yeah, definitely look for Blake Purvis in car 6, the Joust Raceway Sabre 02. He'll be looking to make as many positions as possible in this morning's race, because ultimately we know he's got the pace to run with the top 3, and if he can get into the top 5, which I don't think is any stretch for him in this race, he'll be right there for the final race coming up later this afternoon, around about 2:35, give or take there. So definitely keep an eye on car 6, and we'll keep you informed as the race goes on.
Certainly will. He's going to be starting in behind this car here, the number 10 of Ken Morrison. It's in his first competitive weekend hit out for Formula V. Been going along quite nicely. Had a good battle, unsighted for most of it yesterday, with the number 84 there of Ivan Vitti. So the Gerbert and the Spectre, albeit down the field, but both very, very respectfully giving each other some space. And when the leaders came along, they got a little bit scared, I think, because they're normally meant to hold their line, and it was almost like the Red Seas parted. One went left and one went right, and the leaders went straight through the middle. Yeah,
big moment yesterday, but they all worked it out, and in the end it was Quiddington, Curran and Blake Purvis doing the best job of splitting the slower traffic. Green flag at the back of the field. We're set for a start here for race 2.
Well, we had 14 laps yesterday in the 20-minute hit-out. Let's see if we get a similar amount of laps today. It's a little bit hotter, so we think that the circuit temperature is going to be up a little bit compared to yesterday, and that will mean that it might be a little bit slower lap time. That's what the usual run is. It means that if the circuit temperature is hot, that it takes a little bit more effort to get maximum lap time out of all the cars for the categories here this weekend. Into turn 1 we go for the first time. Green wheels of Malachi Windsor through up into third place ahead of Campbell. So he's had a much better start compared to yesterday when he was a bit tardy away off the line. Likewise, Darren Power. He's actually had quite a strong start there as well, and has overtaken Grant Kelly in the process. So that moves him up 1 spot into 6th place, ahead of the number 93 Stinger, and then Mick Fisher and Rob Vile right behind them as we go through the flip-flop for the final time. You just pointed out there, just in the back, and we saw it just there in the back a shot. It looks like Ivan Vitti's number 84 might have come to a stop on the front straight.
Yeah, I saw his hand up on the run into turn 1. Actually, I was looking ahead of him at Blake Purvis, who'd already made 4 spots up by the time they got to the control line.
Yep.
So a super start for the car 6 Joust Raceway, and that is Ivan Vitti, I believe. That is on the run into turn 1.
It is.
No yellow flags as of yet, as we can see. The car's crossing the line for the first time, just under 14 minutes remaining on the clock.
Yeah, they're trying to see if we can recover the car under double-waved yellows without having to go full safety car. They're well off the circuit to the left-hand side. Actually, double-waved yellows, just as we were mentioning there, so that means no passing down here into turn number 1. On the other side of turn 1, you will see there'll be a green flag, and then that will allow them to go back to racing speed. In fact, they've actually, looks like they've recovered the number 84, which is great to see. So good work from the park recovery teams down there, getting that done lickety-split, and we're back to green flag running again.
There's so much runoff down into turn 1 that he was able to go pretty much where the drag cars used to do their turnaround. Exactly
and then,
right.
Yeah, and then back on the return road. Distant shot.
Yeah, good awareness there for Vidi to get out of the road and let this race press on. Just having a look at the front here, car 12 leading the way, Ashley Quiddington, a former series champion, fending off Andre Curran, and then Malachi Windsor is just behind these guys, looking to latch on to a 3-car breakaway at the front.
Have a look how much road they used on the way out of the final corner as well, turn 9 and 10. They're using all that little bit of the concrete apron there as well. Maximum real estate, maximum speed, trying to pick up the throttle as early as possible and really drive down this front straight, because the draft is so critical going down this big long chute into the heavy braking zone at turn number 1. And under the bumps, if you stay to the left-hand side of the circuit there, you can see how the suspension has to work absolutely overtime to maintain the balance of these Formula V cars. It's a little bit not so bumpy in the middle of the circuit, which is where a lot of drivers will run if they're running on their own. But you want the racing line at as many times as you possibly can, because you get that maximum turn in for turn number 1. You need it to be able to carry that momentum through the corner. So if you're too narrow for the corner, you can't carry as much speed, or if you do try and carry the same amount of speed, you end up washing wide.
Yeah, I noticed that on that time around. I noticed the front 2 or front 3 guys were sort of taking it as a blatant apex. They weren't putting that inside of the curb, and they were compromising their entry speed to get their maximum exit speed out onto the short sharp 2-3 chicane.
Solid move there for Brock Hamilton on the number 4 at Campbell, turn number 6. He's got that move completed. Up to 4th place he goes. He's another one that's looking to try and latch on to this leading group of 3 cars at the moment and really challenge for a win. He was in the thick of the fight at Sandown, really in contention, along with Grant Kelly in the early going before the left trailing arm failure that happened on the number 93, which took him out for the second half of the weekend. And likewise with Ash Clifford, who's not racing this weekend. The 4 of them, or the 5 of them, were in the thick of the battle for the wins and the podium positions at Sandown. And it makes us think that there might be a couple of winners to add to the tally across the course of the season this year if things go their way. And Hamilton's actually just noticed he's lost that spot to Bell going down the front chute to turn number 1. They're not too far behind this leading group of 3. They're still sort of maintaining some touch. And here goes Hamilton again down to turn number 6.
Yeah, big move from car 11, gets the job done there for position number 4, but that of course will mean he's vulnerable as we go onto the seriously long front straight here at Calder Raceway, equivalent to the Sandown front straight in length, and that means the slipstream is incredibly powerful. We will see that this time round with the 4 there. Cameron Bell latched onto the back of Brock Hamilton up the road. Is that 3-car breakaway for the front. Whittington leading over the stripe by just under 0.2 of a second there.
Certainly is. It's very close out in front, half a second covering the top 3 cars as they all pour through the shot there. That's the whole entire field from first right down to 16th. Grant Kelly there's latched onto the back of Nathan Jones in the number 30. There's Darren Power. He had a good settle as Rob Vile runs a little bit too deep in the braking zone there. And in fact, Mick Fisher in that last few moments as well has gotten past Darren Power as well. So 2 chasers now up and over the hill, heading down towards the very, very quick turn 4 and 5. Just need to take a small amount of curb, just a fraction. You just want to kiss those little apexes there. You don't want to take too much of them, because if you do, you'll upset that car and you'll send it flying off to the right-hand side of the circuit, like we saw a few drivers do yesterday.
So the top 8 all on screen, on my timing screen here, setting 1 minute 9s, and then you go to Darren Power and Mick Fisher in the 1 minute 10 bracket, but only just. So the front 8 guys are right on it, and that time around, Andre Curran set the fastest lap with the big toe down the front straight, the only driver in the 1 minute 8 that time around. Blake Purvis setting his lap time of a 1 minute 9.1, which has been consistent over the last few laps.
Purvis is not too far of latching onto the back of Grant Kelly in the number 93, and then Jones, who's just fractionally ahead of him in the number 30 as well. So good progress from the rear of the field for the number 6. He's just a few seconds up the road from this battle here, which is Declan Collison in the B&D Cabinets, number 31 there, with right behind him Jason Kay, the 81. That's one of the Acura cars, the 3 of them that are here this weekend. Charlie Richardson, the number 16, right behind him. We go up and over Mount Jane yet again. So down the hill on the other side of Mount Jane, there goes this leading group of cars here from 9th on down. This was effectively a conga line yesterday, wasn't it? There was about 6 or 7 of these cars were all in a row, and they couldn't be separated for the whole entire race. And that's what looks like it's happening here. Again, just trying to work out who they are missing from that group from last time. Yes, Rob Vile was the other one that was in that group, and of course that mistake at turn number 1 has taken him out of this group. He's about 3 seconds or so behind them.
Yeah, so big mistake, saw him drop a number of positions, and now the battle back at the front on your shot here, live feed on Blendline TV. Kieran goes a little deep, but somehow manages to hold on to that race lead. Whittington couldn't quite get through, but I don't think it really matters at this point yet. We've still got just under 8 minutes to go, and it's plenty of laps left in this journey.
Absolutely. So it's not all about the opening sort of 12 or so laps. That's just about making sure you've got a car that's straight, that's functioning well, and put you in position to have a go over the closing 2 or 3 laps. That's where you really want to start to make your moves. So I'm actually liking what Malachi's doing at the moment in that leading group. He's just been quite content to sit there and just wait and see and bide his time. This group that we've had on screen for a little while now, headed by Darren Power. Collison's just moved up 1 spot in all of that. And Vile, I think, is starting to just emerge into the back of shot here. Fisher down the inside of the number 31 Sabre. Good solid pass there at turn number 6 for him. Mick having a very, very good round at Sandown with a couple of excellent results. In fact, one of those results, he started 14th and he ended up finishing 7th in race number 1. So he was very, very pleased with that result. He's carrying over some good form and some good fights this weekend in the battle. There goes the top 3. Hamilton now back ahead of Campbell, and I think I saw in the background, I think that might have been Blake Purvis going for a move there on Nathan Jones, and in fact he's got it done. So good move just in the back of shot there in the braking zone. So he's made some remarkable progress from the rear of the grid, not too far off being off the back of Hamilton and Cameron Bell. Let's see what sort of pace this number 6 has got now that he's cleared a good chunk of the field. It gets a little bit more difficult from here.
Yeah, absolutely. He needs to get a few more spots here to at least be on the 2nd or 3rd row come this afternoon's race, and that'll give him a real big shot at it. He goes for a spin, an unusual error down there at the end of the back straight.
Yep, difficult moment there for the number 30 of Nathan Jones. He's spun off to the inside of the circuit on the driver's right, so he's going to rejoin actually sort of between this battle group and Rob Vile, so he's lost about 7 or 8 spots there. Very easy thing to do. We saw Mick Fisher do that in qualifying yesterday. It's one of those bumpy braking zones. You need to get the car settled, you need to get the car turned in, and because of the bumps, it does sort of tend to make the back end of the car step out a little bit, so you've got to be careful how much speed you carry through that corner. Just as a little bit too much there for Jones, and around he went.
And there goes Blake Purvis's drafting partner, so he's got to work all on his own now to get up inside the top 5. Cameron Bell just up the road from him there.
Yeah, so he's got about 2 seconds to find to reach the Hamilton and Bell battle. It's about 5 seconds or thereabouts behind this group. They haven't been able to make some inroads. Hamilton really hasn't been able to move away from Cameron Bell, who's doing a really good job to hang on to the back of the number 11 and stay solid in 5th place there. We'll wait and see how they go if they end up with some company. And a red flag and an incident for Declan Collison. The B&D Cabinet's number 31 has come to a stop, and it's down at the bottom end of the circuit. It's down at turn number 1. It looks like something's actually been dislodged, or looks like it might be underneath that car.
Quite a big suspension damage on that car.
There's something, it's sitting at a really weird angle. I'm wondering if he's had a moment under the bumps and maybe has had some sort of an incident, some contact with the wall, because the car does not look like it's sitting in an appropriate state there. Let's have a look. So he was in this little battle here, and he's gone up and over the top up and over the top of Darren Power. That's quite a nasty incident. Very nearly a rollover, and very, very appropriate from the marshals have thrown the red flag with that one there. It's not often we see contact scenarios like that in Formula V. I'm wondering whether Collison has just been caught out a little bit in the braking zone there with the bumps. It is a bit of a bumpy approach into turn number 1 on that side of the circuit. It looks like he's a little bit winded, but he has walked away from the car, which is great to see. That was a scary moment there for the number 31 Sabre. And being a red flag, all the drivers have come back to pit lane. I don't think we will see this race restarted. They're taking everybody, I think, down to the end of the pit lane, just in case. But I would not be surprised to see this race not resume. Actually, just noticed there the number 22 of Matthew Ganji actually out and about there as well. We didn't see him yesterday, so I'm not quite sure what happened to that the 1200 there. I actually thought he may have withdrawn from the event, but he's actually out there and has just survived being lapped there by the race leaders as they're all going through the shot there. So and actually Darren Powell's got quite substantial damage on the left-hand side of his number 44 there as well. Look at the front wheels there. I think he went over the rear wheel, but some of the contact, I think, has put power off the road, and the nose cone's damaged there. There's also some, I think, a front H-beam and some suspension components there. Looks like they've become rather damaged, and it's because of where Power's come to rest that the red flag's been thrown. And he's having a look at that. I can see him there in the black race suit. He's having a look at the front of that car, and I think he's probably a little bit upset and disappointed with what he sees.
Yeah, that was a huge accident. Very lucky car 31 not to go rolling over there. He saw a big lick of flame as I suspect a fuel line or an oil line
there'll be a fuel
there.
leak or some sort. You did see there was quite a substantial fireball after that contact as well. So,
but good to see all drivers okay at the moment.
Yes, they've both been able to walk away.
Thing. Yeah.
So the order as it stands at the moment, and we believe that this may be how the race order ends, because we can see they're all coming back up the pit lane now, I think. Yes, they are. So I think this race will likely be declared as is. So based on that, the results will go back one lap, depending on where everybody was at the time. So the top three is, as we suspected, Quiddington, Kieran and Windsor. We're just not quite sure in what order yet. We're just waiting for our timing to refresh. And in fact, it looks like Andre Kieran was adjudged to be the person across the line before the red flag was thrown, as they obviously counted back one lap. And it would be Kieran, Quiddington and Windsor from Hamilton and Bell would be the top five. Jones would be sixth, ahead of Blake Purvis, Grant Kelly, and then Darren Power and Mick Fisher. Even though the red flag has caused them to have substantial damage, it is counted back one lap. That's where they were beforehand. And in actual fact, that's not such a bad result for Nathan Jones, because he had that spin and then rejoined the back of the group, and then it's counted back to the lap compared to where he was. So that's extremely fortunate for him.
It's unfortunate for Blake Purvis, because that unfortunately puts him back
on row 4
to the row. Row 4. So one row ahead. Row 3 would have been a slightly easier start from him. It's going to be a bit of work for him to catch up to that top 2-3 battle with Kieran, Quiddington, Windsor for the final race this afternoon. But I'm sure he's got the pace on board of that Sabre 02, the Joust Racewear machine, to do that.
He certainly does. So one race winner piece it will be between Quiddington and Kieran for the weekend so far. That will put them equal on points as per how the points regulations are written for the Victorian Trophy Tour. So that means the feature race this afternoon will be the one that decides who is the round winner overall for Formula V, as we're going to get the towies and the fireys out there. Just going to have a little bit of a delay here, I think, cleaning up before we go back to racing again. So after this, the next race up is going to be delayed probably a little bit, and that will be the Formula Fords, which I think are going to be racing on the short track.
Yeah,
from what I understand. So it's actually probably
not a delay.
Probably not. So it may not be a delay, actually, because you're right, because the cut-off for where the short track goes is about halfway down the front straight, so it's well out of the way there. But, of course, they've got to have the marshals and everybody in position to be able to run that particular race. So we'll wait and see what happens there. And then we've got improved production and the 944s to come before we have a quick little lunch break, and then we do it all again this afternoon. Next time we go racing, it is going to be at Winton on May 1st, 2nd and 3rd, which is a usual trip that we've been looking forward to for quite some time. There's going to be in the Formula V land. It's actually the first round of the Formula V Australian Series, so we're expecting some competitors from all different parts of the country, some maybe from New South Wales, Queensland. I know the WA contingent like to travel across in the V-Keeper and bring a couple of cars with them, so hopefully we'll look forward to seeing some very, very fast Vs coming from all different parts of the country to join the Victorians at Winton at the beginning of May.
And it's also the first time for the Trophy Tour. We've been there in a couple of years, I believe.
We've had a
couple 2024.
Yeah, we had it in the last couple of years. There was one year that it was missed, and I know a number of clubs went and did some racing at Winton when they did miss that one. But it's a trip that used to take place in June of all places, and it was quite wet and quite wild
miserable.
and cold and miserable. Exactly. So it's actually not a bad thing that it's been moved to May, because it's still on the fringes of autumn, so it's still quite, mild in some cases. You get a couple of early morning fog patches and things like that, but it clears and it actually leads to a much better weekend. It's actually been quite good up there. And then we go racing again after that at Sandown, August 7, 8 and 9, and then rounding out the Trophy Tour at Phillip Island on October 2nd, 3rd and 4th. We might leave it at that for the moment. We'll have a short break coming up here before we get ready for Formula Ford. But in the meantime, don't forget to get your home loan health check from 888 Home Loans. They're proud to be the inaugural series and primary sponsor of the Victorian State Race Series, which of course is now known as the Trophy Tour. As a trusted and fully licensed boutique mortgage brokerage, 888 Home Loans specialises in securing the most suitable lending solutions for their clients by comparing products from more than 70 lenders, and their expertise has already helped many Victorian State Race members save tens of thousands of dollars in mortgage repayments. They're also there to offer a wide range of clients, from the self-employed to PAYG borrowers to first home buyers, seasoned property investors and developers. Beyond home loan lending, 888 also regularly arranges commercial, business, motor vehicle and equipment finance. Victorian State Race members, along with their families and friends, can access 888 Home Loans professional services at no cost. Simply mention that you saw them and heard about them on the Victorian Trophy Tour or the Victorian State Race Series. Connect with 888 Home Loans. We're proud to have them on board here for the second round of the Victorian Trophy Tour, the Calder Revived event here at Calder Park Raceway. Back soon with more track action.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to Calder Park Raceway for Calder Rock and Revive, the second round of 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. We've got a little bit of a delay on track as we get a couple of things tidied up from an incident in the last Formula Vee race. It was a bit of a massive an incident that we saw there, but really great to see that everyone's okay, and a massive shout out to all of our hard-working officials to help, keep this race meeting moving and to make sure that everyone does so safe, with the flag marshals, the medics, the fireys, everyone who contributes and donates a lot of their time. We will have Formula Fords out on track very, very soon for their feature race here this morning at Calder Park, and we can't thank 888 Home Loans enough for their assistance. www.888capital.com.au is where you want to go, or give them a call on 1-800-188-00, or even send them an email, save@888capital.com.au. 888 Home Loans is a division of the 888 Capital Group, an ASIC authorised company corporate credit representative number 480213 of Brass Aggregation, Australian credit licence number 561247. My name is Matt Dunlop. Tom Reed is alongside me for the last of the three Formula Ford races this weekend. With a little bit of time to see, we've got Jet Lester on screen at the moment, the sole representative of the Duratec class here. It's been a bit of a lonely weekend for him in terms of on-track action, it's fair to say, Tom. But he'll be loving basically the extended track time here, treating this as a bit of a test and just a bit of a test session for that car, given that he is new to it this year in Formula Ford, and he's not going to say no to a clean sweep of race wins at the same time, is he?
No, absolutely not. He's the only Duratec class car, so perhaps getting a little bit of testing in for some Formula Ford action that's supposed to be coming up later on in the year on the short track. Marcus Ambrose's AASA Championship. They're going strength to strength with taking over the reins of the National Formula Ford series there under a different operating body. But yeah, he's obviously been the class of the field there in the 77 KDL Group McGale SJ12A. So those cars being sort of recycled through the years. Some notable drivers driving McGales onto many championship victories, and also Andrew Torty there in the field, Richard Davison and Mark Zellner, 3 cars with a fair bit of history. I mentioned yesterday that Mark Zellner's McGale was steeped in a fair bit of history, and that was Luke Youlden's championship winning car back in the day. I believe that was the 2000 Australian Formula Ford championship winning car. Jamie Whincup drove that car back in 2001 and then sold it to move on to Sonic Motor Racing Championship services, where he won the 2002 Australian Formula Ford Championship. So a car with a fair bit of history, starting the career of Jamie Whincup there. He sort of needs no introduction at all.
Certainly doesn't. Whincup by name, Whincup by nature, is a multiple champion of V8 Supercars and the Supercars Championship.
Wow, look at the damage on car 31 at Declan Collison. He went for a huge moment in the Formula Vee race there into turn 1. Very lucky not to roll that car. You can perhaps see a couple of scuff marks on the roll hoop there as it slid along the track. He unfortunately tripped over the car, the green car 44 on shot, and it sort of sent him airborne. And of course, once you leave all 4 wheels off the deck in these cars, you have no control whatsoever. It ripped a couple of fuel or oil lines out of that car and burst into temporary flames, but he was all okay to get out of that car, which just shows the safety of these modern day Formula Vs. Both of those drivers A-OK.
Certainly one of the most dramatic incidents that I've seen at a racetrack in quite some time, and yeah, thank goodness both drivers are A-OK, got out of the cars under their own steam with no issue there whatsoever. So that's the most important thing. It's never great to see banged up race cars on the back of the truck, but the thing is that race cars are replaceable and drivers are not. So any day that we can get, even if we do have an incident, and Kev the Toby there bringing those cars back on the track as we mentioned, but even if you do have a stack, as long as you get home in one piece, that's the main thing. But and yeah, as mentioned, we cannot thank all of our hard-working officials and volunteers enough for all the assistance they give us to make these events as safe as they are, because motorsport is intrinsically a pretty dangerous thing, as we all know, and a lot of work needs to go into making sure it is as safe as it possibly can be. So we can't thank them enough, and because of their hard work and everyone else here at Calder Park Raceway who's been able to get this track tidied up, we're now ready to roll for Formula Ford, the feature race 3 here at Rock and Revive Calder Park. So the cars are peeling out on track now. Let's have a quick look through this grid. It is going to be Jet Lester, that sole Duratec machine, starting on pole position with a couple of rows of buffer behind him to the Kent class machinery about to come into shot of Andrew Torty and Richard Davison, with Mark Zellner bringing up the rear in cars 55, 40 and 36 respectively. You did touch on that history of these cars a bit earlier, and that one on the screen there, the number 40, is a car that we've seen campaigning in the Victorian Championship a lot over the last few years, and it has some really, really rich history behind it. It's been driven by Richard's sons, Alex and Will, of course, championship winning car under the steerage of Garth Tanner as well, and being presented in its period livery, it's always a joy to see that car tearing around the track. Yeah, it's presented in a beautiful Wins livery there, the livery back in the day. Andrew Torty goes for a moment on the warm-up lap. That's a bit unusual to see, but gathers it all up. And I just heard a bit of a crack and pop from one of these cars, so perhaps still an ongoing issue with one of them. I spoke to Mark Zellner for quite a while at the end of yesterday, and he just said he's quite uncomfortable in that car. He's a very tall man and has no seat so that he can fit with the required head to roll hoop height, and it's just a bumpy circuit, so it doesn't really match well for him in that McGale, unfortunately. So he's just running around there securing points. The worst he can do in class is P3, running on the podium. So at the end of the day, he's bagging a handful of points, and that keeps him in that championship fight all the way to the end of the year. Green flag at the back of the field, 4 cars to take the start of the final Formula Ford race here at Calder Revive. Jet Lester, the sole Duratec car, like he touched on, gets away, and he will drive off into the distance. Richard Davison with a better start out of the Kent cars. He will look to cover on the run into turn 1 and reclaims that race lead from pole position he took earlier on in Saturday morning. That's what Richard Davison's been looking for all weekend. He's been having some great battles with Andrew Torty, and they'll be going all the way using every single inch of the racetrack to try and get these cars as much momentum as possible. Andrew Torty has a great run out of turn 1 there, and he's going to jump on the brakes as they use the short circuit here into the S's and take that lead in the Kent class back once more, but Richard Davison is not going to give this one up without a fight.
Well, unfortunately, I think Richard's almost got one hand tied behind his back here. They have not been able to solve that electrical trend that's just been plaguing that car since the end of last year. It's they swapped motors in between, put the motor that was in that car into his black RF89 that was run at the Penrite 100 just last weekend, where his son Alex Davison took qualifying and all 3 race victories in a dominant display, and they put the spare motor into that car, which is still equally as good, but for some reason there seems to be an electrical gremlin plaguing the performance of that car, unfortunately for Richard Davison. So that's going to allow Andrew Torty to skip away to the race lead like we saw yesterday.
So as they cross the stripe for the first time on this shortened variant of the Calder Park Raceway, Jet Lester leads the way with Andrew Torty on screen, currently sitting second outright, but leading the Kent class ahead of Richard Davison and Mark Zellner, both of who fell into the clutches of Jet Lester, who was able to lap them within that 15-minute race time, or even 10 minutes effectively of on-track racing, as it includes the outlap on the warm-up at the start of the race. So Jet Lester, his main priority here is just track time, I would imagine, surely just getting as much time as he can as possible. Richard Davison's priority, on the other hand, is getting as much momentum out of turn 1 as possible, trying to extract every last tenth out of that number 40 Van Diemen.
He used a lot of that curb, which would typically be the apex of turn 5, albeit the exit of turn 1 here on the short track, as we delete the bottom end of the circuit and turn it what is normally a 10-corner track into a 6-corner track, albeit with a couple of non-existent corners that we just have a number against. But yeah, using a lot of that tall exit curve, which you don't really want to do too much. If you upset those left sides and put them over the ripple strip, it will turn into a canoe very quickly.
Yeah, that last corner that you just touched on there, having it's 2 corners technically by the paper because it's a bit of a double apex, but you treat it as a single corner. And as we touched on earlier in the support sedans, myself and Darren Smith, it is a really difficult corner to nail down properly, because you've got, as with a lot of this part of the Calder Park circuit, you've got a few bumps, but you've also got a big surface change as you come onto the main straight there, because you're taking you're coming off the pavement. We'll have a look here as Mark Zellner goes through the final corner. There's the first apex, turn 5, and then turn 6 onto that drag strip launch spot. So you're not right where the drag cars are launching, because there's a bit of runoff further back, but you're going from tarmac to concrete, and it's pretty slippery at the start until you hit that rubber, and it's just very, very changeable while you've got that left-hand side loaded up coming onto the straight. So it's a really, really tricky corner.
Yeah, we've been lucky with the weather as well, because if it rains and you end up on that concrete patch, it becomes, I've heard, incredibly slippery and dangerous. So yeah, lucky with the weather here at Calder, revived for the second round of the Vic Trophy Tour. Like we mentioned at the end of the Formula V racing just before with Steve DeFries, we moved to Winton for the third round in May. That's the 1st, 2nd and 3rd of May, so the opening weekend there. Expect to see hopefully some nice weather. We're not quite into the cold months just as of yet. We do move to Sandown for round number 4 the second weekend of August there, and that's when we start to get typically cold weather. And then the final round 5, always finishing off at Phillip Island, which is always a fantastic event, especially if Formula Ford goes there, because we always see some insane racing down the long front straight.
It's such a great track, is Phillip Island for Formula Ford. That fast and flying nature of it really lends itself well to these cars, and it's so important to nail the draft down the main straight as well, as it is here at Calder with such a big drag strip that they run down. But at Phillip Island, when you're launching into a really fast right-hander as well, just flowing the car and nailing your lines is crucial here. Jet Lester still really leading the way, copping a little bit of airtime off the turn 5 curb there, the Queenslander. So really giving it everything here. Best lap so far of 42.24, so a couple of seconds off what he was able to do in qualifying yesterday morning, but I don't think he's in a hurry to be cracking any lap records anytime soon around this short Calder Park circuit. Main priority for him is just getting that car back home in one piece, because he'll be using that to campaign throughout the high-tech Oil Super Series as well for AASA. So he's got a lot of Formula Ford racing on his plate this year, and is definitely a driver you want to keep an eye on as he goes about his business, the young Queenslander. Bit of a gap behind him as well to Andrew Tordy, which has opened up 11.8 seconds last time around. As he crosses the stripe, it's going to be a bit longer as well, 13 seconds, which is just mostly down to the golfing performance between the Duratec class cars and these Kent class machines. But take nothing away from these Kent class cars. They are still bringing the action every time they come out to the track. And we often get to see some really ripping battles between these front runners, Richard Davis and Andrew Tordy as well. Not the field that we were hoping for this weekend, unfortunately, but definitely keep your eyes out for the rest of the Victorian Trophy Tour season to see these cars in action again at Winton, Sandown and Phillip Island, as you touched on, Tom. Yeah, we should see a number of more competitors at third round, at Winton, a more traditional Formula Ford circuit. We haven't raced at Calder Park since February 2nd, 2008, which was the last competitive Formula Ford race. That was known as the Victorian Motor Racing Championship back then. And a guy by the name of Luke Ellery coming home in third place, who now actually runs the car of Richard Davison here, running second in class. Another name on that list, Nick McBride, who a lot of Australian motor racing fans may know, competing in Porsche Carrera Cup and Super 2 back in the early 2010s through to 2020, and now competing in the GT4, Monochrome GT4 Australia Championship in a GR Supra, GT4 Supra. So it'll be interesting to see those guys next weekend at Phillip Island for their first round, see how McBride does in a Xedra Motorsport prepared Supra. Davison still on shot there, working the wheel through turn number 1 onto the back straight. Just, I think, going to bring it home nice and gently here in second place. He knows he doesn't have the car at the moment to take it to Andrew Tordy, your race leader. Still those gremlins probably plaguing him a little bit with corner exit speed and just allowing the spectrum of Andrew Tordy to skip away in the distance. Same said for Mark Zellner, quite uncomfortable with that car. He's actually chafing up against the seat there with his shoulders, not running a seat insert basically because he can't. He's that tall of a person where he has to sit low enough in that car, and he said it's just really uncomfortable around the bumps here at Calder. Yeah, it's definitely not ideal if you're hopping those bumps a lot, because you can just see on shot how much bumps are affecting here. Richard Davison doesn't seem to come on too much because he's nailing those curbs on the exit of turn 1. And if anyone knows these bumps, it's Richard Davison. He's been racing here for 50 years. His debut race here, he was telling us yesterday, was all the way back in 1976. So he's been tearing around this. Try and make him feel too old. Well, he still drives. He doesn't drive like his age would suggest, because he's still... No, that's age is just a number. The car doesn't know how old the person sitting in it is. So. And he's still loving it. Every time he comes out, he's genuinely really enjoying the opportunity to keep driving this car, and it's so good to always see him, one of the friendliest blokes in the paddock as well. He competed in his Rolt RT4 back when Bob Jane would bring out the names of Roberto Moreno, who won 3 times here. Alain Prost also won in that field. Keke Rosberg, Francois Hesnault, Andre de Cesaris, Jacques Lafitte, Nelson Piquet, just some stacked names back in the day. It's almost like bringing Piastri, Verstappen, Norris out these days and getting them to run around the short 1 mile circuit at Calder. Just imagine how insane that would be, in the crowd it would draw on the hill. It would have been absolutely insane. We're having a look at Mark Zellner on screen now as we're talking about just how much he's feeling the bumps. You can just see how much his helmet bounces around in the bumpy sections, particularly keep an eye on the exit of the S's here. So remember, this driver has a no seat insert just to try and get himself as low in the car as possible. And geez, he'd be really feeling it. So I wouldn't be shocked if a big part of the reason why he's just keeping a bit of a gap to Davison is just to get the thing home and just... Well, and the worst he can do is third place, so he's still going to bring home a handful of points, and there's of course only 3 Kent cars here this weekend, so everyone else that's not running this weekend is barely going to be within a chance there to take home any more points, as Matt Dunlop departs the commentary box and heads down to the victory lane to grab some interviews from these drivers. Of course, this is the feature race of Formula Ford here. 1 minute to go on the clock. Jet Lester in car 77, the KDL property group. Miguel, the only Duratec in the field, just hanging it sideways out of the final corner. Should perhaps come across the line with 2 or 3 laps remaining here. Past the 888 Home Loans speed shot down on the run into turn 1 shortly after that. Jumps on the brakes, down a couple of gears through
turn number 1. A little bit of camber to help the driver get through here, back out onto the short, sharp back straight, using a little bit of the exit curve there as he goes past the flip-flop. Darren Smith has joined me for the last couple of laps of Formula Ford action here. We've got 30 seconds left on the clock to go. Still Jet Lester, of course, leading by 25 seconds there.
Handy lead to Jet. What is interesting is the Ken engine battle as well there. Mark Zellner sort of trucking around on his own there in 4th place. So, well, at least the good thing about this weekend for Formula Ford, Tom, is that 75% of the field will get a podium.
So if you're running second, you're either in the top 50% or the bottom 50%, but you're always going to run on the podium no matter where you are. It's a bit unfortunate we haven't got as many entries as we'd like, but that's just the way it is sometimes with motorsport. Of course, it's very expensive.
And things like that certainly does.
A lot of racing this year.
Yep. And it is a track steeped in open wheeler history here. The Australian Grand Prix was run here for 5 years in a row. And we saw Roberto Moreno for at large won those races, but certainly Alan Jones, Picker, Berger Lane, Cross, Jacques Lafitte, all of those names were running around this particular racetrack and in the Grand Prix trim before it went to the World Championship Grand Prix in Adelaide for 10 years, and after that residing at Calder Park, not too far away from here. But this is some good practice. If nothing else, these drivers are getting some laps in. You know, Richard Davison always loves to bring a car to a racetrack and have a bit of a go, represent not only himself but his family race team, and keep the Elleries busy with the preparation of his car around the field.
And they certainly are busy. They've been competing at the Penrite 100 Classic last weekend. They're at Calder this weekend, and then they're down at Phillip for the first round of the Monochrome GT4 Australia Championship. Checker flag being waved to Jet Lester there in car 77. He picks up 3 from 3 victories in the Duratec class, the sole Duratec here this weekend. Coming across the line will be Mark Zellner next, albeit a lap down there. And Andrew Tordy in car 55 will pick up the win in his Spectrum from Brett Francis racing out of the final corner.
Running well there. That's a good bit of practice for Andrew Tordy and Mark Zellner as well. That car, of course, has got some history behind it as well. Mark picked up that car and put that red and black livery on it with the Revolution race car livery, looking nice there out on track. Cars continue to come to the line. That'll be Richard Davison and our final finisher for this one, and that has been that's the last race for the weekend for the Formula Fords. We wave hooroo to the Formula Fords until we get to the next round, which will be Winton, May 1, 2 and 3. Looking forward to round 3 of the Trophy Tour Victoria, and then round 4, of course, Sandown, August 7, 8 and 9, and the grand final, I was going to say the Grand Prix, the grand final at Phillip Island, October 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, looking forward to the final 3 rounds of the championship, 5 rounds here in the Vic Trophy Tour. This round, of course, Calder Revive presented by 888 Home Loans. I believe we are going to throw down to Matt Dunlop in Victory Lane in just a moment as these Formula Fords make their way back to the paddock, and he should be interviewing the almost the top 4 drivers here, every car out on the field.
So Jet Lester's made his way into the paddock now, and the other cars just trickling around, slowing down, cooling down their cars. Mark Zellner making his way down the lane now as well in the number 36. And car looks fantastic, as Mark's cars have all over the years. I remember fondly Mark's Beetle. He raced. It had a sunroof and a 2-litre engine, and it was rapid. And he loved that car. I think he's still got that Beetle with the
the Fun Cup car.
No. This is a proper Beetle from a long time ago. Yeah, he's raced the Fun Cup cars as well with that crew. But we are waiting just now to hear from the winners, the improved production cars. They are lined up in the marshalling area. We can see Andrew Butcher's car and Luke Gretsch-Gumbo. Of course, some of the other competitors there. Looking forward to seeing how they go as we get Matt Dunlop down in pit lane.
Thank you very much, Darren Smith. I'm down here in pit lane with the Formula Ford winning drivers who are just getting out of their cars now, just cooling down. after a great run in the sun here at Calder Park to finish the feature race, race 3 here at Calder Park, Rock and Revived. And just behind me, we see Jet Lester jumping out of that number 77 Duratec McGale machine after what has been a fantastic weekend. Jet, come on down. Let's have a quick chat about the race. Grab yourself a hat there, chuck that on your noggin. You've deserved it, mate. It's a bit of a tricky a weekend, I suppose, when you're the only Duratec car on track, but you've got some great running under your belt in this machine, and you can't be too disappointed either with a clean sweep under your belt.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good, to be honest. I know there's not many Duratecs here this weekend, but it's good to get some practice in before we come back here for the national round later on in the year.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got obviously quite a bit of running to come this season as well in the AASA series. How's it feeling for you so far coming down to Victoria? Obviously, it's quite a big trek for you as a Queenslander.
Yeah, no, it's good. I mean, we had the first round of the national Formula Ford series last weekend at the Bend. That was a good weekend. Had a bit of up and downs, but good to get the first one out of the way and looking forward to the next one coming up in Sydney.
Looking forward to it, mate. All the best. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
And looking forward to seeing you on track a lot more in future.
Cheers. Thank you.
Jet Lester, the round winner here of the Formula Fords in the Duratec class. And we've got a few more drivers coming down here as well. Mark Zellner, third position outright overall, I should say, in the Kent class. He's had a great run as well. And we've just got a couple of other drivers who will be coming down here to have a chat shortly after a lot of great Kent running here in the Formula Fords. Been a bit of an interesting weekend, hasn't it, here for the Formula Fords in terms of not a huge field, but still a lot of racing action and not necessarily a new challenge, but a bit of an unexpected challenge with the short circuit here at Calder Park. How did you find it?
Yeah, it is a bit of a challenge, and it was good to have something different to try for a change. I have raced short track here before, not in a Formula Ford, so yeah, it was interesting to do. It's a bit busy. Unfortunately for me, a bit lonely. I don't quite have the pace of the two guys in front, and we lost a couple other competitors in the lead up. But look, it was great racing. It was good to get around. It's good for the state series to try something different. It was a fantastic day. Brilliant. It's great to chat to you, Mark, and all the best when we see you later on in the Trophy Tour as well. Thanks so much. Go sit down now, go and relax, and you've earned it, mate. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you so much. One more driver we'll have a chat to, Andrew Torty as well, who has been the winner of the Kent class here, second outright as well. Andrew, great battle that you had in race 1 yesterday with Richard Davison, and a lot more gap behind you, so really, really good weekend from a Kent Championship points perspective.
Yeah, thanks, mate. It was pretty good. I think Richard had some unlucky engine problems this weekend, to be fair, but we tried our best and did a good job.
And as I was saying to Mark just before, it's a bit of a fresh challenge that you might be used to, the Calder Park, but it's not something that the Formula Fords have really touched for quite some time. How did you find it around the short circuit?
Oh, I actually quite like the track. I've done a bit of testing here on long track before, and I actually quite like the place, and it's a good track. I think a few people might have the wrong opinion about the place. It's actually a really good venue, and got some good history, so it's a good track to race at.
Great stuff, mate. Congratulations again on a great round win in the Kent class. We're looking forward to seeing you later on throughout the series.
Cheers. Thank you.
That's it for Formula Ford. Richard Davison as well. Massive congratulations for second outright in the Kent class. And now we go back upstairs for improved production.
We certainly do go back upstairs for improved production. Thank you, Matt Dunlop, because here they come out of pit lane. Very, very nicely timed there with the Formula Ford interviews. Myself, Steve DeVries, jumping in here for this one. Right alongside me is Scott McLean, who joined me at Sandown for the Sunday races as well. Great to have you back aboard, Scott.
Thanks, Steve. Really looking forward to it. What a beautiful day here in Melbourne to race hard here in the northern suburbs. Local track for me, really, in theory.
Well, very close by, isn't it?
It's as close as they can get, so I'm very jealous I'm not out there with them.
Well, how close are you compared to this man in the blue Civic here, Paul Javots? Because he's literally, you could throw a stone and hit his house from
I
here.
think his garage is in pit lane, so I think he might win that one. But that's okay. That's okay. And he's driven here a couple of times, even historically, which is a little bit of an advantage. But I think he's got some challenges today, though, from what I get.
He certainly does. Let's have a look at how the grid shapes up. So Luke Gretschkumbo and Andrew Butcher on the front row of the grid there. A General's men versus the BMW from Germany. Then Danny Timewell and Ian McLennan right behind them. Jamie Augustine in fifth. Callum Jensen in the Peugeot, the first of the under 2 litre cars, have been going really, really well across the opening 2 rounds of the Victorian Trophy Tour so far. Chris Bodale had a nice run yesterday in his EA Falcon, and Scott Appledore in the Hyundai Elantra starting there in 8th. Jacob Wolf, the Nissan Pulsar there in 9th place. He picked up 2 spots yesterday, and Paul Javots, we just mentioned there, starting in 10th. Matt Lestrange in his BMW with Taylor Allen, the first of the under 1600 class cars here this weekend, the little Honda Civic. Leading the next one, Michael Hopp, and then a plethora of Hyundai XLs in there as well, with Noah Ellsworthy, Jaden Hamilton, Carly Fleming there in 16th. And then we've got over the page Leo Fielding, Travis Mitchie, Peter Fleming, Daniel Harvey, and Lachlan Norton. So all those cars there, right, that we just mentioned, right through from Noah Ellsworthy all the way back to the back of the grid there, some 8 or 9 Hyundai XLs, which is a great field to have. It's been one of these classes in improved production. It's been growing, hasn't it? This under 1600 class. The numbers have been swelling. Oh, absolutely. Great class. Everyone can get in and have a go. And what a baptism of fire yesterday, seeing 250 k's an hour closing in on you, 100k difference. But didn't they do an amazing job? I was really impressed with that. Yeah. And obviously didn't hold up the leaders too much. But they're lining up now. And certainly, geez, the tension. That BMW, Andrew Butcher, what's he thinking right now, you reckon? Well, I think he's thinking long term. That's the thing, because you look at what happened yesterday when Luke sort of got a little bit slower toward the end of the race. The BMW really came on strong right at the end of the race. They're setting the fastest lap of the race within the last 2 laps. So let's see how things go over the long-term race, not the short-term race. The short-term part of the race is getting off the line. And it looks like Danny Timewell's done the best job of that from the second row of the grid. Jamie Augustine had a decent launch. There goes the Timewell Spent Commodore roaring past the BMW. Ooh. Covers into turn number 1. Bit of a lock-up there for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo going into turn 1. And they're all very, very narrow, and there's a very good reason for that. There's actually 2 good reasons for that. One, it's very, very bumpy on the left-hand side of the circuit. And number 2, there's a little bit of speedy dry down there cleaning up after the Formula V accident. I'll actually say, I'd pay attention to the cars coming out of their turn 1 and see the bumps. You'll see which cars are a bit more stiffly sprung. They're going to shake their dentures out big time today. But you watch a car that's actually got softer setup like the BMW. It just drives on like he's got a BMW 7 Series, the way he does it. And so he's a lot calmer under the braking, which gives you good confidence to get on the throttle a little bit earlier than some of these bigger cars that are heavy and really having a tough time of it at the moment. As evidenced right there, Andrew Butcher goes right back through on Danny Timewell at turn number 6. We saw a couple of other positions being exchanged there in the opening lap. It looked like Michael Hopp had managed to get back past Taylor Allen. That was a great battle yesterday. Likewise, we saw the Jacob Wolf making up a spot there on Scott Appledore in the Hyundai Elantra. So already a couple of under 2 litre cars in the 2 different categories there making some moves. And this time around, Timewell not able to reel in the BMW Butcher, but I'll tell you what, McLennan really did reel in the number 11 there on the approach to turn number 1. Had a little bit of a go, couldn't quite make it work, having another go here at turn number 2 and 3, can't find a way through. Can I just say, this is the battle to watch here. Danny and Ian, their tyres are about the same. They've both pushed them to high heaven and raced probably at times they didn't need to. So they really believe this is their main race. And here's Jamie Augustine, who thinks, I'm in this. I'll watch them play, fight, maybe get a bit too loose, and he'll try and pick his pieces. Even though he hasn't got the straight line speed, he's got the corner speed and the exit speed. So I think there's a real good race to see here. I think there will be too. I was talking to Jamie Augustine this morning, and he mentioned they were having a little bit of brake drama yesterday. They ran off the road late in the day and dropped a little bit of position to Danny and to Ian. But he was sort of just going to take it easy these first couple of laps and just make sure that he had the right bit of equipment underneath him, that there wasn't a long pedal or any of that sort of nature going on, and then he was going to have another crack and see if he could catch up to the 2 in front and see what he could do. I can tell you who is not waiting around and having a crack. Look at Butcher. He loves that corner now. It's his little favourite corner. Watch him launch out of here. And now this is where Luke's got to think, how do I play this now? Do I just be thereabouts and see if I can have a last-minute crack a little bit later, and see if Butch actually drives too hard, gets too excited? Or, there you go. Okay, so he wants to race him all the way through, which is great for us. But it will be interesting to see if Butch contain his energy, contain his adrenaline. This is no good. What's happened here? Yep, this is not good. So Ian McLennan, I think he's come out of, is that out of Mount Jane? I think it is, yes, and down through toward the flip-flop. And he's actually on the driver's left, going down toward the flip-flop. So there might be a local yellow there. They might be content to leave that car there if they think it's in a safe position. If he's able to get out of the car and indicate to the marshals that he's okay, then they might be content to leave that, just leave it under a yellow flag for a lap or 2, just so everybody knows what's going on. Butcher darts to the inside, covers the line there, turns in really early for turn number 1. I'll tell you what, they'll get over the top of Mount Jane here and they'll get a bit of a surprise when they see the stricken Pro Cup Monaro off to the left.
Well, this will affect the championship as well, won't it? So Luke will just tone it down and think, okay, well, I'll take the points, even though he wants his mate to be out there. But this will be interesting. Andrew's got to drive maturely here. Getting his wheels up on the flip-flop says he wants to have a real crack at this, which is great for us.
Yep, certainly is. Now, we're not sure what happened to Luke in yesterday afternoon's first race, but he did get out to quite a healthy lead, and then it just sort of started to be eroded gently as they were going through the traffic, and Butcher's got a much kinder run through some of the traffic. They were passing a lot of these drivers here in the under 1600s here, the XL. So you've got the number 40 here, the Le Mans go-kart entry there. I think going around the inside there. And then right behind him there, that's the number 40 there of Noah Ellsworthy, as Darren mentioned yesterday, son of one of very famous engine builder, James Ellsworthy.
And the Jaden Hamilton there, it looked like something was flapping around underneath the car as well. So it'll be interesting what that is. Could be a little bit of air ducting or anything like that. Doesn't look anything too dramatic. It's not slowing him down. But they're having a great race, aren't they? Look at them. They're looking at their options, late braking, who's up for it, who's being conservative. But yeah, it's fantastic. A really good race here.
Certainly is. Travis Mitchell's tucked in behind the number 43 here as well, looking for a way past. He's been in the category for a little while now. I think it's coming up to around about 12 months since he started there. You can see the XL sort of just dancing there on the bumps as you try and get the front wheel drive power down, and the car doesn't want to agree. You've got to bring that power on nice and slowly, because not only is this front wheel's got to do the turning in a Hyundai XL, they've got to do the acceleration as well, and the majority of the braking force going through it as well.
This is where you see the real race drivers, because the best race drivers are smooth. And nothing teaches that more than the XLs. If you're smooth, both with your gear changes and your braking, saw a little lock up there with the 40, which means he's trying. But obviously, I think is it Hamilton there behind him? He'll see that, as will Mitchie, and go, okay, he's pushing his tyre. He could be getting a little bit of a flat spot. He might be vulnerable very shortly. So we'll see how interested they get here. Maybe let's see in the flip-flop how hard they push it through here, because they probably can straight line it comfortably here.
Yep, actually being quite respectful of the curves, actually. Not going super aggressive like we've seen the Commodores and the BMW or Butcher going through there, with getting two left-hand side and two right-hand side tyres up in the air. Almost actually took it like the Formula Vs have been taking it, where you just want to kiss just a little bit of that ripple strip on either side, just at the point where it starts to crown up from the road and become the ripple strip. As Butcher surges through. Where was he in all of this? Didn't see him 20 seconds ago. He has surged into contention here, and I'll tell you what, that traffic has fallen almost perfectly for him. It's actually fallen pretty well for Travis Mitchie as well. That actually opened the door for the 717 to potentially take a spot over here against Hamilton.
Well, this is a great thing about Calder here on the main straight. Look at that. They are too wide from coming onto the straight all the way through. Plenty of room for the faster car to still go around the outside, which is fantastic.
And time well for next one to come along the scene here as well. So Mitchie will hopefully get this move done before the number 11 arrives at turn number 1, and he has done so. So that will make Danny's life a little bit easier when they come out of turn number 1, 2 and 3 and up and over the hill. He should be able to get past these two cars while they are line astern.
Did you see how much Mitchie was bouncing there too?
Oh yeah.
If you got your visor up and haven't got it down, it'll be bouncing that hard. It could fall down whether you like it or not.
Well, let's talk about some of this with the suspension side of things, because a few drivers have mentioned some of these lighter cars, yes, you can put a bit more spring rate into them because they're so light you can actually corner a little bit faster, whereas the heavier cars, it takes a lot longer for the weight to transfer left to right laterally.
No, absolutely. And this is where you've got to do a bit of a trade-off and trial and error, especially with a practice day, or even coming up to quali, because you're going to go, where are we going to get our speed from, or where are we going to get our overtake opportunities to come from? Do we want to be stable going through the bumps so we're nice and ready for the break, get cleaner braking, so you get a really smooth exit out? And you can see the BMW Butch, that's what he's done. And look at the difference. He can make up a gap quickly, put it on, and do the overtakes comfortably, where some of the others, well, we just saw the XLs must be pretty firm there, because they're bouncing all over the place, and that's not good. On the steering wheel moves, you don't want it to move, you want it to be stable, so it can throw you off a little bit as well.
Certainly does. Here comes Callum Jensen in the Peugeot, just in the back of shot there. We saw him closing in on a couple of the XLs. Likewise, this battle here, this is a great exchange between the 64 here of Jacob Wolf in the Nissan and Scott Appledore in the Lantra. And a little bit of a lock up there for the Pulsar going into the corner just as the pit lane entry point comes in there. If he could hold that a bit longer, he actually would have gone into the pit lane entry.
Now, this is a great battle, but wanting to see how this goes. I love that look and the livery of the Nissan there, which is fantastic. But they're very evenly matched in two different ways. The Nissan will have the horsepower here, but you watch the Hyundai here under braking and even the exit. You watch, you'll gain a bit closer. Oh, he's got to
put the battle on hold for
Butcher,
a minute here.
Butcher's come past, let him through. But look, here he goes, ducks up the inside. So Scott Apple doing a great job there, putting the pressure on when he needs to. It'll let the Nissan know, I'm not mucking around here, I'll take my spot where it is. And he'll find out where the weaknesses are and try and pounce on him if he can.
Yeah, that was an opportunity there for Appledore while Wolf went wide in through the speedy dry at turn number 1. He just couldn't quite take advantage of it, and Jacob was able to get back down to the racing line as quickly as he possibly could to head off in the attack here. And this is a little bit of an awkward situation for Luke Gretsch-Cumbo as he goes past the lap traffic there. Had to pull out of that one a little bit late. You can see Jacob was just sort of moving back across to the racing line there, and then he realised a much faster car was coming through. And one of the things that we talk about in improved production racing is you've got to be predictable. When you're being a lap traffic, you stick to your line. It's almost got to treat it like a World Endurance Championship, which is what happens. The faster car has the responsibility to overtake and get the overtake done safely. So it's best that you just stick to your traditional racing lines. You don't make any sudden moves.
That's right. It was really smart racing by Jacob. I really love it when I see a race driver really take that smart edge. So he blocked Scott Appledore there in the right way, allowed enough room for Gretsch to go past safely, which he did, and he locked Scott in there. So he did that really well so they can continue the racing coming out the corner. Did it really well.
Hamilton's just losing a little bit of touch here with the back of Travis Mitchell, who's really started to get interested in the back of Noah Ellsworthy's number 40. Battle for 13th and 14th outright on the road. A bit further up the road from these two, you have got the Suzuki of Michael Hopp and the Honda Civic of Taylor Allen as the Peugeot Callum Jensen goes roaring past. Grabs a lot of them.
How good is this story? This out of Sebastian Loeb, I think this is the fastest Peugeot I've ever seen.
I think it is. It's been getting very, very quick over the last couple of rounds. They did have a bit of a rough run at the Nationals at Phillip Island late last year. Every time I go past it in the paddock, it's always up on the jack stand. They're always doing something with it. So they've obviously found whatever they need to do, and there's a routine procedure they're going through to prep it for every race. It seems to be working.
Well, I was a bit concerned after how quick I saw it yesterday. I got the guy who's in charge of the regulations with IPRA to go and have a look at the Peugeot, and he said, nothing to see here, it's totally fine. It might have happened to be the same person, but no, he's done a sensational job, and outside of brakes. Oh, Mitchie having a crack.
Yeah, had a bit of a crack and went a bit too wide. Tried to carry a bit too much speed around the outside of turn 6 to have a go at Ellsworthy in the 40, and he actually put 2 tyres in the dirt at the same time. So he's going to have to reset and go again, and that's actually allowed Hamilton to move a little bit closer here at the last couple of minutes or so. 3 minutes and a little bit left on the clock. We've already chalked up 10 laps. The race leader's about to chalk up their 11th lap. He's actually just negotiating some traffic about the top of the front straight, so he won't be too far from getting to the back of these XLs again. You might start to see him emerge in the back of the shot.
I think Hamilton's got to be getting a bit excited there. He knows these two are really going to play around here. He's seen him go off a little bit. Look at the bouncing. Watch here. What's this here?
Yep, just on the front there. Yeah, it's bouncing into turn number 1 and also under acceleration. Yep, late lock up there for Ellsworthy. He managed to hold off and long enough to avoid some contact with Travis Mitchell, but he's had to work really, really hard for those couple of positions there, Travis Mitchell.
Great racing though. Look, taking a little bit of curve there, which is great. They're on it. They look very smooth, which is great. But Hamilton, look, he's caught up here. So he's really in this with a shot. Pick his moment, pick his timing, especially while these two are racing so hard. Even looking at the inside, they're not necessarily getting the best exit, but showing his front of his car to the opponent to let him know I'm thinking about diving it, so he makes a mistake.
Yeah, he just moved across a little bit there just to discourage any dive from Ellsworthy down into turn number 6. They're now getting the blue flags because the race leader won't be too far away from putting them another lap down. Andrew Butcher holding a nice margin over Luke Gretsch-Cumbo at the moment. Big thank you, of course, to Improved Production Racing Association of Victoria's sponsors, the Pro Cut Tree Services, Kerrison Design and Mechanical Service, and then you've got Autosport and, of course, Bridgestone Australia for this year as well. So big thank you to all of them. We wouldn't be able to go racing without you.
Look at this. Luke's caught right on the back. Where that 4 seconds gap on for Butcher. Luke's caught up on the brakes. Is he picking his mark and thinking, I'm going to have a go now?
No, Butcher. I thought for a minute maybe Andrew Butcher might have just been waiting his time just to pick up an opportunity that was a little bit better to take advantage of the XLs and go past them. But unfortunately, something has gone wrong with the Epilepsy Foundation BMW, the number 59. After dominating this race so far, he pulls to the infield, so he's the next over 2-litre victim to come to the side of the circuit. Thankfully, he's off the circuit, well out of the way, so we'll stay green. But what a disaster. What a shame.
I feel like I put the kiss of death on Butch. He won't even look at me now if I come and see after seeing that. And unfortunately, it's the same spot even last year, if I remember rightly, where he might have come off. So I hope whatever it is fixable in the short term so we can see him back, because it's his race. It's his race if he gets it all right and balanced. So hopefully it's not too over the top significant. But hell, Luke must be going, what do I do now? I've got this big gap, 17 seconds all the way back to Timewell. If I just take it easy, stretch it out, he'll have something left.
Yeah, he'll have someone on the radio telling him that he's got quite a healthy margin back to Danny, so he doesn't need to go at 10 tenths here. He can afford to bring it home, and the championship leader, as it stands right now, exiting Sandown, and he increased that advantage yesterday. He's actually going to increase it by a hell of a lot more this weekend as well, with his good mate Ian McLennan off to the left-hand side there, probably watching from behind the concrete barrier. That margin is going to grow quite substantially.
Oh, they're such good friends. I wouldn't be surprised if Mac is actually showing Luke what position he is in the race as each time he comes around, I reckon.
I'm wondering if Scott Appledore's got some sort of a drama he's nursing as well, because he's been overtaken by these 3 XLs. I didn't quite think that he was that far ahead of them, but he's slowing drastically as well. So Calder Park has been renowned for being a bit of a car breaker in the past, and it looks like that might be the case yet again. No,
absolutely. That's so disappointing. He's having such a good battle going on there with the Nissan as well. So, look, that's motorsport, and this track does kill cars. It happens all the time, and that's why this is a track to come to. You could be suddenly thinking you may be just outside the points, then suddenly you're in it very quickly, and you have a race where you don't expect to be on the podium.
Hamilton's having a go here at Noah Ellsworthy right around the outside of turn 1, but is Noah going to shut the door here? He very firmly shuts that door and gets in behind Travis Mitchell. In fact, he might turn a bit of defence into attack here. He was looking at the opportunity down at turn number 2. He couldn't find any room through there, so an opportunity very, very briefly presented itself, but it was very firmly and very quickly realised by Travis, and he shut that door in a hurry at turn 2 and 3.
No, Ellsworth, he's got the P plate on the back. How well is he driving, though? This is fantastic, proper racing, and Hamilton actually go, well, here we've got the checkered flag coming, so we've got the big Luke coming across the line. He'll be very grateful that he got the checkered flag after all that with Butch.
He will be very grateful for the win, but he'll be very, very disappointed as well that Andrew's off at the side of the circuit. He'll be the first one to admit that he didn't have a chance to race him fairly and squarely there all the way to the very end of the race. So he'll take the win, though. Danny Timewell will finish in second. The XL's here crossing the line, so Travis Mitchell will win that little battle there. You've got Peter Fleming right here with the number 24 of Lachlan Norton. This is going to go right down to the wire as well. Another great fight. Coming up to the last sequence of corners, I'm wondering if Peter's just going to be able to hold the advantage here, and he does. And they're going to come to the line behind the ailing Hyundai Elantra of Scott Appledore as well. I'll be interested to see what's happened to that machine there. It's definitely dropped a lot of pace.
It's good to see the Petley Automation XL there hold off a lot of pressure there from Norton. And Norton, how well he's racing?
He's doing really well. Extremely well. So Luke Gretsch-Gumbo wins it from Timewell and Augustine. Callum Jensen fourth outright after the rate of attrition for the Peugeot. Chris Bodale fifth. Jacob Wolf, Matt Lestrange, Paul Javots. Taylor Allen again managing to get the best of Michael Hopp there. We didn't see a lot of that battle for the win in the under 1600s, but it definitely went down to the wire there. We were keeping an eye on them through the commentary box window, and great to see she's taken another one there for 9th and 10th. But we're just looking to see where Scott Appledore, he was sitting there inside the top 10. He's sunk all the way down to 17th.
Wow,
so there he is.
Anything can happen.
It certainly can.
But there's some really good racing we saw today, didn't they? They really took their opportunities when they could. They raced hard, fair. A couple of cars have come off, so that's bringing others into it. 4th place for Callum Jensen.
That's insane. Insane to think an under 2-litre car has finished in 4th outright.
Told you, him, Sebastian Loeb, it's starting to look very close at who's the quickest Peugeot.
It certainly will. Well, there's your XL battle there as well in the under 1600s. Travis Mitchie with the effectively the win there in that little intra 1600 class battle. Great to have you on board, Scott. Thank you very much for your assistance for this one. We've got one more race in this morning's group of races to go. That's the Porsche 944 Challenge. And then we'll do it all again this afternoon with all the categories except for the Formula Fords having their feature race. So we'll have the Saloon cars, HQs, MG and Invited British sports cars, sports sedans, Formula V. Improved production will be back out at 3:05 and the Porsche 944 Challenge at 3:35. We'll see you then on the other side of this, the Porsche 944 Challenge.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 home loan finance broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to Blendline TV's broadcast of 888 Home Loans Calder Rock and Revived, round 2 of the 2026 Trophy Tour here at the historic Calder Park Raceway. We've had a great morning of action so far, and the good times are going to keep rolling on this afternoon with Porsche 944s about to come out on track for their second race of the weekend, and then you don't want to miss a moment of that. I'm slightly biased because having been the commentator for 944s for quite some time, I do think that they're quite enjoyable cars to see go around a track, and Darren Smith, who's been doing this for a lot longer than I have, tends to agree, I'd imagine.
Yes, mate. Over the last 3 or 4 seasons, actually probably 5 seasons, I've noticed that 944s have become an exceptional category to watch going racing, and watching them go about their thing. With Campbell, obviously the guy that tends to win a lot of them, but the story with Ads Brewer just, in the background, brewing away. I don't mean a pun by that, but that's sort of how it is. It's sort of ticking away. Jamie Westerway's won a championship in the last few years. Chris Lewis-Williams has as well. Adam Brewer, I've been saying for 3 years now, he's so very close to winning a championship, and he is. And I say that with absolute heartfelt encouragement because he has raced amazingly over the last few years. But there's just a couple of other competitors that just keep getting the win right when they need to. And it's generally later on in the season where the other guys just jag a win or two here and there. Campbell is, there's no doubt, a legend of this particular category. I remember when Kane Rose was doing this category back 20 years ago. Kane was in a similar position, all dominant in what he did. So, definitely looking forward to seeing the 944s. I'm going to step out because we've got one of the crew, PJ's, come along to call that with you again this afternoon with the Butcher's Diner 944 Challenge. But it's great to have the 944s here. As I said, they're fierce racers. They're good mates, which is always interesting because when they're racing, it's not like they're not. There's no holds barred type of thing out on track, but they keep it relatively clean. And the interesting thing about car one is that Campbell doesn't bother to paint over the tyre marks that he gets on the side of his car. He leaves them like a World War II Spitfire fighter. He leaves those marks on the side of the car. So I like that. Have a good call, Matt, and we'll got a whole afternoon still to head our way because Saloon cars will be the next cars on track. HQs, MGs, sports sedans, Formula V, improved production, and at the end of the day, the 944s will round out our program. So we'll be on track with the 944s in just a moment.
You'll have plenty of Darren Smith's dulcet tones to guide you through the rest of the day's action as well. But as we've touched on, 944 Challenge is gearing up for race 2. And Darren did mention that number 1 blue Cameron Bella machine. And PJ Grant joins me in the commentary box now. Great to have you on alongside PJ. But that car is not going to be taken to the track today.
Very sad to see, hear that news. But Thank you for the warm welcome. They did try Daryl Eastlake, but his phone rang out, so I'm the next best thing, I guess. So great to be here. Again, the weather, 25 degrees, only a 6 kilometre per hour wind westerly, so you can't really top that, can you?
It's about as good as a day as it gets for just getting out, copping a couple of rays and just having a great day outside like these folks are doing, sitting on the hill just behind the Thunderdome back straight, getting ready for some great action. There is that Thunderdome. It's a real time capsule of Australian motorsport, is this facility. A lot of the old original signage is there. It's really a hark back to the days gone by of NASCAR, OzCar thundering around here. World Touring Car Championship, even when they had their inaugural round back in 1987. This place really, really is steeped in history, and it's such a privilege that we get to keep racing here.
100%, Matt. I was out there only a couple of weeks ago on the Thunderdome, and I was out there driving the car and got out on the bank, and wow, it is steep. It's just, you look around at the old signs, all those old sponsors that have come and gone and are still existing, and, you know, Bob Jane, the history. It's so cool. It's just great to be here.
It certainly is. We're gearing up for race 2, as mentioned, of 944 Challenge, with Butcher's Diner bringing us the action there. Still a little bit of a delay here as we are getting a last-minute bit of clean-up. And as the wise Darryl Kerrigan used to say, power lines are a testament to man's ability to generate electricity. As we see over the skyline of Melbourne, not too far away from the CBD here in relative terms for racetracks, because it's quite hard to have a racetrack, a permanent facility like this, in close proximity to such a big town that Melbourne is. But it is
Matt,
a great location that we have here.
There. Matt, I'm seeing a red car out there. It is not the Auto Coupe number 84 that I steer. I think that's Campbella.
I think it is. We'll get confirmation of that once we're able to see these cars rolling out on track.
I can see that suit. He's out there.
Cameron Bella, while his number 1 machine wasn't able to take to the track, he has swapped into the number 22 machine. So that is a red car, which we have seen him campaign once or twice. Very, very infrequently in the 944 Challenge, but he's had to take to that machine because
when you break one, you've got a spare one in the garage. Away you go.
Certainly does, and they have a lot of cars at Bella Motorsport run in the 944 Challenge, so
they do. Very
fortunately he had a spare that he's able to take to, because haven't had a chance to have a chat to him this morning, but the word that I heard, there it is at the front, the number 22 machine. That is the steed that you will find Cameron Bella thrashing around this Calder Park racetrack in a desperate bid to get some points back in what has been a really, really unfortunate start to his 2026 season. The reigning champion, a podium, second place in the first race of the season, and no points since then. So he has got a long way to go to claw back some of those finishing positions, and hopefully his fortunes can start to turn this afternoon in the red number 22.
Now, Matt, I'm just going to throw it out there. That red paintwork does look rather sparkling. Do you think that's going to affect how he races the car? Because that other car that he has, I don't think there's a straight panel on it. And do you think that would change how you race? Do you think he's going to be a bit more conservative because he wants to mind the panels? Or do you think he's just going to go all out and dint those red pretty panels?
I think, personally speaking, I don't want to project this on the Cam. My personal vibe, and this is very easy for me to say as someone who has never owned a race car, let alone touched one, but I feel like
you've touched one.
I've definitely, had a look at one time to time, but never had the chance to actually thrash one around in anger. But I feel like it is a great looking car, but once you get the first dint, all those worries, I feel like, just fade a little bit because
100%.
You're not as protective. But
I was chatting to the guys in the pits last night. They weren't too happy that the points is, you could have a bad couple of races and the points just really drop you down the ladder. They did have a head gasket issue, and I know it's great to see Carter Fox back out there. I saw his father walking around with a distributor cap that had a big crack in it. So, testament to the Bellas for having so many championships behind them, because to come first you have to finish the race. Is that the saying? No, to finish first you have to finish. That's it.
That's spot on. And to hear that it's a distributor cap that was that's gone awry again.
Yeah, on Carter.
It's uncanny. That's exactly what happened at Sandown. They had a distributor cap crack as well. There might have been one or two other issues, but it was the similar thing. So if that's happened again, then that's a really, really odd reoccurrence of that issue.
Yep. Well, I saw his father with it in his hand. Maybe that was from last race. I don't know, but it's back out there. Mark Talbot's here had a suspension issue. He had a little pin at the bottom of the fabricated suspension arms that we use. That let go. And with these cars, they are 40 years old, thereabouts. So there's just a matter of time before something else breaks we do try to pull things apart at the end of a season and check for any cracks or bends or twists. So, but it is very hard. There's always something letting go. It is a race where you have to watch the attrition. We dropped, I think, 3 competitors yesterday that were all back out there, which is great. And, to summarise, we've had the Nordschleife 4-hour race on this weekend. We've had the Sebring 12-hour. Now we have the 944 Challenge at Calder Park, race 2. I'm excited.
I am excited. Big Kev is being channeled in this commentary box all weekend long because there's a lot of exciting action to come here, and these Porsche 944s are bound to put on a ripping show. They always do at every track they visit, whether it's around Victoria or the other locations they visit around Australia, and they're about to get underway here at Calder Park as they roll out of pit lane to get ready for race number 2. So those 3 cars you see there, the number 66 of Mark Torbets, the 7 of Carter Fox, and the 22 of Cameron Bella, will be starting rear of grid owing to the non-finishes in the last race. But we've got a great field rolling out now, and let's have a quick look through this grid for race 2. Porsche 944 Challenge presented by Butcher's Diner. Adam Brewer continuing his awesome start to season 2026. Starts on pole position with James Westaway, one of the quickest guys in a 944, next to him on the front row of the grid in second. Then we have Lyndon Watson, an awesome drive from him, starting from 5th, made his way down to 6th, but bounced right back up to 3rd in race 1. So he'll be starting at a 3rd in race 2, with Chris Lewis-Williams, a really wily veteran in these cars, next to him in 4th. Behind them, an awesome finish from Josh Brisbane puts him in 5th position for this race, next to Sam Rope, an equally really impressive result for Rope in the number 68. Michael Westaway and Manny Metzasama will round out the 4th row of the grid in 7th and 8th respectively, and then it is Tony Westaway in the number 20 Poolmaster Bayside machine you can see on screen, ahead of Andrew Goldman in the 333, Andrew Jones in the 33, and then behind them it will be Carter Fox and Mark Torbets as well, with Cameron Bella not showing up in our graphic there, but we've got him starting 12th next to Andrew Jones. So it'll be Cameron Bella, Carter Fox and Mark Torbets rounding out this 14-car grid.
Yesterday we saw some great battles, and I do want to shout out to the guys at the rear of the grid. Andrew Goldman, we've got Tony Westaway there. I know last round there was a really good tussle and some good camera coverage of the races, little mid-pack races. All you need is 2 guys to have a race, and sometimes you're racing yourself. You're just trying to improve at each round, get that little bit quicker and just try and be consistent with your corners, with your braking markers, getting on the throttle at the right time. So hats off to the guys up the back. They're having just as much fun as at the guys up the front, and it's great to see that just more cars out in the field.
It certainly is. 14-car field taking to Calder Park Raceway as they round the final corner and all get ready to grid up. There's Cameron Bella with Bella Motorsport plastered all over the car, so you know exactly who's driving that machine there. One of many Bella Motorsport machines that are on this grid today, and that thing is looking really racy. And I'm sure that you would agree that a red car is always bound to be a very quick, good performer in these 944s.
Yep. At the show and shine, they definitely win the number 1 People's Choice, and on the racetrack, they go pretty well too.
Let's find out just how well Cameron Bella will be able to go from nigh on the rear of the grid here as the last of the runners line up. Got a green flag at the back. So the 5-second board will come out now. The red light will be showing shortly. The revs will be rising. The tension is so thick you can cut it with a cricket stump here, folks. Green light is out and we're underway here at Calder Park. It's a pretty even start at the front once again between Westaway and Adam Brewer. Brewer got a really good shift into 3rd cog there, so he's able to pull a little bit of a gap, but it's a very tight drag race there. Look at the start from Chris Lewis-Williams. He's had a belter from 4th position. He's going to try and make it 3 wide. There's not enough room at the end, so he has to tuck back in behind these leading 2 cars. Adam Brewer, wow, he goes a little bit wide, a little bit of a lock-up, slight bit of contact, and that's going to put Jamie Westaway into the lead of this race.
And the one who I'd be concerned about is Chris Lewis-Williams. He, whenever you see an opportunity, he's already there ahead of you. So he's got a great cornering through the Jane Hill. Yep.
Look at that.
Flip-flop.
Everyone weaving around, trying to find bits of real estate wherever they possibly can. And a really good recovery there from Adam Brewer, it should be said, to get right back up into the lead there. Lyndon Watson, everyone's trying to find a little bit of space. Cooling is a big factor in these cars. You've got to be sure to not spend too much time in the draft. Look at how much time Cameron Bella's made up already. He's made his way past Josh Brisbane, who's dropped a couple of spots there by the look of it. So that puts Cameron Bella up into the midfield already. An incredible start from the reigning champion in that number 22 machine. As they come around the final corner of this track to cross the stripe for the first time in anger, he's going to go side by side with Sam Rope. Won't get the position by the time they take to the stripe, but he has pushed himself all the way up to 6th position already with a move on to 5th. What an insane start from the reigning champion, Cameron Bella. It'll be a drag race down here to turn 1. Cameron Bella's going to be really, really strong on the brakes, as he always is. Gets that move done with ease. And now his next job is to hunt down the number 5 machine of Lyndon Watson right ahead of him.
Matt, you can really tell a seasoned racer when you see one. I've had Cam come through the pack once before, and you don't want to defend him. You know he's just going to get around you in a matter of time, and you don't want to make it easy for him, but he makes it look very easy. He's already made his way through. What he got to position 6.
Oh, a bit of dust kicked up there. I think that was Josh Brisbane, possibly even Sam Rope. I know Josh Brisbane's been taking a very wide line through turn 5 there on the exit there, coughing up a lot of dust. Hasn't cost him a huge amount of pace there. But as you mentioned there, sorry to cut across you, Cameron Bella, as you mentioned, he's a very, very, very capable driver, to put it lightly. And when he's in your rearview mirror, it's, as you mentioned, it's mostly a matter of not if, but when he's going to get past you.
Correct. And it doesn't matter what car he's in. Clearly it's a different car to what he's used to. He's not adjusting that rear view mirror like he does in his teal car. We're coming into turn 1 again, and let's see if he can pick off the next competitor, Lyndon Watson.
Bit of a gap in front of him, so he won't be able to get a move done here, but he'll tuck right in behind, and he's still got enough space to get the full racing line in. And he might even try for a run into Jane Hill here, depending on the run on the exit. Uses all the curb, almost a little bit more as well. Basically latched onto the toe ball of Lyndon Watson's car. All over him like a cheap suit is Cameron Bella, and he'll be looking to get past as soon as possible. Won't be an overtaking opportunity until they get to the S's in a few corners' time, but he is sending it through there. Nice, tasteful amount of curb there on the inside of turn 5 for Cameron Bella, carrying as much momentum as he can.
And with these cars, it is all about that delicacy, that carrying the speed. You don't have the power to pick it back up again very quickly, so it's always about riding the certain curb at the right amount, getting on the throttle nice and easy, but not too early, and just sending it through those corners. Such great corner speed with these cars. This is where you get the break down the straight. They call me casual PJ sometimes, that I give myself a break, put my hand down on the armrests. You catch your breath, and then it's back on again for the turn 1 challenge of who's going to get the best line. I mean, look at Cam Bella here. Is it going to happen this round, this lap?
Yeah, he's having a look. He was a bit closer there.
I think it's happened.
Bit of a lunge. Awesome brakes there was Cameron Bella. Gets that move done into 4th position. So
no sweat at all there.
Made it look very, very easy, but I'm sure it was quite difficult because he had a fair amount of gap to make up there on the run into turn 1. So really, really good hitting of the markers there for Cameron Bella, and now he's got Chris Lewis-Williams ahead of him. They've had some great battles over the years.
100%. We've still got just under 11 minutes to go in the race, according to the counter. The tyres do really change from lap 1, when you've got a cold tyre, you're trying to put as much heat into them as you can. Then you have a point where you've got to manage the tyre. You've got to be really careful not to heat them up too much.
And as you see here, these drivers at the rear or sort of the midfield of this battle here, getting some moves done where they possibly can. Carter Fox in that number 7 machine, holding off Manny Metsasama. Great to see him back on track in that EJM machine there, as he leads Michael Westaway, Andrew Goldman, and Tony Westaway as well as a rear of that pack. So this is for 10th position. So they're racing all the way up and down, as they tend to do quite often in 944s. There's always a point to be gained. There's always a battle to be won. And points are so crucial in this championship, as with the rest of the State Series points here. As we alluded to a little bit earlier, you really can't afford to have too many DNFs. Michael Westaway has a bit of a lunge there, gets up the inside of Manny Metsasama. I always thought he was trying to get 2 moves done there at once, but slots in behind Carter Fox. Orange v orange now. So Michael Westaway is up into 10th position, but now we go to the battle for the lead. Jamie Westaway's looking really, really racy in 2nd position. Adam Brewer has to be on the defensive to keep him behind, PJ.
Yeah, I mean, when you want to pick the line, it's always about trying to straighten up the corner, and Ads definitely didn't have the right position to get good speed through that corner. It's compromised when you're defending. Jamie's just ready, again, we've got plenty of laps to go. He's ready to pounce. He knows that Ads is looking in his rearview mirror and trying to see which directions he's going to go.
A little bit of weaving up the main straight here, a little bit of mind games, a little bit of just chess, you could almost say, trying to put your car in the right spot there as Adam Brewer's parking it right in the middle of the track, just putting Jamie Westaway into that corridor of uncertainty where you don't know whether to stick to the outside or try and make a move. So really, really good heads-up defensive driving there from Adam Brewer. Meanwhile, look who's on the podium. It's Cameron Bella, who's made his way up into third position, having gotten past Chris Lewis-Williams. He's charging in the number 22 machine.
Chris Lewis-Williams would be furious right now, but he's got to remain focused. He's got to head cool and just keep the eyes forward. And there we have Jamie taking every square inch of that curb just then, the flip-flop.
Little bit sideways in the 944 there. That number 50 machine is being thrown around here. And you touched on earlier, like these cars, relatively speaking, they don't have a huge amount of horsepower under the bonnet here, but it's more than enough for these really, really light and nimble cars that are balanced 50-50 in most cases, front and back. And if you've got a left-hand drive machine, they're balanced 50-50 left and right as well. So it really rewards good driving. And because you don't have like oodles and oodles of power, it's so important to just string that momentum together throughout a lap and make sure that you're not hemorrhaging time by hitting corners in the wrong way. Now, this is a really, really, really good battle. Adam Brewer has to be right on the defence, but Jamie Westaway is going to have a look around the outside.
Oh, not this time.
Can't hold it there, but it's not over yet because there's still a few more corners in this little segment here where a move can be done, but Adam Brewer holds on for now, but geez, he's got the pressure piled onto him right now. That rear view mirror is full of number 50 Jamie Westaway car.
And right about now, you really are dinting that floor pan. You're trying to squeeze every little bit of power out of that little motor, and yep, Jamie's gone wide again. He's loving it. He's just pushing. He's hustling. And we haven't seen, everything that's in store. We've got some opportunities to take here. Cam's making his way up. Whenever you've got a duel happening, you've got a bit of a tussle, they're going to slow down in that cluster of cars. So Cam's just going, yep, boys, you keep fighting, because I'm just going to make up maybe 0.2, maybe 0.5 of a second every lap, and I'll get there right behind you.
Meanwhile, Manny Matsasama's just had to call his race done. He's pulled into the pit, so what a shame for Manny there. Won't be able to finish this one, but let's look back on the action here. Cameron Bella, I'm really, really keen to follow his lap times and see how much of a deficit he can remove from the cars in front of him. So last time around, Adam Brewer lapped at a 108.8. Jamie Westaway not too far behind with a 109.1, so he's actually lost a little bit of time there. Cameron Bella, meanwhile, 108.4. So Bella was definitely the fastest car on track that time around. He doesn't have a whole lot of time to be able to catch up to these guys in the front. Only about 5 or so laps to go, I would say, and that's going to vary a little bit depending on what we can do with the clock here. But Cameron Bella, keep an eye out for him to see how much he can close off that 4.3 second gap you can see on the left-hand side of your screen.
This is close racing. We've got about 7 competitors from P6 down, all in the 109 lap time. So that's consistent. The guys up the front, there's the top 5, they're all in the 108s.
And here's a great move. This is for the number 56 of Josh Brisbane going up the inside of Sam Roth for 7th position. So not the start that Josh was hoping for, having been P5, but really looking to claw back as much of that as possible. It's been a really fast car so far this weekend, with Josh in his first outing back in a 944 this year. So gets the move done past Sam Roth. Now he's chasing down Mark Torberts in that number 66 car ahead, which has had the fixed suspension. So there it goes past our shot, back on track. Sam Roth, though, is right in the slipstream of Josh Brisbane. Has to move to the outside, but geez, look at the pace he's got.
Look at that.
Charges past. Easily.
He's hit the nitrous button on that one.
He has. Is he going to be able to get the move done, or can Josh Brisbane get him under brakes? He can. Really, really good back and forth stuff here between these drivers.
Josh Brisbane, powered by Butcher's Diner. Go see Harry down there in Burke Street, Melbourne. Great round sponsor. Great food. Yesterday I had Saturday special. It was the French dip bread roll. It was amazing.
Oh, yeah, that sounds pretty delicious. I'll have to pop by at some point as well. Josh Brisbane throws it right out wide, as he has been doing all weekend long in the 944s. Him and Jamie Westaway have been really putting in the earth-moving work. As Sam Roth really skids that front right tyre there, jumps on the brakes. That's going to really feel those bumps a lot more now.
Yeah, he'll feel that. You've got Carter Fox behind him. I know that Sam mentioned to me yesterday he was having difficulties with his brake bias, and I did sympathise with him. This track isn't smooth. It's not velvety smooth like a Phillip Island or the Bend. It is bumpy. I wouldn't call it a goat track. It is a whole lot of fun. The dynamics that are created with these bumpings, the surface changes, the hill, the corners, it really keeps you guessing and puts it to the test. You've got a H-pattern gearbox here. There's no auto blip. There's no traction control. There's no LSD in the dips. So it really sorts the men for the boys here.
It certainly does. And I think Sam Rope is starting to lose a little bit of pace there. He's going to see if he can get back up the inside into 2 and 3, but Calder Park is going to take that position away. He won't be feeling that flat spot a whole lot on the front right, purely because a lot of the sort of longer steady state turns here are right-handed. So left-hand side of the car is being loaded up, but it's still not going to feel great underfoot.
Good
As
point.
we see a lot of dust kicked up there from the car in front, which I imagine might have actually been Josh Brisbane there. Now, back to the lead battle of this race. Adam Brewer still holding off Jamie Westaway, but they've actually been able to keep a pretty consistent gap to Cameron Bella. Last time around, it was just under 5 seconds. Let's have a look now to see. Yeah, so that gap is getting wider and wider. These two cars out the front are thrashing it around this Calder Park circuit, and they are racing for sheep stations here. Great defence once more from Adam Brewer. Minister of Defence is putting in an absolute session here at
There might be a bit
Park.
of yellow paint on that back bumper.
Bit of Morse code might be necessary here from Jamie Westaway, I think, just to let Adam know, hey, mate, I'm here. He's doing everything he can, the number 50 car there, to put the pressure on Adam Brewer, but Adam's not feeling it, is he?
No, he's not sweating. Yesterday he was taily through the turn 1, 2, 3, but today he's keeping it composed. I think he's worked out, I just can't sweat it. I've got to stay smooth. Jamie is a smooth driver, so if there's a fumble, Jamie's going to seize that opportunity, and I think just right now Jamie's being patient. That gap's formed again. He's not taking unnecessary risks because you've got 2 minutes 20 on the clock. You don't want to make a misfortunate step here for Cam Brewer to come up the track.
Let's have a look here. This is Michael Westaway and Andrew Goldman battling for 10th position as there's a lot of weaving around here, trying to fill the mirrors, trying to put the pressure on. Also maybe just trying to get some cold air into that intake as well, because I know at Sandown last time out, it was quite a warm weekend, a lot warmer than we've got here so far at Calder Park, but cooling was a big factor for these 944s. There's been a big moment there.
They've had a touch-up. What's happened?
Not sure what's going on there. Oh, no, Adam Brewer. A lot of smoke coming from the back of that car. His race is done. What a shame for Adam Brewer. That's going to be a DNF. No points awarded for race 2.
I wonder what happened.
I'm trying to see what's going on, if there's any smoke still coming out of the car, whether there's been an issue. But what a shame that is for the race leader and the championship leader. So no points there. That's going to promote Westaway to the lead. Here's what happened on the run into turn 1. Onto the brakes, little bit of a lock-up there.
Oh, that's not a lock-up.
That is not a lock-up.
Oh,
that is oil down.
Yeah.
That's fluid at the very least, because you can see how loose Jamie Westaway got, just trying to keep the car on the track there. So
Drifting was yesterday, I thought.
Yeah, they're keeping it going. I think Mark Torbitz has been inspired by his joyride that he had around the track, and he's just sort of given a directive to the rest of the club. But
so look who's in front.
Jamie Westaway. Takes the lead. Adam, and because of that little moment there, that's given Cameron Bella a lot less of a job to do to catch up. 2.2 seconds the gap last time across the stripes. So this race is far from over. We've only got a handful of laps left, but that's getting really close at the front once more. We'll keep an eye on that.
We had a little lock up there from Goldman. He's pushing.
He certainly is. These are battles as well for Carter Fox and Josh Brisbane. Fox is looking really, really racy in that number 7 machine. It'll be really good to see him, hopefully, fingers crossed, I don't want to put the curse on him, get some good points on the board as Josh Brisbane tries to outbrake him around the outside. He's not going to be able to get that move done. But these drivers are going to have to play really, really carefully here with that fluid that's gone down on track, just to make sure that they're not losing it under load on the left-hand side, because the car's not inherently balanced as you're going through that corner right in the bump. It's really got to manage it well.
The number 7 car at Fox was in P7, now P6.
Great little move there from Carter Fox. He's got a little bit of a gap in front of him, another 4 seconds up the road, as you can see there, to Mark Torbett. So I think now his game is just going to be keeping the number 56 behind him to keep that position. Here's an awesome battle back a little bit further for 8th position. Michael Westaway, Andrew Goldman and Sam Rope. So Rope, unfortunately, not running as well as he would have liked, having started in 6th position, but he's still putting in the hard yards here to try and get these positions back from the 2 cars in front of them.
This is what I talk about, Matt. You don't need to be up the front to have good racing. These guys are at the back of the pack. They're really trying to be smooth, consistent with every single corner.
They certainly are, and consistency is the name of the game. Smoothness, as we sort of touched on earlier. That gap has only come down a little bit there, so Westaway's able to keep a good buffer to Cameron Bella behind him, but we see how much these track conditions change from lap to lap almost. Anything could really happen here, so this race is far from over. He's playing it a little bit more conservatively, not going all the way out to the outside there, but Cameron Bella's looking rock steady in that number 22 machine. Jamie Westaway on the brakes here into the S's. The name of the game here is just bring it home.
Bring it home.
Only got, I think, one more lap to go once they cross the stripe because I haven't seen a last lap forward just yet, but I'll keep an eye out just to see if we've got one or this may even be the last lap. I can see a checkered flag being prepared, as a matter of fact, for Jamie Westaway, who's going to be the beneficiary of an unfortunate engine failure for Adam Brewer. He is going to take race number 2 here in the Butcher's Diner 944 Challenge. And look at Cameron Bella, he's stoked.
Great racing.
Flashing the headlights because he's recovered from the rear of grid up to second in that machine. Awesome drive from Bella. Chris Lewis-Williams comes across the stripe in third ahead of Lyndon Watson. We go further back on screen to this battle raging on still for 8th position. So Michael Westaway just ahead of them there for 8th, and then Goldman 9th. Sam Rofe in 10th position, and I would hazard a guess and say they're going to finish that way as well. Not a whole lot of run here from the last corner to the line to get any last-minute passing done. Westaway, Goldman, Rofe, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Awesome racing all the way up and down. Really not the way that I think Adam Brewer wanted his weekend to finish, though.
No, but I think Mr. Campbella's pretty happy and Mr. Jamie Westaway's pretty happy. So, you know, the drama that you have with motor racing, let's just remind ourselves that any day at the racetrack's a good day, even when it's not such a good day.
Hard day at the track beats a good day in the office.
100%.
Let's have a look at those results once more. So James Westaway is your race winner with Cameron Bella and Chris Lewis-Williams rounding out the podium. Then it's Watson, Torberts, Fox, Joshua Brisbane, Michael Westaway, Andrew Goldman, and Sam Rofe rounding out your top 10. And I believe we've got Tony Westaway and Andrew Jones also finishing 11th and 12th, and your non-finishers, Manny Metzasama and Adam Brewer, unfortunately. So really topsy-turvy weekend in terms of attrition here. So it's really going to blow the points battle wide open, isn't it? And we're going to have more 944 racing later this afternoon. PJ, can't wait for you to join me then.
Mate, it's a pleasure. Let's hope that the non-finishers get back out there for race 3. Really great racing, guys, at home, around the world. Hope you've enjoyed that race, and let's look forward to race 3.
Might have a little bit of clean-up here to go, I would imagine, with some fluid being down there at turn 1. So we may have a little bit of time before the next race, which will be Saloon cars. So here's the schedule as it comes up. We're going to have Saloon cars, Holden HQs once more, MGs and invited British sports cars, sports sedans, Formula Vs, improved production, and these cars in the Porsche 944 Challenge will be back out on track once more at 3:30 this afternoon. So a really bumper afternoon of racing still to come here at 888 Home Loans Calder, Rock and Revived, round 2 of the Victorian Trophy Tour in 2026. Don't miss a moment of it, folks. We're going to have a quick break and we'll be back very, very shortly with the Saloon cars.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
The fun continues here at round 2, the Trophy Tour Victoria, and we're doing it all this weekend for 888 Home Loans at Calder Revived. We rocked the Thunderdome last night with the rock concert over there with the series. All went very, very well indeed, and conversations have begun as to what something different can begin with this amazing series. The Trophy Tour Victoria. 888 Home Loans bringing us this round, and of course Saloon cars as we march into the afternoon program, and just seeing these cars making their way into the marshalling area. I'm Darren Smith, and for the first time this millennium, Callum Brannigan has stepped into the commentary booth. Cal, you haven't got the bright lights of the studio and the camera looking at you. It's all behind the scenes, talking about the facts of racing.
I've only got the bright lights of your teeth. They are as bright as the stars, Darren, when you're smiling from ear to ear, because you're here at Calder Park for the 888 Home Loans Calder Revived. Fantastic to be sitting alongside yourself. We've spent the last few weekends together, but I've never quite found you because you're too busy commentating and just appreciating all the excellent motorsport action coming your way. And round 2 of the Trophy Tour Victoria, what a fantastic step up for Grassroots Motorsport to host a rock concert in the Thunderdome last night, and from what I hear, the acts were absolutely spectacular, led by Rob Mills, no less, who made a few appearances on Triple M Radio during the week, spruiking all the activities going on here this weekend. But so far, with 8 categories here this weekend, and thanks to the support from 888 Home Loans, we've got Cam McKinnon and the team on the ground here this weekend, running around, helping out Dean Cam in sports sedans in that very impressive-looking Corvette. But I've jumped onto the cans with you, Darren, to talk about Saloon cars.
Yeah, Accurate Plumbing Group jumped on that round 1 at Sandown only a few weeks ago. Gee, it's been a busy old program. Sandown, some little meeting at Albert Park, Phillip Island last weekend for the Historics, and this weekend here for round 2 of the Trophy Tour. And we have got a massive program still to play out for the Trophy Tour this year. Round number 3 will be at Winton Motor Raceway, May 1, 2 and 3. So get yourself up to Winton, get your accommodation booked nearby. Obviously the townships of Benalla and Wangaratta are the nearest ones nearby. So they're the places to start looking for accommodation. As we're just watching Kev the Towie bringing Ads Brewer's car back in, and that is a crying shame to see Ads Brewer's car coming back on the back of the tow truck like that. A real shame. A guy that works so very, very hard at trying to get race wins, and it will come, and they have come for him, but he just keeps chipping away at it. I like the way he goes about his motorsport. We'll see him at round 4 at Sandown for the Trophy Tour Victoria on August 7, 8 and 9. Awesome place to be that particular weekend because it's pretty chilly in Melbourne. Year on year on year on year, we get a sunny weekend for that particular round. Round 4, Sandown, August 7, 8 and 9. And of course, the grand final for Trophy Tour Victoria will be at Phillip Island on October 2, 3 and 4. You can ignore all those aerial ping-pong games that are going on around and kicky-throwy, whatever it might be. Come down to the real grand final at Phillip Island on October 2, 3 and 4. I know, Callum, you were an integral part in the Geelong Football Club's grand final win a number of years ago, and certainly were influential on that result for them.
I remember before the grand final, Chris Scott, the coach at the time, or still is the coach, he stopped me and went, Cal, what do I do? How do I win this grand final? I need the silverware. And I said, Chris, you just play your own brand of football, mate. You just stick to your guns. You cross that line as one team. You know what to do. And by golly, did the boys do that. I was sitting in the stand spectating that day. I had a few ales. A few cups of tea in the stands that day. In the cup of tea room. It did keep me away from the commentary box for that particular round because I was too busy stressing my head off watching the grand final.
And did you say to Chris Scott, look, mate, I can write some code for that, but you've got to go out there, you've got to man up, and don't let your man get away from you, and ticking all the boxes?
No, I did say that, but they literally kicked goals. But one of the assistant coaches actually came up to me after the match, and we kind of said, because it was an emphatic win. It was a massive margin. The Geelong Football Club put the Sydney Swans away emphatically. But I said to the coaching staff, asking them, at what point did you know the guys were going to win? Was it at half-time? Was it three-quarter time? What was it? They went, no, we knew before they ran up the race before the match because of the confidence they had. But nonetheless, I was still watching the Blendline TV broadcast from Phillip Island that day in the stand. So it was a really hard experience. It's probably one that still sticks with me. I'm glad you brought it up because I can talk about it while we're waiting for the Saloon cars to roll out onto the field. But, it's incredible.
Even onto the racetrack. I do like the segue because Kieran Pridmore's lining up for 3 from 3 here. So that sort of, he'll be feeling pretty confident before he even rolls out into the pit lane here at Calder Park Raceway. We're getting just pictures from the marshalling area there as well, and it's lovely to reflect on what year was that, the grand final win?
2022.
So just out of COVID, would have been tough times for the AFL. They struggled for funding and for crowd at that particular sport. So great that we've come along here to Calder Park for round 2 of the Trophy Tour Victoria, and our officials are lining up down there, running very, very close to the margins as far as time. This race is supposed to start at 12:45. Just watching the crew down there, Barry with his 5-minute board. They'll be all watching him very, very closely. It'll be like laser beam focused on Barry Parker.
Nothing gets past Barry, does it?
No, it doesn't. He's been doing the role in the marshalling area, I think, since I walked out of it, so about 30 years now. So, that makes me feel old.
And that's where you because you do a really good, authentic whistle sound with your nothing but your own lip. There you go. And I dare say you've modelled that off Barry's whistle.
Everyone's starting their cars up now because it's going out the PA, and they're like, hang on a minute, Barry's blowing his whistle.
I'm looking at the dummy grid here as well. The number 99, it's just behind the car of Jaeger. Is that Preston Pino?
It is.
Oh, here we go. I'm very keen to see what Jacob does in this race.
Dan McCarthy's listening in for a bit of Preston Pino. Dan McCarthy.
Ah, Dan.
Who joined us here last time on the Trophy Tour a couple of years ago. He's gone back to the South Australia, and he's now one of the foremost commentators from Adelaide, and let me tell you, that's heavy hitting with Matt Nolte and Richard Crail coming from there as well. So he's in a good line, isn't he?
Yeah, he's got to hurry up and wait, really, because he's got
correct.
2 staunch South Australians ahead of him, and they're just moving up in the world, aren't they?
They are.
Good on South Australia.
Let me see if I can time it perfectly with Barry putting the 5-minute board up here. I'll just do a little practice. There we go. Throw it in. All clear. As the crew wait down there, we best have a bit of a reflection on we're naming right sponsor for this weekend. 888 Home Loans, proud to be part of the inaugural primary sponsor for the Victorian State Series, now known as the Trophy Tour, trusted and fully licensed boutique mortgage brokerage. 888 Home Loans specialises in securing the most suitable lending solutions for their clients by comparing products from more than 70 lenders. Their expertise has already helped many of the Victorian State Race Series members save tens of thousands of dollars in loan repayments. They assist a wide range of clients. Ooh, I might have missed the whistle blow there. The cars have started. They're self-employed and PAYG borrowers to first home buyers, seasoned property investors and developers. Beyond home loans, 888 also regularly arranges commercial, business, motor vehicle and equipment finance. Vic State Race members, along with their families and friends, can access 888 Home Loans professional service at no cost. Simply mention Trophy Tour or Vic State Race Series. Connect with 888 Home Loans. www.888capital.com.au 1-800-1888 00, or give them an email at save@888capital.com.au. 888 Home Loans is a division of 888 Capital Group and ASIC authorised company. Corporate credit representatives 48213 of Brass Aggregation, Australian credit licence number 561247. You know when they do that T's and C's on the radio, they just speed the tape up. You can't actually talk that fast.
We could never speed you up, Darren.
No, it's kind and considerate individual that I am. As we see the Saloon cars making their way out on track for accurate plumbing, and it'll be Kieran Pridmore that leads the way down here. And as they have done twice already this weekend, those front 2 rows with Kieran Pridmore right alongside Kane Baxter-Smith, Jacob Prestopino and Adam Lowndes on the first 2 rows of the grid are absolutely the excitement factor in Saloon cars. And if it all goes a bit pear-shaped, Chris Jackson, Justin Shembry, Cody Cartledge and Will Harris out of position number 8 will dive on it. Jason Cartledge has had a pretty strong weekend, strong showing already, as has Jason Cruz. Ryan Ridgway out of 11, Chris Handley in the 101 out of 12, Matt Jaeger in the number 70. there as well out of 13. Brett Tate, he's made his way back up through the field this weekend, returning to the category. Start out of 14th place. Rob Knight with George Papagiorgio, another one of the returners to the category this season. Mark Franco started his career in motorsport just at the round one of the Vic Trophy Tour at Wolfchester Challenge Sandown. So great to see him launching into his second weekend. And Jeff Flegg, I'm not sure if Jeff has actually made it out onto track. He was a retiree in the race there this morning, so we'll just wait and see if we can see the 55 coming onto track. Have a look at this weaving that we've seen out of saloon cars for so many years. Getting those Bridgestones warmed up, getting the hands and feet coordinated with the white line on the edge of the track, gives them that good spatial perception. Cars coming around now, just easing their way through the S's. There's Lowndes. Wants a good result out of this one, Adam. Had a P4 in the race this morning, right behind Kane Baxter Smith. Some massive battles. Everyone getting... I'm not sure whether they're getting heat in the tyres or just having a bit of fun out there at the moment.
Yeah, the drifting was yesterday, guys. Ridgeway there in the Falcon, the number 2 entry there, getting the Bridgestones nice and warmed up. Of course, it is a controlled tyre for saloon cars racing nationally, and a fantastic mix of Fords and Holdens, Commodores and Falcons, new and old, or relatively new. Speaking, obviously they're probably about 20 years old by now, Darren.
Yeah, well, even more than that.
But such a strong field here as well. But very happy to be calling this race alongside you, Darren, because the way they bash these cars over the curbs is nothing short of impressive. They are very happy to launch them over, as we saw with Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum car yesterday. If you haven't had a look at the Trophy Tour Victoria or Blendline TV socials, you can get a very good view of that. In fact, he even brought a few sparks from underneath the Commodore as he charged over the curbs, over the flip-flop. The back part of the circuit, it was very impressive, but the entire field, these cars are made to do just that, and it is the fast way around this circuit. Of course, it's a short, sharp lap, 10 corners in total, but just over a minute in duration, so we get quite a lot of laps in the 20-minute duration. As they get underway, Pridmore there with a fantastic start. Came back to Smith, though, goes absolutely nowhere, but the field does a brilliant job to navigate their way around the stranded Falcon. But here is Prestipino, the number 99, on the inside of Lowndes, coming up towards turn 1. He has taken away position 2, locks up a brake. Spectacular racing action from the car of Prestipino, as always.
Great to see Prestipino locked it up there. I'm not sure how he still managed to steer it, but he moved to cover Adam Lowndes down into turn 1. But Prestipino now comes up to Jane Hill. There's Jason Cruz, the Drysdale Mowers Falcon, was very aggressive on the warm-up lap, trying to get heat into absolutely everything. Kane Baxter Smith, have a look at the charge over Jane Hill. He's gone right back outside the top 10. He just sat there on the grid. It was like he had a box full of nothing there. The clutch was doing nothing. He was frantically wobbling around on the gear stick to try and get things done.
Stirring the pot in an absolute frenzy there, so this will be great to watch. Baxter Smith in the number 56 entry make his way back through in that beautifully presented AU Falcon. Couple of seasons under his belt, or in fact quite a number of seasons under his belt, I should correct myself there, for Baxter Smith. So we do look forward to seeing himself charge through the field as they make their way onto the main straight for the first time, as they come charging past the static camera at the start-finish line. Fantastic images brought to you by Blendline TV. Here is Jackson up the inside of the number 10 of Justin Shembry. Shembry giving him plenty of room, but who can outbrake one another as they come into the tight turn 1 there. And they've also got a bit of oil soak on the surface there to navigate as well. The number 14 of Jason Cruz, supported by Drysdale Mowers. That's Jageroff on the inside of the track there. 3 Falcons, only 2 of them on the racing circuit, but they are able to get back onto the track and resume play on, boys.
Brett Tate in behind Will Harris there, just like coming up to Jane Hill. They crest the hill now. This is the battle pack that we're just outside the top 10 at the moment, and they are absolutely at it. It doesn't matter whether you're at the front of the field. George Papagiorgio off the back there. There is Flegg actually is in the race, so I did mention that, just down the back of the field there. As we go back to Baxter Smith's watch, we're going to keep an eye out for how Kane can recover in the AU Falcon. He's got an EA behind him, encouraging him along to get the job done again. This is the replay. Big lockups, bit of contact there with the 22 of Will Harris in the menacing black outfit. Brett Tate goes wide. Back to live pictures now, and underbrakes down at turn 1. This is Caneback Smith ranging up on Shembry, the Essendon Ford entry. The Swift Solar racing car in behind. 3 Fords here in this mix-up. See if they can keep themselves neat and tidy. Shembry trying to get out of the way. Blue flags being waved for Baxter Smith to get through this part of the field, so he's back inside the 10.
Brilliant effort there from Baxter Smith. So he was P10 at the start of that last lap, but he's already made his way up to P7. All over the back of Cruz, getting a good run through the flip-flop. You can just see how much more committed Baxter Smith is in that AU Falcon. His mid-corner speed through there is incredible. Might have something to do with that double rear wing he's got on the back of that AU Falcon, as was an option on those cars back in the day, and he's already opened up a gap over Cruz as they come through the final sequence of turns. It's a little bit slippery coming onto the main straight as well, Darren. We should point out that there are several surface changes on the Calder Park surface, and when they do come onto the drag strip component of the main straight, a lot of the cars do step out, so that's something for the drivers to keep in mind. There's confirmation on the timing tower with Accurate Climbing Group throwing their support behind Saloon cars. Baxter Smith has already made his way up into P5. There's Preston Pino tipping it into turns 2 and 3, coming up over Jane Hill, and he's got Adam Lowndes behind him. This will be a sight to behold as they both throw it over the curbs coming through this time, Darren. Let's have a look. Yeah.
Fridmore leading nicely. Preston Pino only just got rid of Lowndes as he goes 2 wheels to the dirt in the frantic chase down of Jacob Prestapino, as Jackson is just right down the back of shot there. So this group 1, 2, 3 is where it's at. How far can Kane Baxter Smith impress? There's still over 10 minutes left in this race, so 10 laps essentially in this journey. So how far can Baxter Smith impress? Lowndes now right into the back of Prestapino, and the 99 mirrors are full of Lowndes in the 19 as they charge down the very, very long straight here at Calder. It funnels into turn 1, just like it does at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Lowndes looks to the inside, threshold of braking, he's going to do it, he puts it in there. Prestapino just had 2 jabs at that. He opened up the door, he thought he was a bit late. That's good racing, very good racing. Either of them could have chosen the nasty option. Both of them chose to play Mr. Nice Guy this time round.
That was epic stuff there. Under brakes there, Adam Lowndes on the absolute limit of adhesion, as you say, Darren. Cadence braking, modulation absolutely down to a T, especially on a bumpy surface like we have at Calder Park. That's no mean feat. So Adam Lowndes has that car dialed in beautifully, seemingly coming from nowhere. It's about 4 car lengths as he throws the bum of the car out there in the Pro Plum. Commodore back over the curve there as well as they come up to the final. 2 right-handers coming onto the main straight. But how's the exit on Adam Lowndes? What's he going to be able to do? He's got to nail all of the gear shifts. He's doing a brilliant job in applying the pressure on the back of Jacob Prestapino, but we should tip the hat to Prestapino at the same time because he's doing a fantastic job of defending. Meanwhile, we have the number 50 up the inside of the flip-flop. That's Mark Franzo there in the VN Commodore. And it looks like it's Knight there, Robert Knight, at number 15, I believe it is, or the 86, sorry.
That's Papa Giorgio.
Sorry, I can't quite see from the sunlight reflection there, so the number 88.
Give you an idea, these guys down the back of the field from about 13th from Matt Yeager back. They're all lapping in the 13s and 14s. Out the front, Kieran Pridmore now, fastest lap of this race, a 107.75, a 108 for Jacob Prestapino, and Adam Lowndes also at 108. He's just done that one as well. So got that one ticked off. Kane Baxter Smith now into P4. He's got a fair bit of daylight ahead of him, Kane, to try and work onto the back of this trio. In fact, this duo, which is the 99 of Jacob Prestapino and then Adam Lowndes. He is 9 seconds astern of this battle, but mostly clear air. So he does have to, he can see the cars will be at the bottom of the straight when he's halfway down the straight, but these two are just absolutely nailing the 7s now. So going very, very nicely indeed. Baxter Smith is pressing on nicely. Prestapino in P2 and Adam Lowndes in the 19 Pro Plum car. The battle of the tradies. Guys glass and glazing. The Pro Plum car of Adam Lowndes. It's like a Friday afternoon at 2:30. Maroondah Highway, Ringwood. Everyone's heading off to the Croydon.
Absolutely, Darren. I was going to say, it looks like similar signs you'd see on the busy freeway at Keilor, which is not far from here. Geez, Adam Lance is absolutely throwing it over the curb there. I don't think I've seen that car not off that part of the circuit at any given point this weekend, but look at the braking capabilities of the number 19, VY Commodore. Commodore v Commodore, and guys, glass and glazing on the side of the Prestipino car. Always spectacular whenever we see that surname behind the wheel of a saloon car racing around Victorian racing circuits. Always provides plenty of action. We might even be able to spin up a specific highlights package focused solely on that car as they come past that start-finish line there. Now, Pridmore at the front of the field. Has Prestipino missed the gear change there? He's actually capitulated ever so slightly. Adam Lowndes up the inside. They're now braking. We're trying to break each other as they outmaneuver one another going into turn one there. But Adam Lowndes getting the position away before they even get to the apex.
Nice move there. Pulled out on the straight. Streamed in. Definitely had the better run onto the straight. That's what it's all about. If you can just get 3 or 4 kilometres an hour coming off the last corner onto the straight here at Calder Park, the dead end result is what we saw there. Very much crowding each other.
Look at that. Fantastic effort there. He's going to have a look up the inside, but he can't quite do it, Darren. Sorry to cut you off.
That's all right. The 55 of Fleck just getting out of the way. The blue flags being waved frantically up the back straight there just to let them know that this battle for P2 on the road, because at the moment Kieran Pridmore is 4 seconds in front of these two, and he has got the broom out because this is going to be a clean sweep. And we're looking to a couple of categories with that now, but we switch back to car number 70, fighting it out from 13th and 14th with Ryan Ridgway. A couple of old AU Falcons. This is Heartland Saloon Car Racing. This is where it all began. I remember fondly these cars in Group A trim with Kent Youlden and Ken Douglas, who fought out the Australian Production Car Championship right here on this track in cars very similar to this. Both happened to be red back then. Two great champions of production car racing back in the late 90s or mid-90s. Now these cars being used for saloon car racing here at the Trophy Tour Victoria 888 Home Loans Calder Revived event for Accurate Plumbing. Kieran Pridmore leads the way. Adam Lowndes into P2. Prestipino in 3 after holding that second place. Kane Baxter Smith. Gee, that gap has been pretty much stationary at just over 12 seconds to the leader, so about 9 seconds to or 8 seconds to the other two guys there. But at the moment, the gap has remained pretty stagnant back to Kane Baxter Smith.
Settling into a nice cadence is Kane Baxter Smith, but a 1 minute 7.9. He was the fastest person on circuit until Adam Lowndes just crossed the start-finishing line there with the fastest lap of the race. So it's between Lowndes and Baxter Smith for outright pace honours out there. And we should point out it's relatively warm here at the Calder Park Raceway this weekend. It's about 27 or 28 degrees ambient, so it's a little bit warmer than we had yesterday, and with a high UV rating as well. So track surface perhaps isn't quite what we'd like to see, or what we would call Hollywood hours, where you've got low sun, low UV. A lot of the oils, a lot of the grit comes to the surface of the track. Prestipino having a bit of a moment there in the background, and this battle between Jaeger and Ridgway rages on. They've been switching positions throughout most of this race, and we should point out that Jaeger's doing a fantastic job to recover after his little off at turn 1 there, but Ridgway getting the power down there. This is going to be a straight-up drag race on the old drag strip down Calder Park, main straight towards turn 1 down.
Blue flags waving as now, as well as our leading groups start to come up and close in on these battle packs towards the tail end of the field. 10 laps completed. They're going to go the 13-lap distance, you would have to suggest, with just on 2 minutes and 50 seconds left to go. As we see this battle, this is just outside the 5. This is the mob that Kane Baxter Smith has just left behind him at the moment. This is Chris Jackson and Jason Cruz there in the number 14 as they come on to the main straight and charge down. A bit of a decent gap between them, those two, so they'll fight it out over the remaining 2.5 minutes in this one. Down the very, very long straight here at Calder Park. Off to the left there was where Craig Lowndes had his nasty shunt. Memorable for all of the vehicles that stopped to try and help Lowndesy out. Larry Perkins pulled up there and went straight over and had a look at the exhaust system on the upside down HRT car. Check that one out on YouTube later on tonight. LP back in the day trying to work out what HRT were doing to get all the extra speed they had.
Yeah, they weren't exactly sharing secrets back in the old Holden Motorsport days. Cruz there was a fantastic shot of him coming out of turn 3 there, just before the flip-flop, and just how animated and how hard they are working behind the wheel. It's not turn right or turn left, respectively, in lever. There's a lot of wheel work, and Darren always loves it when they're wearing white or day-glow yellow gloves. You can see just how busy the hands are when they're trying to turn these cars, and you extract a lot of speed by having them floating and manoeuvring and sliding effectively.
And running through the oil down.
And running through the oil soak as well there. So that was a little bit of a wide moment there for the number 70.
Certainly the interesting thing, Callum, about the gloves is that if you see a car coming into a corner and all you're seeing is his hands waving around there, they've got an issue. You want to get into a corner, you want to set your angle and hold it there. If you're soaring away at the wheel, you're scrubbing off speed with your front tyres, you've probably got understeer, which is a killer of all speed. But I do like, you're right, I do like to watch for the gloves to see what they're doing. It gives you a very clear indication as to what's going on inside the cabin.
So here's number 10, Justin Shembry, just ahead of the 147, supported by Solid and Cody Cartledge behind the wheel there. So brilliant example of the two different types of Falcons we have in Saloon cars. Keeping out of trouble as well and using a modest amount of curb coming through the flip-flop. But as always, there's always just evidence of dust being thrown up as previous cars coming through before that. Just using as much track limits as they possibly can, keeping our hard-working officials at Pyark this weekend. All of the judges are fact, basically, trying to adjudicate and make sure everybody's following the rules and the regulations. But fantastic battles.
You've got to have an umpire going.
Yeah, on. There he goes.
Way on for another day. Kieran Pridmore leading the way as the time certain clock ticks over to 0. We have got a massive challenge coming up now. Baxter Smith has jumped within 3 seconds of Preston Pino. George Papagiorgio goes around in the 88. Here is Kane Baxter Smith coming down the back straight. So currently holding on to 4th place and just trying to get around the HBR entry of Ryan Ridgway there. And here comes Kieran Pridmore. The last lap would have to be this time round. We've ticked over and he heads off on one more time around the Calder Park Raceway. Right there in the number 66. Will he get 3 from 3? Will he have the broom at the ready for the interview downstairs at the end of this one? Someone better have a broom ready for him to sweep that up.
Yeah, the Triple Eight Home Loans broom. We'll add that to the list of deliverables for the next round, Darren. But that car of Pridmore, look, it's beautifully presented as well. Like there's a lot of the cars, there's a lot of witness marks on them from previous, close encounters with some of their fellow entrants. But the Pridmore car is always beautifully presented, as is the Adam Lowndes car behind there as well.
Have a look how close Lowndes is now. He's really closed in on him.
He's ranging in, and he's actually dropped Preston Pino as well. Bit of lap traffic here. It's a little bit awkward. Got the car of Hanley to try and negotiate. But the number 66 nicely up the inside. Just a few hundred metres remaining in this race, though. Checkered flag is at the ready for Kevin Pridmore, Darren. What a fantastic effort.
Great drive, great weekend, and it's not often you can take a triple at the Triple Eight Home Loans Calder Revived event. So the triple going to Kieran Pridmore, 3 from 3, a clean sweep, aptly at the Triple Eight Home Loans event, and charging to the line. Lowndes at the end, 1.9 seconds behind Kane Baxter Smith. Or is that a timing anomaly? It is. Preston Pino takes position at number 3 there. Baxter Smith, either way, missed the start, went right down the back of the field, pushed on hard and drove home for a 4th place as the rest of the field continues to bring it to the line. Will it be Jackson or Cruz that makes it to the next one? It's Jackson. Cruz into 6th place there. Justin Shembry has held on to that position in the field right throughout this race, so held on nicely there indeed. We get a bit of a replay here. This is the Jackson and Cruz run to the bottom end. Bit of drifting. I thought we had all of that last night, done and dusted with the big drift crew, and they get down there. So everyone has finished and come across the line, done a tremendous job. Callum Brannigan, thank you so much for joining us for the race call. Of course, there they all are as they come into the line. Kieran Pridmore takes the win over Adam Lowndes, Jacob Prestopino, Kane Baxter Smith home in fourth, fighting hard for points in the championship. Chris Jackson, nice result there. Jason Cruz, also another strong result. Justin Shembry, Cody Cartledge, Jason Cartledge and Chris Handley round out our 10 for the Saloon cars for their final race for the weekend. A watershed weekend for Kieran Pridmore, as we see just outside the 10. Will Harris, Brett Tate, Ryan Ridgway, Matt Jager, Robert Knight home in 15th. Mark Franzo completes another weekend. Hassle-free motorsport in the number 50 comes home 16th. George Papagiorgio had himself a spin and got home in 17th. Jeff Flegg 18th there as well. I'm going to take a quick break. We have got HQs coming out on track in just a moment. We'll be back with more trackside here at Trophy Tour, round number 2. 888 Home Loans, Calder Revived.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
What a weekend of saloon car action we've had here at round 2 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour, Rock and Revived. It's been a brilliant weekend for our saloon car runners. Let's have a chat to the top 3 making their way over now. We'll start with Karen Pridmore. Karen, you can't wish for much better weekends than that. I'll give you a moment to take your balaclava off, but 3 wins from 3 races. It looks like it's pretty strenuous out there, but well done, mate. An awesome weekend.
Thanks, mate. Cheers. I was lucky there that last race. Fourth gear synchro's not very happy in that one now. So I was lucky Kev Stoopman was on the radio telling me the gap each lap. He's coming. He's about 2 or 3 tenths a lap quicker, but just hang in there, double clutch it if you got to. But it was a good weekend. So car's still straight. All looks good. Just got to fix that 4th gear synchro and we should be right to go again.
Fingers crossed it's all ready to go for the next round, mate. What did you make of the Calder Park round here? Like, how did it treat your car? How did it treat you? Like, a bit of the heat that you're feeling, I can see.
Yeah, it's hot. It's very hot. The track itself, it's very rough. Good fun, but just rough. It's good fun though.
You definitely
any time in a race car is good fun.
100%. You definitely can't say no to a clean sweep, mate. Congratulations. Get a hat on you, get some shade, and go have a sit down, mate, and have a cold drink. You deserve it, mate.
Thanks, guys.
Karen Pridmore, that was our round winner here in the saloon cars. Second on the road behind him, Adam Lowndes, coming over, mate. It's been a ripping weekend for you as well. Congratulations. You've been really in the thick of it in terms of the battles here, haven't you, Adam?
But unfortunately just not quite there. Losing position early, and such a tough track to make up position. So once you lose spots, you're cooked, I think. I think it was the fast lap time this race and last race, but it doesn't matter because you need to be able to pass. So, and that's been my issue.
Made it a bit tricky as well, having the gunk on the track down at the entrance of turn 1. How did you find navigating that?
The strategy early was try and run these guys into it, but it didn't work out that way. So it really didn't affect us too much.
Well, still a great result there. Made his way into 2nd position in the feature, mate, from great points behind. Well done.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Adam. Great to chat to you as always.
Thank you.
And we now go to Jacob Prestopino, who is our 3rd place runner here in today's race. Jacob, speaking of getting in the thick of it, it's been a bit of a turbulent weekend with all sorts happening to you, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely has with the bonnet flying up on us. We had the bonnet pins fail and smashed the windscreen on the first race. Still managed to start from the in-grid. So we replaced the windscreen overnight and then started off in the same spot we started off in the first race.
It's a fantastic result, mate, and congratulations. Hopefully we can see you keeping it up the front there. Well done to get onto the podium in the feature race.
No, beautiful. Thank you very much. It was a good race, and congratulations to the both of them. They killed it.
Well said. Congratulations to all the front runners here, Jacob, yourself as well as the other drivers. That was Saloon Cars feature race done and dusted. We've got HQs up next. Do not miss a moment of it.
Thank you very much, Matt Dunlop. And when Matt Dunlop pokes a finger at you like that, do not miss a moment of it. It is well done to Matt. grabbing those drivers just as they come in hot and sweaty. They've always got a story to tell, but fantastic to see Matt Dunlop down there chatting with our drivers as they get that great result. Always happy when you're 1, 2 or 3 at the event and you're about to get the trophy for the weekend. Dave Amor joins me, Darren Smith for the HQs for their final race. It even says race 3 in brackets feature on the grid sheet here. Dave, what's been going on down in the HQ paddock?
Well, lots been going on, Darren, certainly has. We've got Andrew Magilton's car. They haven't touched it. It's still perfect. Steve Banks' car, they're putting new front brakes in it. Ryan Wood's car, they're putting new front brake pads in it. Ray Jardine put the headlights back in the right-hand front of it, where he had a bit of an accident with it. Andrew McLeod in the 82 car, still feeling strong. Graham Crawford in the 68 car. Brand new engine before this weekend. He's absolutely going extremely well. Keep an eye on him. And the hard charger, like the best guy out there, you could say, Doug McPhee in HQ50. He's bought the car, he's painted it, he's put an engine in it. It's his first race meeting. He qualified 10th and he's up into 7th yesterday, 7th today, and 7th for the final one. So Rocket Rod Rogers, he's back a bit. Gavin Ross is back a bit because he hit John Wise and they spun there at turn between 1 and 2. Perry Beckers won't be there. He's done a head gasket. He's decided to put it on the car, take it home and give it a really good look at and make it right for the next round.
Good decision-making process there as well. I saw Gav Ross. He was trundling off to wash his hands as well, and obviously been working on his car, the number 38. Being down in 10th place will not sit well with Gav at all, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he can actually do in this one this afternoon. So he will be absolutely trying to chase down some sort of result. With Rocket Rod right beside him, he'll be travelling in very, very good company. Great to see Doug McPhee in the number 50 out there, getting that car up and running. Looks $1 million. He's given it more polish than it's had in a couple of decades, and it looks $1 million. Green flag wave to the back of the field. Andrew Magilton, will he bring 3 from 3 like we've just seen Kieran Pridmore in the Saloon cars? Tyre Power, HQ Holdens get away nicely. All 4 rows go away line astern with each other. Absolute brilliant clutch take-up, but down the back of the field there, just a car slowly easing away, and it's Doug McPhee, the number 50. That's something we wanted to see. Andy McLeod in the mix here. They are the 2 heavy hitters of HQ, Steve Banks and Andrew Magilton. Side by side, Magilton uses all of the real estate he has, and being on pole, the 27 into the back of the 76 there, so they're on their way through. Bit of biff and barge early on, so the 76 goes back a spot. He'll hang on. Rocket Rod just goes back a spot from John Wise, and over the hill, the Middies car, driven by Andrew Magilton, storms away, and it will be Ryan Woods through there, and Steve Banks will relinquish back to P3 after a little bit of a coming together, checked up down at turn 1.
Certainly was bumper to bumper, door handle through 2 and 3, as you saw there, Darren, on the Blendline TV, which is absolutely fantastic. But the problem is, Andrew Magilton, have a look. He's already got 1.3 seconds, I understand, between first and second. And the plumber is back into 3rd position, Banks, so keep an eye on him. Ryan Woods has got himself in front of Banksy. Now, can anything happen? Let's wait and see. What about Raj Jardine? He's doing extremely well. He's on the back of the boot lid of the 76 car.
Great replays there. Big thanks to 888 Home Loans for all the replays right throughout this weekend. The field charging all in a straight now. Rocket Rod pulls out, shows us the yellow headlights. He wants to go through on Johnny Wise, or is it Johnny Wise coming through on him? Either way, Mahoney has got his mirrors filled with 2 HQs in red in colour. And getting on with it there as well. The maroon, darker red colour there. That's John Mahoney. Rocket Rod Rajas in the Rocket Racing car outfit, and the Burson's entry there. That is John Wise. Just a little bit further up the field, watching for Gav Ross. He's into P7, so he started out at 10. I touched on that in the opening remarks there, Dave, that there he is right there. The GMG entry of Gavin Ross. He's certainly chasing a lot better result in this one. He's got Graham Crawford in his sights now in the AEW Automatics entry. I saw Andy Williams and Kevin Stoopman, a couple of legends, #legends, as they get to the racetrack. And I see Stoopy's been on the radio to one of his Saloon car mates, helping him through to win the 3 from 3 this weekend as well. So legends galore here at Calder Park this weekend, and none more than David Amor right alongside me.
That's for sure. But ladies and gentlemen, Andrew Magilton, he has got a clean set of heels at the moment. He's certainly got going extremely well with that car. Magilton, Woods, Banks, Jardine, McLeod, Crawford, Ross, John Mahoney up into 8th, Rod Rogers and John Moyes. And HQ 50 is way back because he didn't get a really good start on race 3 for this afternoon. But have a look at Andrew Magilton. Have a look at the gap there, mate.
It's pretty handy, isn't it?
Oh, mate, he is such a good start. Down into turn 1, turn 2.
I'll tell you what, though, the interest is this one. Woods, Banks, and Jardine. Jardine weighing in here. This has been a really good event for number 8. Ray Jardine, who's done a power of work in the category, and now he's starting to get the power down and inside the 5. In fact, a happy place inside the 5, deservedly so. In the black car there. Pretty sure he's got some room on the car for some new sponsors to jump on board and help Ray continue on with his season. But right in front is the 76 of Banks Pro Plumbing entry as they head down into turn number 1. Ryan Woods doing very, very nicely indeed.
Yep, certainly is. We've got to remember, we've got to thank Tyre Power, our sponsors. This is the race for the Dallas Crane Perpetual Trophy, ladies and gentlemen. Dallas Crane, a veteran of HQs over there on the Thunderdome. The flat track, done over 25 years of HQ Holdens. Passed away way too early, like most people, as you know, all the good ones. But most importantly, it's a Dallas Crane Perpetual Trophy for this afternoon, and it's on this race here, and Andrew Magilton has got one hand already on it. So what can Wood do? What can Banks do? What can Jardine do? Can they work together and come together? Look at that over there, 1.7 seconds. I understand the gap between first and second, and then from second to third it's 1.6 and 1.4. I'm not making that up, ladies and gentlemen. That's here on the screen in front of me.
We're expecting 13 laps in this main event, the feature race for the weekend for the HQs. We've got 4 ticked off as they come to the line now, so plenty of time for the likes of Gavin Ross and Crawford to start to combine and impress on this field. And they're charging on very, very hard. Ryan Woods down the bottom of the straight now, doing a strong job, holding on to P2, locks it up right front, allows Banks straight in. That's all you need. That is all you need. 2 spots gone. Ryan Woods gathered it off at the start, got himself into P2, and just in the flash of the puff of smoke off the front of the tyres of that car, 2 spots gone, still 9 laps to go.
That's for sure. Now, mate, that Kenda tyre, we had a look at it after it came in, and it wasn't quite a 50-cent piece, but I think he's working on it. Yep. That was a massive lock up there. That's knocked him back those 2 positions. That tyre has got to hurt him every time he goes into turn 1. Hard unbraking.
And when you've got a weakness in a tyre like that, when you do that hard braking, it finds that spot, that it keeps finding that weak spot in the tyre, and eventually you end up on fibres out there, and certainly you find braking, you lock up, the next time you lock up it's on exactly the same spot as well. It's when you see them lock up, unlock it, lock up, unlock it, all within about 50 metres of the braking zone, that's when you get those multiple flat spots, and annoyingly so, it almost shakes the steering wheel out of your hand.
Yeah, it certainly does. Now have a look at HQ 50, McPhee. Now this is his first race meeting, ladies and gentlemen. He's already gone past Wise. He's on the boot lid of Rocket Rod Racing now, the 33 car. Mate, magnificent drive, magnificent weekend. I just can't believe how well he's going. He's never raced anything at all, ladies and gentlemen. Goes to show you affordable excitement. Get out and have some fun.
Absolutely. You never know what's around the corner, do you? And Doug McPhee, I've got to say, he's driving absolutely brilliantly this weekend. I like that he's focused on getting to the end of the race and making sure he's all in one piece before he starts to try and impress here. But following this guy in front of him, I'll succumb to your advice here, Dave, but there would be very few that you'd learn as much of as following Rocket Rod.
Yep, that is for sure. Rod's back this year. He's had about 18 months off. Good to see the car. It's better than showroom condition. The wheels get washed every time he comes back. Jeremy, he's not real clever or real smart, but he can wash wheels, I can tell you that. He loves his car. He's been with Rocket Rod for probably 12 or so years, and that's his job, and that's his passion. Be part of the team.
Yep, and getting those yellow wheels shiny. Rocket Rod now just giving a lesson to the new guy, Doug McPhee, and I think Doug's appreciative of that. He's just got the nice chrome bumpers there. They're all shiny. Everybody doing a job there. Steve Banks now still in front of Jardine, sadly for Ryan Woods. He all but relegated himself back 2 spots when he locked up at the bottom of the straight 2 laps ago. And it looks to me now, Dave, and again, you're the expert in the room on HQs, it looks as though Ryan Woods might have just asked a little bit too much of the tyre package on that car, and he's going through the motions now.
Yeah, well, he is. Like I said to you, he put new brake pads in the front of it. It takes 3 or 4 laps for those brake pads to try and bed themselves into that rotor. We're looking at 4 surfaces being aligned. They're brand new, they're not aligned, and that hasn't helped at all. Steve Banks had the same problem, but he hasn't been locking wheels, so there's something wrong with that right-hand brake caliper. Ryan Woods has got to ride with it, drive it, and see what he can come up with. But Ryan's young enough, mate. He's driving it like he stole it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, it won't be until the cabin's filled with smoke and he's trying to work out whether it's tyres or gearbox smoke. He'll certainly go. Have a look at this. Now, Doug McPhee pulls out of Rocket Rod's slipstream. They line. No. Rocket Rod just got enough in the 6-pack in front of him to get down to turn 1. Doug McPhee, look at that. Now that is the racing of a veteran. Runs wide. Rocket Rod saw that. And there's a clear signal here being given to me that took a lot of bravery.
Certainly is. Massive brakes, I reckon it was, Darren, when you have a look at that. Rocket Rod gave him a little bit of room. He sort of went back, he went left, he went right, and now he's in front of Rod. Now Wise has now caught the back of Rogers. There's 2 has-beens, 2 legends. 2 legends have been there for a long, long time and still fighting on. As you can see, Red's fairly fast, but the blue 50 of McPhee, beautiful looking car for this weekend.
I call that Aqua.
Aqua?
Yeah, I call that Aqua.
Okay.
That's definitely Aqua.
All right. Yeah, a couple other words I could probably use it.
Yeah, I'm not talking about
blue,
me personally.
Pretty blue or whatever you want to call it.
Nice
I said
blue.
Pretty.
I'll call it don't get a scratch on it blue.
Yeah, all right, okay.
There you go.
Down the front chute. Well, McPhee, he's gone bang to Wise. He's gone bang to Rocket Rod. But have a look at Banks and Jardine. Now, Jardine's got Haley up there. Haley runs with this car at the HQ4 Air up Winton every year. Good to see Neville Haley back. Neville Haley was one of the kingpins of HQ Holdens. He brought Victoria right up the top, and for many, many years, dyno cars done a lot. Now he's only just come back in the last 2 years, and now he's doing the 4-hour.
Terrific. The 4-hour at the end of every year rounds out the motorsport season pretty much around the country. Run in December every year. But this time around, Ray Jardine in this sprint race, 13 laps will be the journey, and Ray Jardine has got iterations for P2 in this race, and that would be, again, Dave, I reckon that would be his first P2, Ray Jardine.
Yes, you've got to be careful when you say those words, mate, because Jardine has had a very, very rough 2 or 3 years, mate.
He has.
He's been taken out, he's been crashed into, and it's taken him a couple of dollars, you know, what's normally would be in your ashtray on your car, to rebuild that car time and time again. He's now got the combination together and right, as we saw yesterday, very quick lap. And the plumber, Steve Banks, is just holding him off at the moment. Steve Banks has done the fastest lap ever in race 2.
Certainly did. There's the shot we wanted to see. Andy Magilton just up the road there. Bit of a flare up on the diff as he goes over the ripple strips there as well. You can hear the microphones trackside just picking up that jump in revs, a couple of hundred revs there on the 6-cylinder Holden as the 76. Nice big handful of lock, turns it in there. Ray Jardine flowing the car nicely. It's just working for Ray this weekend. We've seen him have to really muscle the number 8 car around over the last couple of years. And as you touched on, Dave, he's had some things go wrong that have been out of his control, out of his realm. Got mixed up with someone else's errors. But Ray, a terrific bloke in the HQ scene, and deserves this podium no matter what way it falls. But Jilton now 2.2 seconds out in front. There he is there, the pink stripe over the top of the Middies Electrical HQ.
Yep. Certainly is. HQ Holden, 6-cylinder Holden, 3-speed, 355 diff ratio, single carby, points and condenser. We've still got that wide change when it's not broken. The dwell, everything like that, mate. But on top of this, when you look at it, we've got our HQ Nationals in Western Australia in September. We've got the 4-hour in December. You want to go affordable racing. You want to have some excitement. You want to bring the family, which is called the team. There's no I in team. Come over and have a look at the HQ guys. There are some cars for sale. It's affordable excitement. Brought to you by Tyre Power. 888 for this weekend, which is absolutely fantastic with what they're doing. Blendline TV and all the sponsors on everyone's car.
Absolutely.
Use those sponsors.
Absolutely couldn't agree with you more. The message is loud and clear. It's across the front windscreen of all these HQs. Tyre Power for your tyres. You want some new tyres for the ute? Head down to Tyre Power and get the best ones you can. But Jilton leading very, very nicely. 50 seconds left in this journey as we get a good look at these two cars that are fighting it out down the tail end of the field. That Johnny Wise last in line there at the moment. Back to the front now with Banks and Jardine. This is where the battle's been for at least the last 3 laps in a row now. Stephen Banks is not a bloke that you can rely on to make a mistake. In fact, Ray Jardine's going to have to show the nose here at some point because Banksy's not renowned for making a mistake. Ryan Woods, we didn't think would make mistakes, but he did. He was in P2 and he's actually just disappeared out of the back of the battle here, Ryan Woods. He's about 15 seconds off the race lead.
Is taking up onto Ryan Woods. Look at that. McLeod's catching. But we've got Banks again. We've got Jardine's got it. Wishy-washy over the top there as they going through the 76 car, the Plumber car. This will be quite interesting. Rocket Rod has got an engine issue. I noticed that he was fairly slow. Who's our fastest HQ guy in this race?
Ray Jardine is at the moment, as we are seeing the field slowly being depleted. John Mahoney, Rocket Rod Rajas have retired from this one. And our race leader, well, there's Banks, who is currently sitting in P2. Got the biggest gap he's had all race long over Ray Jardine, but just up in front of them, and they're closing actually on Andrew Magilton at the moment. As well, yeah, Magilton's slowing.
Yep.
He is definitely slowing. He is coming back to these two at the moment. Having said that, on lap number 12, he did a 1:15.43. Ray Jardine's the only one that's gone faster than him too. Ryan Woods has withdrawn, so no wonder we couldn't see him in back a shot.
Yeah, there's certainly some engine issues, gearbox, brake issues by the looks of it. But have a look on the back straight, everyone. Have a look. You can see first, second, third before they heavily brake until we do the right left-hander and then coming onto the front straight. Magilton, has he grabbed hold of the Dallas Crane Petrol Trophy? The checkered flag is out. He's got 302 metres to go.
Driving nicely in car number 1. Our second clean sweep for the weekend. He joins Kieran Pridmore from the Saloon Car Fraternity for Tyre Power this weekend. The Vic Trophy Tour round number 2. Andrew Magilton, 3 from 3. Just like the 888 home loans. 3 from 3.
Absolutely fantastic there. So, McLeod did get in front of Ryan Woods, like I said he was going to. Ryan Woods definitely got an issue as the McPhee car, the 50 car, greets the checkered flag.
How good's that? 7th place in the last one for the newcomer.
Yeah, not bad, eh?
Not bad at all.
Not bad. Really,
actually
really
pretty impressive. pretty impressive.
You're impressed?
Yeah.
I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I'm impressed with the car, let alone the results. They've been very good as well. And the driver bringing it home all in one piece. That's that's got to be the goal at the end of the day, because that's where some of the big costs start to stack up if you don't bring it home alive and well. Let's have a look at how this one panned out for the HQs for their final race for the weekend. 13 laps was the journey, and here you have it up on screen now.
Certainly was. So we've got Andrew Magilton, Steve Banks, we've got Ray Jardine, absolutely fantastic for Ray Jardine. Graham Crawford done extremely well. Gavin Ross has come from the back up into 6th position. He'll be fairly happy with that. Doug McPhee, John Wise in 8th, and then we've got some DNFs did not finish.
Yeah,
we've got Ryan Woods, John Mahoney, Rod Rogers. Perry Becker's failed to start because they had that engine problem. So thank you so much. Thank you to the Vic State Races Series. Thank you to all the sponsors and everyone, the volunteers who put it on, the flaggies, the fireys, everyone, but also the people that we never hear about that do all your entries and everything like that. So thank you so much, everyone. We really appreciate it. We'll see you next time. And once again, to my little fella, Darren, enjoy yourself.
Mate. Yes, mate.
And be safe.
Shall
Thanks,
do.
Mate.
Dave Amor, as always, great to have Dave bring his absolute perspective to HQ Racing. Who can forget the Pettis suspension and the Kenda tyres every time they come out on track? We've got MGs and invited British cars coming out onto track next. We're going to have a quick break. Chris Gidney, sadly, will be resuming his commentary career this afternoon here at Calder. Back in a moment.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
We're down here in the dummy grid at Calder Park Raceway with the Holden HQs having just wrapped up their feature race, and what a race it was. Some sensational scrapping all the way up and down that field this weekend, and I'm really looking forward to chatting to these top three drivers, of course, Andrew Magilton, Steve Banks and Ray Jardine, our podium getters here. Come on down. Fantastic weekend for yourself, mate. What was your assessment on how it went behind the wheel this HQ thrown around Calder Park?
Yeah, it was good. We were lucky enough to get the pole and the 3 wins. I managed to get a little bit of a gap on the first laps, and I think that was the only reason why I was able to keep them behind me.
How did you find the change in Calder Park conditions throughout as well?
Yeah, big temperature difference between the two, but it was a bit slippery either way, I think. But yeah, don't know if everyone else feels the same. But
you definitely take a clean sweep though, mate. So congratulations. All the best. Get some shade on your head, and well done, mate. Thank you so much. Andrew Magilton, our round winner here with a clean sweep. Come on down this side, mate. Grab a hat. Yeah, get that on your noggin. Gee, some fantastic scrapping there, wasn't there?
There was. It was pretty hectic at the start of the race then, but Andrew had it under control right from the get-go, I think. And was just keeping my eyes in the mirror, watching Ray coming up behind me.
And how was it? Because it was, great recovery from yourself up to second position in that race too. Pretty grand weekend overall for yourself.
It was, yeah. That turn one, I'll give Andrew a little bump in the rear end and jumped out of gear, so Ryan got past me and I had to work pretty hard to get past him again.
Well done, Steve. Fantastic weekend, and congratulations on P2 in the feature.
No worries, thank you. Well done to Andrew.
Thank you so much. Congratulations to Andrew as well. And we now chat to our third place getter, Ray Jardine. Come around, mate. Grab yourself a hat and get that on your noggin. Get some shade. It's really the UV's biting today, isn't it, mate? And hell of a battle there at the end of the race, wasn't it?
It was. It was on. Hard luck to Ryan. He was driving really well, so he's had a car problem there and pulled off, and I kind of inherited third. But and the boys in front were fast. I couldn't do anything to reel them in. I was trying to get on the back of Steve and get a bit of a tow, but just couldn't get there.
Well, you can definitely be happy with that result there from third position in the feature race. Well done there.
Thank you, mate. Appreciate that.
Ray Jardine, Great to have your company here. That is our podium for the Holden HQs. We have MGs and invited British sports cars out on track right now.
Great to see Ray Jardine on the podium there with the HQs, along with two of his good mates, Steve Banks and, of course, Andrew Magilton, 3 from 3. We're getting a bit of this today. Saloon cars, now HQs, and, well, the writing might be a little bit on the wall for MG and invited British cars, as well as I alluded to as the HQs were exiting the track. Chris Gidney, who we really enjoyed seeing out there racing in his ZR, has joined us again like he has for the last couple of rounds. Chris, just quickly, mate, what's happened with the racer?
Sadly, we've lost an alternator, and our little lithium battery just doesn't have enough life in it to last the 20 minutes, and no more alternators left. So sadly, here I am, but happy to join you as always.
Oh, and it's fantastic to have you here. I'm just kind of tongue in cheek there, but certainly I know the feeling when you wander up to the commentary booth. You go, I know I can do the commentating thing. I know I can do race cars as well. And I came here this weekend not to be the commentator, and here we are. I guess the good thing about that is for us here in the commentary booth and the viewers around the track, and indeed on the live stream for round 2 of the Vic Trophy Tour with 888 Home Loans, is that we get the wealth of knowledge that you have about the MG field, and they're on their way around to get their rolling start for the final race for the weekend.
Yeah, they sure are, with the 2 big V8s on the front row, with Phil Chester on pole trying to take the 3rd clean sweep of the weekend. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. Followed by Simon Elliott. So
let's have a look at the grid then. Michael Trathen will line up on position number 3 in his little midget there. It certainly does get overshadowed when you see all these cars on track there, but Michael makes sure that he isn't overshadowed whilst he's driving at P3 in the race earlier today, so he'll start out at 3. John Cox is next in the number 95, Tony Vollebrecht in the 48, Danny Siama in the 15, David Bajent in the number 64. Naam Ailif in the number 14 will start out of 8th position. Richard Vollebrecht back to Johnny Makem in the Bennett Signs red MG midget there as well. Shirley St John Cox in the 2nd of the TR Triumphs out there. Gary Fulmer, who had a massive misfire at the end of the last race, to Matty Chester, James Dodd, and then Kayleen Little-Chester rounding out the 15 that will start this one. Car number 1 would like to take 3 from 3 and make the start of this season absolutely perfect here this weekend. They pick a speed, they stick to it. The number 55, the RV8, right alongside the MG GT V8 as well. And coming to the line, banging away. The flag drops, and Phil Chester gets away nicely. Simon Elliott definitely goes with him. And there goes Michael Trathen as well, the 95 of Jeff St John Cox. And Danny Siama, will he get the goods on Tony Vollebrecht as they head down into turn 1? 2 yellow ZRs by side as Michael Trathen slots in there. Then it's to John Cox, and then we see Tony Vollebrecht just holds out Danny Siama on the apex to that first corner.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, at this morning's race, there's Jeff St John Cox and the 2 ZRs were very close, as David Bajent has got a problem going across to the hill, and he's going to pull off where he can. As we see the rear of the field going through the back flip-flop now, as John Makem and Richard Vollebrecht take 3 for the weekend for these two. These two have been pretty close all weekend.
Yeah, they have. They've had pretty close company, enjoying themselves out there. John Makem and John, I was talking to John actually just between the race this morning and this afternoon, and he was saying that there's issues with his car due to the bumps as well. Cars bottoming out and giving him all sorts of noises that he's not regularly heard when he's been racing this car. So certainly the layout here at Calder is starting to have some concerns for numerous different categories and numerous different drivers within those categories. But Johnny said it is what it is. We just have to go wide through turn 1. So we're watching some of those midgets and the Sprite, etc., running quite a lot wider around. And we see these cars riding those bumps as well.
Yeah, the ZRs along that 1-2 complex, they really bounce in the rear with the no weight and those bumps, but there is a way around those bumps, but I won't broadcast it.
Well, I think John Makem and the guys in the midgets there as well are trying to find exactly the same way around those bumps. It's exploring something other than what you think is the racing line. The racing line will still be the racing line, but if it's not fast and it's destroying your car, then you've got to try something else, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. Now, this will be an interesting battle between the ZRs and the Big Triumph here, because at 29 degrees in the afternoon, this Triumph's brakes are going to get quite hot, and the ZR, if it can keep tyre life in the front by not pushing too hard, battling the other ZR, should be there or thereabouts, about halfway to 3/4 of the way through this race.
So let's just focus on it. These two cars here are the ones we're talking about, the 48 and the 15 being the ZRs in various different trims or horsepower varieties that they did when they did this model car. And that's what we're talking about right now with the battle here. So it's for 5th and 6th on the road. And John Makem's sort of just off in the distance there. But Jefferson John Cox, that's the 95 that we're hearing, the V8 thumping coming out of the flip-flop. There he is there, head-on shot of the all-white Jefferson John Cox Triumph.
Oh, here we go. Waldbrecht's going to try around the outside of Makem. And it's going to close up on him, but he's going to hang it round here. He'll get it this turn, but it's going to fall back in Makem's way when they go back the other way. This is going to be a nice long...
And Naim Aleph could actually slot in that gap between them there as well. He's right.
There
he has
goes.
too. There he has. Slips the nose in. And Wallabrecht goes back 2 spots when, for all intents and purposes, he's about to make a spot.
Yeah, that was cheap. That was very well done by Naim. He saw that. Richard obviously must have had his eyes forward and maybe forgotten about Naim, because he did creep up quite quickly behind them.
Yep.
So,
well, when they're going side by side like that, you've got a 50-50 bet, and he's going to look down the inside of John Makem as well now. John looks to the apex. It's a good thing about these open-top cars. You can see where the decision-making process is occurring for the drivers. And, gee, they're getting close there, the 33 and the 14.
They're bouncing away. Oh, good move by Aleph there. That was very well done.
What a good half lap, eh? He's got 2 spots.
And have a look at that. It slowed Makem up on the apex, and Wallabrecht's going to have a go. Side by side through the flip-flop. Who's going to give up? Wallabrecht smartly.
So a little bit of weight disparity between the midget and the B there at the moment, but also there's capacity gain in the MGB to 46 there.
Yeah, there sure is. It's not a huge amount, but it's enough.
Just watching John's head bounce around, that was what he was telling me. He said if we watch down at turn 1, we'll see you can see how sort of uncomfortable it gets as your head starts to bobble around like a Lego man.
Yeah, I did notice it the previous lap. Let's see what's going to happen this time. Richard looks like he's searching for cool air already. Is he looking at a gauge there? I'm not sure, but no, he still seems like he's going all right. So Aleph's gapped them, but he's got a big gap ahead to Danny Siama. So let's have a look, make him over the bumps here.
There it is. Yeah. That was it there. Look at him bouncing around there, even with the harnesses pulled down nice and tight. Bobbling around. And that's just playing on his mind a little bit out there, John Makem. So he is seeing Naim Aleph driving away now. And the next thing he'll be aware of is the MGB starting to range up there with Richard Wallabrecht in the number 46. So here we are, the two currently in the braking area down to the back straight. Bennett Signs, number 33, charging on through there. Along with yourself, Chris, John is very much a big advocate for the MG racing scene and has been around in it for quite some time, as your whole family has been for quite some time as well. It really is it's a class of racing where we very seldom see any damage on cars due to car-to-car combat, which I always like that because that's just an expense you don't need.
Yeah, that's right. We really pride ourselves on good, hard, clean racing and keeping cars on track throughout the weekend. Obviously, mechanical issues are going to arise, but you know, it doesn't help if there is car-to-car contact, it ruins everybody's race because safety cars could come out. So
yeah, you're right. That's the flip side to all of that as well, and that just ruins it for you and your other 20 mates out there. No, Simon Elliott falls off. He was running so tight with Phil Chester as well. 1.9 seconds now. He's lost the impedance there as well. So just a momentary lapse of reason for this beautiful car, the Derby Works presented car. It is absolutely magnificent. You can't help, every time I walk past the MG paddock, you sort of can't help but take a double take at it, can you?
Yeah, that's right. It's been parked across the shed from us this weekend, and you'll have a look over, have a look at the workmanship that's been done on it. It's great. And it looks like, mistaken now. I thought Walbrook has just got back through, but he's still searching for that cool air. So
yeah, this is starting to get tricky for some of these older pieces of equipment that may not have thermofans and things like that fitted. 27.5 degrees it is here at Calder Park now for Trophy Tour Victoria, round number 2, 888 Home Loans Calder Revived event. Of course, our next round we go to Winton on May 1, 2 and 3. Round 4, smack bang in the southeastern suburbs of Melbourne between Dandenong and Springvale at Sandown International Motor Raceway, August 7, 8 and 9. And the grand final, get yourself, the family, friends, put up a marquee, whatever you have to do. Get down to Phillip Island for the grand final on the 2nd, 3rd and 4th of October. Ignore all of the imitators that tell you they've got grand finals on at the end of September and the start of October. The real grand final will be at Phillip Island on October 2, 3 and 4.
That's right. That'll be a great event. That's actually our next round with the Trophy Tour. We do have a couple of rounds. One interstate round at Sydney Motorsport Park over the King's birthday weekend coming up. As Siama's still on the back of Vollerbreck.
These two yellow cars, well, the only one that sort of mixed up their weekend was you coming through there in the race earlier today.
Yeah, our 3 cars are all very similar. All basically the very exact same engine, same amount of power that's coming out of them. So good fun, close racing.
All right, I've got a question for you. Your car has MG ZR 160 on the number plate, and Danny Siama's has MG ZR 190.
So my car started as a 160.
Yep.
And I found the pot of gold with a 190 around the place and snatched it up real quick and did the engine transplant.
So what is it? What's the significance of 160 and 190?
The 160 back in the Trophy Series in the UK is basically your as we've got a move in a lap pending, but no. So basically the 160 cars and the 170 cars in the UK, they run a modified road car and road engine, where the 190 engines were factory made VHPD head straight out of MG Sport and Racing. So there's not many of them around, so when you find one you've got to get on it, and
hence the pot of gold.
Yeah, that's right.
Once you've seen it, you've got to dig deep and make it happen. So the MG ZR 160 on your car is reference to its historical value.
Yeah, I've been trying to talk to the guys in the UK to get one of these 190 plates sent out to me, but I think they're just as rare as the engines.
Yeah, well, you throw a cat amongst the pigeons and everyone thinks, he's got the 160. It's nowhere near the pot of gold that the guys in the 190s have got. Good battle still going on here. This is for 5th and 6th on the road. Phil Chester has completed 9 laps out in the lead of this one with a 104.97. Simon Elliott was within 1 second. Siama now draws alongside.
Should get it done this time.
Very interesting indeed. Into the bump zone they go. And Vollerbrecht just has to ease on the wheel there. So Tony has to see Siama through. He's going to stuff the nose again down into the run-up to Mount James.
Nice
Does so. Absolutely mozzes Danny Siama out of that, because Danny, we've seen over the last couple of years, more often running his MGB GT V8 in the Group S type of trim.
Right.
So. But I reckon he's having a ripping old time out here at the moment with Tony Vollerbrecht.
Yeah, he sure is. This is his first week in at ZR, so he's recently purchased that car from Jason Holmes.
This is the old Jason Holmes
car.
Okay.
They're checked up there. It looks like Jeff's come to a halt. And
he has.
Yeah.
Jefferson John Cox hauls it up there in the Triumph ZR7 V8, of which there are 2 in the family. Of course, Shirley. Where's Shirley running? She's down in 10th place at the moment. So a family that races together stays together. Danny Siama now.
Yeah, so this is the ex-Jason Holmes yellow ZR, obviously with a bit of Urban DC advertising on the side now, and Jason's still got his turbo version ZR, and there might also be another one somewhere.
The 95 of Jefferson John Cox running so nicely indeed inside the top 5 all weekend long. In fact, 4th place for pretty much the whole weekend.
I've just seen some here.
Oh no!
Yeah, this is rare.
This is rare. This is like the dodo. This is so rare we've not seen it before. Now, JLJ 199 for those playing on at home. Still runs the number plates, pulls off onto driver's left.
Cause a safety car, possibly could with that, but it feels the fire of this battle right here, because this is for P3.
Yeah.
And I believe if it goes the way of Vollebrecht, it could be his first ever podium, but don't quote me on that completely.
You've just said it in front of all your friends and family. You can't blame me for that.
But look at them. Look at the drafting going on. They're chasing each other across the track. These are great cars. The series in the UK, and these are really fun to drive. They dance under brakes. You can slide them through corners, and they're a great little car. So to have, I think we started with 5 out on the weekend. It's just good, close, hard racing, as you can see.
Giving them some revs there too as they come up over Mount Jane and plunge down. We've got the time certain clock has ticked over now. The race being led by Phil Chester and Simon Elliott, now 14.3 seconds a rear with Tony Vollebrecht. Potentially to take a podium here, an outright podium here today. Here's our race leader, Phil Chester for Yarra Valley Towing and Monty Power Tools. Car number 1, you don't get that on the side of your car and on the bonnet and the front windscreen from not trying. And Phil is trying in 2026 just as hard as he did in 2025. Doesn't want to have to peel that sticker off, does he?
No, that's for sure. And Simon Elliott will chase it pretty hard, that number.
Checkered flag now for the ready as we see the absolute behemoth of MG Racing Australia, Phil Chester. 3 from 3. That's 3 race results in a row that we have got. Kieran Pridmore. Then we had Andrew Bajilton, and now we've got Phil Chester. Simon Elliott gets to the line. So the last 3 races have been clean sweeps through all of the categories as we charge to the line with this battle, and we're now moving up onto that. Is not the 95, that's the 92, so that's Shirley.
Talk about some last lap panic here.
Isn't there? So Phil Chester takes the win. That is a great weekend for Phil. He's driven well, and the preparation of that car is looked after absolutely immaculately. Same with Simon Elliott. You've got to wonder if Simon hadn't had just that tiny brain fade that saw him off the edge of the track, what might have happened towards the end of the end. At the end of this one, it is a 15.25. The fastest lap done by Phil Chester on lap number 2 as they bring the ZRs to the line. It will be Tony Vollebrecht on the podium in the all-yellow ZR. Danny Siama next, not too far behind. Naim Aleph has already hit the line. John Makem, well and truly impressed on this one, up to 6th. Johnny started out at 10th, so that's a good run. In fact, that's a good run for Naim as well. They've both gone up 4 spots in this race. Shirley St John Cox, Kayleen Chester, Maddie Chester, Dodd back to Mike Trathen, who didn't finish. Jefferson Don Cox didn't finish. Bajent as well. Bulmer didn't start. Gilles didn't start the race either. There it is, confirmation, Chris.
Yeah, that was an exciting race. So with Phil Chester bringing it home from Simon Elliott, Tony Vollebrecht, Danny Siama, and Naim Aleph rounding out the 5. So
terrific results there. We'll see these guys back at the grand final at Phillip Island on October 2, 3 and 4 to round out the Trophy Tour Victoria at round 5. Of course, we're here at round 2, 888 Home Loans for all of your home loan requirements. The guys at 888 are part of the racing community, so get along, ask them the hard questions. They like that. They like a challenge. They've got over 90 products to choose from to get your right home loan. Let 888 set you right. And in these times where interest rates are not going south, sadly, 888 Home Loans might be able to help you out with a great solution for you, your family, and the lifestyle you want to lead. Chris Gidney, thank you very much. Obviously, your lifestyle you'd like to lead would be race driver.
Yes.
It's been commentator this afternoon. I don't want to rib you anymore, mate, but thank you for coming up and enjoying calling the race with us. And as always, when we get a guest driver in the seat, that's your last time to commentate, mate. Now go and get the race car going.
Thank you. And on behalf of the series, thanks to 888 Home Loans, every volunteer that's out here and everyone that's made this event happen. It's another great event for the Trophy Tour.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Chris Gidney. Great to have him here in the commentary booth, but it'd be great to see him back in his car getting some terrific results throughout the MG Racing Australia series. Great to have Chris's knowledge and his ability to communicate that with us. I'm going to take a quick break. The sports sedans, the big bangers are on track next. Stand
you know
by
that choosing
to
the
be
right
rocked.
home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Another great weekend of MG and invited British sports car racing here at Calder Park, and the beneficiary of a fantastic result, as we've seen in round 1 so far as well. Phil Chester, get some sun protection on there. 3 from 3 here at Calder Park, 6 for 6 on the season. Well done.
Thank you, Matt. Certainly need this protection at the moment, and a massive thank you to Cameron from 888 Home Loans for sponsoring the round. A lot of fun this weekend. Simon certainly pushed me until he had his little moments at the end of the straight there, but a lot of fun. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here, mate, and awesome result. Congratulations once again. Looking forward to seeing it roll on through the season.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks so much, Phil. Our round 2 winner here with a clean sweep. As we've seen a lot of clean sweeps so far, let's have a chat next to Simon Elliott. Coming over, Simon. Grab yourself a 888 Home Loans hat to keep the sun off your visor there. Oh, so close there, but just unfortunately had a moment there at turn 1. What happened?
Yeah, just didn't quite have it for Phil this weekend, but it was a good weekend. The car finished thanks to Vic State Race and the MG Car Club Committee and my crew for helping me out this weekend.
You can't be too mad about a second place finish and a great weekend all around, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to Simon Elliott. And sneaking onto the podium here, Anthony Volibret. Anthony, congratulations, mate. Great to see that number 48 machine up on the podium.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Firstly, I'd like to congratulate Home Loans 888. Yeah, very good for them to sponsor it. And all the competitors in MG, the officials and the organisers, all very well done.
Congratulations, mate. You've earned the hat for the podium. Get that sun off your visor and put your feet up and enjoy, soak up the sunshine and get ready for some great racing coming as well. Congratulations.
I will. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much to Anthony Volibret, and congratulations to all of our podium getters. We've got sports sedans out on track now, and you will not want to miss a moment of that. Back to the commentary box.
Thank you, Matt Dunlop, doing all those presentations down there. Massive enthusiasm from all those drivers, and easily matched by Matt's enthusiasm to greet them to victory lane there as well. Sports sedans make their way out on track for advanced car carriers there for all of your requirements for moving cars and assets around. That's advanced car carriers. Make sure you have them on speed dial when you're looking to move any of your equipment. Sports sedans are live, and well, we've had a little bit of attrition here this weekend. Certainly well over 20 entries at round 1, but here is the grid. These guys choose to do the 2 warm-up laps and then into the rolling start of Darren Smith. Tom Reed right alongside me now as well, knows his way around high horsepower cars. gets his face with mud on it at a speedway regularly over summer. So these cars sound fairly similar to what you're used to doing right through the summer months, Tom.
Yeah, especially Dean Cam's big Corvette there. It's got a nice V8 under the hood or the bonnet of that, as they'd say in America. But yeah, looking forward to Sports Sedan. I've kept an eye on the field throughout the weekend, watching Jeremy Davison sort of, I wouldn't say run away, but control the opening two races. And I believe he's got a pretty handy mechanic overseeing that car this weekend.
Certainly has got a good crew assembled behind him, as does Dean Cam. I think we are going for a race start this time around. Maybe not 2 laps, being that the weather has substantially warmed up. No, we're going around again. So yes, still 2 warm-up laps for the Sports Sedans. And just rolling on around gives us an opportunity to run through the grid sheet. This is how they will start their final race, the feature race for this weekend. 13 laps is the journey. Advanced Car Carriers Sports Sedans. Jeremy Davison, who has had 2 race wins so far this weekend. Dean Cam has sat right alongside him and come second place in the first 2 races for the weekend. One yesterday afternoon and then one this morning. And had done a terrific job, but Dean needs to dig deep now and really try and find what he can take up to Jeremy Davison's newfound speed here this weekend. In fact, that 4-cylinder Honda Turbo has been a revelation. Everybody around the whole property here and online just chatting, going, Jeremy, we've seen him running around sort of mid-pack. He's got 2 cars. He's got this one and he's got another one. This one's one he's spending the time and energy on for Bandit Security. Did a 59.78 this morning, and that is faster than Dean Cam's lap record. So Jeremy Davison has found some pace there. So front row, Jeremy Davison to Dean Cam, Aidan Munger, Matt Thulis in that orange at number 45 RX8, Nathan Baines and Damien Johnson. Of course, Aidan Munger, in that yellow and grey car. Looks amazing out on track. Damien Johnson, I love this Sports Sedan. Been around for a long time. Damien and his father present it absolutely immaculately every time it comes out. Warren Clellan to David Shaw. Tegan Collins in the number 87 Toyota V8 power in an RX-7. That just about encapsulates Sports Sedans for me. That's a very rare find out there. And the number 56 of Brad McGlurkin Senior. Not so sure. Didn't see the black Corvette. It was towed in after race 1 or race 2 this morning. And away we go, the rolling start. Then there is no black Corvette off the back. Dean Cam, under the rolling start conditions, gets the run down to turn 1. Crowds over into the corner, which he can do. In fact, he has got a clean set of heels on that Corvette down into turn 1. This time around, the Bandit Security, Tactical Security and Response crew just has to allow for the 5-star fencing racer of Dean Cam, number 6, to get through there. Interesting thing about this as well, there's always a question mark when the ambient temperature goes up and a turbo car doesn't seem to drive away from the field. Grabbed a whole handful of ripple strip there, that was violent. Aidan Munger now also in the rear hatch there of the RX-7 of Jeremy Davison. And have a look at Matt Thulis here. This car is not quite in the same, let's say, modified trim of these guys, and he is running for the first time in the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship and doing a very, very good job. An accomplished racer. In fact, a driver coach of note in Victoria, and he is doing a very good job, Matt, to be staying with these front runners. There's Dean Cam again. Nice work by Dean, covering off the line that if there's going to be a dive bomb take place, the Bandit Security RX-7 is being covered off by Dean in the number 66. Massively experienced race driver is Dean, and a friend to all around the pit paddock area. Charges over Jane Hill. Aidan Munger just sitting almost poised there, isn't he? That magnificent looking Nissan.
Yeah, I think he's waiting for these two to perhaps have a bingle, which hopefully they're not going to do. But I get the feeling Jeremy needs to get on with this, like I said, with the turbo and these hot conditions. I think we're currently sitting at 28 degrees here at Calder, so much hotter than it was Friday and Saturday here. So different conditions. Tyres will be getting warm. Brakes will be definitely getting hot on these cars, especially down the end of the long front straight.
Well, he asked the question of the Sylvia in improved production, and that had water injection on the intercooler and radiator. I'm not sure whether the Bandit security car has that, and that's a big run down into turn one. Drove straight into Dean Cam. Not sure what was going on there with Jeremy Davison. That did not have the corner, and taken both of them out there. That was a desperate old manoeuvre to slot up the inside of Cam there. But what that's done, that has given Aiden Munger, you said it half a lap ago, Tom, the potential for it coming together was high.
Yeah, I didn't want to say what I thought might have happened, but I sort of did, and it actually eventuated into turn one, just crowded the apex there from Dean Cam and just shut the door on him ever so slightly, and they made contact. Hopefully that hasn't done diffuser damage to the rear of the Davison car there.
Yeah, I hope they can press on. I'm not sure what Jeremy was up to there. There was a nice dive, but Dean still certainly had the corner as far as getting into it was concerned. But what that has given us is a new leader in the Victorian Sportsman Championship. Welcome to the front or the lead of a race to Adrian Munger. He's got Matt Doolis. So two guys that have not been seen at the front of the race are now out in front. Dean Cam's a further 10 seconds behind. Big dive bomb. Closed over, and Dean was just going for the corner. I don't know. I'll leave that up to race control to give their judgment there, but Jeremy was well and truly committed to a dive bomb.
Bit of a lazy incident in the end.
Yeah, it was in the end. Bit sort of awkward, wasn't it? Damien Johnson here in the gel, number 19, Tirana, taking it up to
wow, that car looks
Shaw.
good.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. You think of sports sedan, you think
it's yeah. Exactly what you want. Wide guards, low to the ground, aggressive angle. He's all over the back here of the 94. He's trying to get a run out of the flip-flop, but ended up compromising by being shallow, and that allows the 33 Mark car, that awesome-sounding V8, to go for a lunge, but too far back.
And he's got Tegan Collins right in his back door there as well. Nathan Baines has returned to the paddock as we see Jeremy Davison scream on by. Smoke off the back of Dean's car.
So I saw that a couple of laps earlier on. I don't know if that's a tyre rubbing, but wow, look how rich it's running into turn one with the black smoke pouring out the side.
They'll have to be running rich to try and keep it cool there. Lots of fuel in to try and keep that combustion temperature down to try and avoid what else is going on there. So an awkward moment between those two, which never ever happened. Is good battle here. What we're talking about is Damien Johnson to David Shaw, Warren Clellan, Tegan Collins. In fact, that rounds out our contenders. Only 8 cars left battling it out. Baines, McGlurkin didn't start this one in the Corvette.
Go.
Nathan Baines has finished at the Tirana alongside over Jane Hill. This is going to get awkward. You can't go side by side through there, although the Saloon cars did. And Damien Johnson drives that magnificent Tirana, the advanced car carriers. King's fiberglass gel Tirana turns into the right-hander, stamps his authority on that part of the field. Currently 5th in this race. Adrian Munger, let's look at these gaps and get a little bit theoretical on them. Munger's got 5.38 to Thulis, who's another 4 seconds and 5 seconds to Dean Cam. And there's still plenty of time to go. There's still absolutely plenty of time for Jeremy Davison to range up on Matty Thulis and grab that spot. In fact, he's all but ranged up on him now as they come down the back straight.
The Mark car gets through on the 94 there, so another move forward there for Warren Cleland in his white Mazda. And Mazda being a sports sedan with the V8 in the bottom. That's it. A pretty mean sounding car. And I suspected that move was coming for a while, as he was almost bottled up there behind the 94 Falcon. Stretches the legs.
So the Mark car in the Mazda format like it is now, the man from Mornington Mazda, Tony Groves, won the Victorian Championship, as we see as position change. Jeremy Davison goes through now. Matt Thulis will follow the racing line and try and stick with the turbocharged car.
3 seconds a lap quicker than your race leader. Sorry, 2 seconds and 3 seconds quicker than the car he just passed there of Thulis. So absolutely on the charge is the Mazda, the Bandit Security 28. and it doesn't seem to be suffering from any right rear damage from that contact that he and Dean Cam had, who you can see just at the top of the shot there through the flip-flop.
Matt Thulis now in the Barwon Tyre and Auto entry. A new entry to the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. A guy we know well, but the entry from Tim Meaden doing a good job. And Matt Thulis, a very good choice of race driver to have a very safe set of hands to get the job done. And there was absolutely no way that package was going to keep up with Jeremy Davison as he ticks the box on another spot. He's now 6.3 seconds away from Munga. He's 1.5, nearly 2 seconds a lap faster, so he should have him in the next 2 laps.
But then he's got to get past it, which is a whole nother challenge.
So another battle. But this thing is absolutely giving it. It's not just straight line handling it now. They've got this car dialed in, being driven very well by Jeremy. Really appreciate what he is doing. And he's not sure about that run down at turn 1 there. There was a bit of a question mark, a bit of a blot on this race.
Well, now he's got clean air, which is going to help the turbo here. Yes. So he's not following the hot wake of another car, which will keep his tyres slightly cooler, provided he's not sliding too much, which it doesn't look to be. It looks to be nice and nicely sat on the race surface.
Our race leader crosses the line now with 5 laps still to go. Plenty of time for this race lead to come under fire, but Aidan Munga, very, very cool to see this car out in front in a sports sedan race. The AMS Auto Sport entry. They're very, very serious about developing this car, and they have worked tirelessly over the last 12 to 18 months to get and extract everything from that car. Now, I guess it's about Aidan just driving it. As Tegan Collins into the inside on David Shaw, just pulls out of it. But Tegan's only had one little spin here this weekend, and he's going nicely. Pretty happy with the package. And getting right in behind David Shaw now, trying to challenge for the 7th spot in this race. Aidan Munga completes another lap.
Another thing that you can just see behind, here come the leaders up to the back markers here, the 94 and Tegan Collins in car 87. So that could either help Jeremy Davison, who this time by takes even more margin, almost another second out of that race lead. So he's going to have to get the hurry on here. We've got 4 laps remaining on the clock, and the gap is 4.8. But I noticed Aidan Munga out front is setting very consistent lap times, all in the 1 minute threes, or there or thereabouts.
He's got the car operating in that 63-second lap sort of window, hasn't he? Jeremy is just that on lap 60 to 101, last time round a 102. So yeah, there is gain as this battle is for last actually on the road. So Tegan is looking to impress on David Shaw. He's well aware that she's there. You're going to be side by side through a bit of track that's not ideal to go side by side, and she does it. That is a freak of nature right there. Tegan Collins, wow, trusting in the package, trusting in her fellow competitor. David Shaw went, wow, if you want to go there, I'm going to have to succumb to the charge, but he goes straight to the outside, runs down into turn 1, the 87, absolutely charging on it, that rear wing at maximum attack. Our race leader just trying to pick through here. The blue flags are being waved. He doesn't want to waste any time trying to get through on these two. 5.1 seconds, so he's just eased a little bit back.
Dropped a bit.
So Tegan opens up the corner. Nice work, allowing our race leader through, and he goes off. Gathers it all back up, but we've lost momentum in the worst part of the track, trying to get the car up the hill. He has positioned 2 cars between him and the fastest car on the track, Jeremy Davison. Matt Thulis, then Dean Cam in the Corvette. We just see him going to the back of the picture down at turn 1 there. Jeremy Davison now last lap around a 104, so starting to just drop off those lap times a little bit. And the 28 tactical response, or banded security tactical response and asset protection RX7 coming onto the straight this time around. Let's manage that gap. Munga hits the line now. Davison, 3.13. He's gone right back down into the 104 dead. And that time around, Aidan, a 106 dead, so exactly 2 seconds a lap faster for car number 28. This car on screen, the RX-7 Honda turbocharged power. And the next car on the road is the race leader.
Yeah, more lap cars for your race leader, Aiden Munger, to contend with through turns 2 and 3. And that's exactly why you never give up, because Davidson is right there or thereabouts, and potentially he's managing something that we don't know about, having dropped back to 5 seconds, and now the gap's back to 3 here. But we'll see this time round. It's still pretty warm outside. And in a turbo car, could definitely be nursing a small drama here.
Wow, it's been a long time since we've had 2 new race winners over a weekend in sports sedans. And at the moment, I'm not going to even go anywhere near calling it. The pace is absolutely blistering hot, like the weather here today. 1 lap left to go for Aiden Munger, 1.9 seconds gap. There's our race leader. There's P2 on the road. Under brakes down into turn number 1, where it all busted loose with Dean Cam about 10 laps ago. Aiden Munger will be well aware of the charge coming up behind him here now. Up over the hill, accelerate down the hill, carry as much as you weigh, momentum as you can down the hill, and up the back straight. Aiden Munger, well aware of his mortality right now. Damien Johnson is just up the road from them, and Damien's in position number 5, so they've lapped everyone up to position number 6. The number 75 comes up to the top end of the Calder Park Racing Complex. Wide, swooping run onto the straight here. Points it up. It's going to be very, very close as they make their way to the line. But Aiden Munger takes the victory over Jeremy Davison. So 2 new race winners this weekend have finished line astern with each other. What a massive result for the Sports Sedan Championship. Matty Thorless on the podium on debut in the RX-8. You've got to wonder about things to come for that car. And Dean Cam, the number 66, brings this magnificent Corvette to the finish line, albeit in 4th place. He'll be back. He will fight another day. There is absolutely no doubt about it. Listen to that Corvette.
The big NASCAR power plant under that car brings home in position number 4 for car 66, but a tight battle all the way through. Davison getting within half a second on that final lap of your race winner, Aiden Munger. Look at the Tirana here. Car 19 through the final couple of corners. A beautiful livery car. Just giving a wave to some of the fans up on the hill there, acknowledging them coming out to Calder Revived here for the second round of the Trophy Tour.
Damien Johnson brings the Tirana to the line. It will be the last one to get the checkered flag. What a weekend for sports sedans here. At the end of the day, 8 cars only make it to the line. I think we started with 15 at the start of this weekend, but this is the nature of sports sedans as Damien Johnson just disappears down into turn 1. What a celebration for car number 75. Aiden Munger, P1, feature race win race 3 at the Trophy Tour round 2, Calder Park, the 888 Home Loans Calder Rock and Revive. Jeremy Davison into P2, 2 wins and a 2nd place. Matt Thullis, who would have thought on debut that this RX-8 would have muscled its way onto the podium for the final race for the weekend. But Matt Thullis, a terrific drive. We know he's a good race driver, and they'll develop that car and it will become faster and faster. Dean Cam, the number 66, as always, in it to win it, and Dean will just come back to the pits. There'll be a quiet moment there, and they'll pack up, and Dean will, I can guarantee you, work feverishly to get that car back into race-winning form. Damien Johnson home in P5. Great to have Damo back on track. Tom, I'm glad that you like that Tirana as much as I do. It epitomises sports sedans, doesn't it?
I can appreciate a little bit of history there, and yeah, always a really good-looking car.
So that's the way they finish with Cleland. Tegan Collins drove really well there as well, as did David Shaw, and that rounds out our finishers. We'll go down to Matt Dunlop for the winners and the grinners.
Mike 1, levels check. Mike 1, levels check. Thank you.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Well, we've got the mic tested, it's up and running, and we're ready to have a chat with the podium getters for Sports Sedan feature race here at Rock and Revived Calder Park, round 2 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. An insane race here. Everything was happening there. I couldn't believe my eyes as I was watching there up on screen. And we've got Aidan Munger in first position ahead of Jeremy Davidson in second and Matt Thewlis in third position. Really, really keen to have a chat to these blokes as they're just jumping out of their cars now, cooling down just a little bit. So we'll give them a moment to gather their bearings as they gear up for a really well-earned break after those 3 races in this Calder Park weather. Aidan Munger, come on down, mate. Grab this microphone.
How are you going?
Good. Congratulations, mate. A
Thank
fantastic weekend for you, and you've capped it off with a win in the feature.
Yeah, thank you. That's first time that's happened. First podium this weekend. Wasn't expecting a win, but really happy. That was incredibly lucky, obviously. But
luck played a massive factor, of course. But you still got to be in it to win it, and you kept the thing pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, he went all right. Really happy. Yeah.
And you ended up second in the round as well, mate, so congratulations on what's been a fantastic weekend.
Thank you so much. Cheers.
That's Aidan Munger there, who's been having a chat to us there from Sports Sedans. We go now to Jeremy Davidson, who's just jumping out of his car now. We'll have a chat to him in just a moment, as well as Matt Thewlis in the RX-8 in third position. It's been a bit of a frenetic race here, so they're just going to take a moment to just gather their bearings. Oh, sorry about that, Aidan. Forgot to grab the microphone back off him there. But thanks so much again, Aidan, once again for having a chat, and congratulations once more. We've just got everyone coming over to give their congratulations. Big contingent out here for the Sports Sedans. And we have a look now. I'm just having a look. Aidan Munger having a chat to Jeremy Davidson as they recap the race. Jeremy, fantastic result. Come on over if you don't mind if I grab you for a quick chat. I'll give you that one there.
Thank you.
What a weekend it's been. They say there's no replacement for displacement, but I think you've proved that wrong here today.
Exactly. That's right.
And it was a bit of a... obviously, it's not how you expecting that race to go with the incident in turn 1, but an incredible recovery there to make it back.
Yeah, well, we were lucky. It's probably just a racing incident, and we'll just go on from there.
And congratulations on the round win as well.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much to Jeremy Davidson there, our second place getter and our round winner. We're going to wrap it up now, and we're going to go to Formula V's on track.
Thanks very much, Matt Dunlop, for the interviews there for our first and second place getters in the Sports Sedans. A great race all weekend long. I'm joined by Steve DeVries for the final race of the Australian V-Dub Performance Centre. Formula V action here. It's been awesome action all weekend long. We've had Shane Purvis up there for the first time running with the top 3, but ultimately we've had Andre Kieran and Ashley Quinnington sharing the chocolates. Looking forward to this one, Steve. What's your take on it?
Yeah, well, there's a lot still to digest after this morning's race was cut short by a little bit. So your top 2 that have won a race each so far this weekend, Andre Kieran and Ash Quinnington will start on the front row with Brock Hamilton and Malachi Windsor right behind them. The one to keep an eye out for, as you said, is Blake Purvis. He had to start at the rear of the grid this morning. He managed to get up to 6th place, but because of the red flag rules that are in force, goes back 1 lap, so he actually unfortunately lost 1 extra spot because of where the lap was counted back to. So he's going to start out of position number 7 alongside the number 93 Stinger of Grant Kelly. So for Australian V-Dub Performance Centre, we have a green flag at the back of the field, and we are set for a start here. 2 title protagonists on the front row of the grid, looking, watching, waiting, launching. Very, very even launch, if I do say so myself, just standing from the commentary box to have a look. And even from the second 2 pair on the row behind, very, very even launch too between Malachi Windsor and Brock Hamilton. It's Noah's Ark style for half the front straight. 2 by 2 is the way that saying goes. And now they've got to settle into a bit of a groove as they approach turn number 1.
So through turn number 1 for the first time, car 12, Ashley Quinnington leading the way from Andre Kieran, trying to make a break from car 88 there, Malachi Windsor, who stuck with them all the way through the second race earlier on this morning. Grant Kelly.
Yeah, Purvis wasting absolutely no time. Straight past Grant Kelly, up into 6th place for the number 6.
Dramas for the 31 here.
Yep, some dramas for the 31. Nathan Jones went through there as well. The 31 actually has had quite the hefty rebuild since the incident this morning, and I think that something's probably not gone 100% according to plan there. It was a hell of an effort from the 4-man crew down at the Sabre Racing Team stable to even consider turning that car around to be done, but something has let go Probably just something small that's just been overlooked, I would say, in that very hasty rebuild to get it up and running and out of there. I'm sure he will be straight into pit lane.
No, he's not. I hope he knows, though, because that could be a motor on its way out with potentially an oil or I dare say an oil line. Yep. The meatball flag being shown there, of course, to car 31 to get him out of the road, but down into turn 1. Kieran, bang, takes the race lead over Ashley Whittington. And then a move there from Brock Hamilton going up the inside of Malachi Windsor.
2 moves, in fact. It was actually, you got Malachi Windsor passed by Brock Hamilton. You also had Blake Purvis passing Cameron Bell. He might get Windsor here as well on the outside of turn number 3. There's not going to be much quarter given there.
He knows he's got to go here to catch the front 2.
He certainly does. This is something I was talking to several of the drivers about in the lead up to this race. If Blake was going to make any headway in this, he needed to clear a lot of this traffic in the first 2 laps to have any real shot. He's done just that. There's only one more car ahead of him, which is Hamilton. And that will be an interesting battle in itself because both of them have been very, very quick.
Yeah, potentially got to work with Hamilton here as the front 2 have skipped out already to a second margin over 3rd place. Still Andre Kieran leading onto the front straight in that beautifully presented yellow and blue machine.
Yeah, tribute to the Renault Formula 1 team of years gone by. That one is, if you have to look very closely, they've actually gone with a wrap that sort of almost imitates when you're standing on the side, that like it's actually got Formula 1 style side pods on it, but in fact they don't in Formula V. It's a little bit of an optical illusion. Bit further behind, here comes Purvis. Again, wasting no time. 2 laps, 4 positions gained from where he started, up to position number 3. Now, he was the fastest car on the track in terms of the outright lap speed in race number 2 this morning. What's he got left now that he's into position number 3? He's got some clear track ahead of him, and he can see that carrot dangling in front of him as he heads down Jane Hill and through the flip-flop at 4 and 5.
Unfortunately now, though, he becomes the pioneer in this battle, just wiping the visor there, potentially a little bit of oil being left on the road from car 31. Just come back from a massive rebuild there from the race this morning after having a huge incident. So glad to see those drivers A-OK and actually both cars out on the track, which is amazing.
In actual fact, too, the second of those cars that was hit in the incident, Darren Power, is actually out there as well and taken to the start. There was a nose cone damage, there was a little bit of rear end damage there, but he also made it out. So 2 crews, Sabre Racing and Acura Motorsport, having to spend a lot of time to turn those cars around and make them get back out onto the track. One was definitely a lot worse for wear than the other.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a huge moment there as Collinson pulls back into the lane, but unfortunately this is not what Purvis wanted to see as Hamilton goes down the inside into turn number 1, and that's for the final podium spot. So I think, unfortunately, Purvis's run from the 4th row has come to an end, and this is where his battle will be for the final podium spot here in race number 3 of the Australian VW Performance Centre Formula Vs, unless the front 2 somehow don't work well with each other, which they have a 3.2 second margin, so fairly comfortable air gap there out in front.
Absolutely. I can see there as well, Malachi Windsor's just dropped back another spot. Nathan Jones in the number 30 is actually making a few decisive moves early on here. He started out in position 6. He's trying to work his way back towards P6, which is where he is right now, having made that move on Windsor at turn number 1 on this lap. And they come out of turn number 9 here. So Grant Kelly at the back of this group as well. So all the cars from 3rd place right through to 8th in this shot here. 6 of them line astern, running down the front straight. And then there's a bit of a margin back to Mick Fisher, who's running solo in 9th. And then Darren Power, that other car involved in the contact this morning, is running inside the top 10. He's got a small margin there over his stablemate, Jason Kay.
Oh, big moves and shakes down into turn 1. All the drivers nervous on the brakes there. Hamilton still leads this group. And this is for the final podium spot all the way down to Grant Kelly in his Stinger, I believe, in car 93 there, running position number 8. So nothing separating these guys. The leader's just through on shot there, and it's still Kieran holding a 3/10 margin over Ashley Whittington.
The 31 of Declan Collison has now come to pit lane as well, so the meatball flag, as it's affectionately known, has been obeyed. He's now come in, so we're now down to the 16 runners in this race. The only other car that I did see out there late this morning, and I wasn't sure if he was actually here this weekend, is the only 1200 class car of Matthew Ganges down there in 16th place, the number 22. Did show up at Sandown, but we didn't see any of him yesterday, so we're not sure if he had some mechanical dramas or things that weren't able to be rectified, but he did get permission to start off the back of the grid this morning, and he is now also out there running in this race as well. A bit rare that we would see 1200 class cars in Victoria. It's been a 1600 class for series for quite some time, but good to see that there's still a few of those cars still out and about, because they're mostly historic vehicles these days with that historic engine as we sort of meant to see it. But it's actually quite well supported in a number of the other states, especially racing this weekend. I think Tasmania have pretty much got a flotilla of 1200s down there, and then the other two states running this weekend, WA and South Australia, they've actually got a mixture of both 16s and 1200s.
Well, we had a lot of 1200s competing at the Penrite 100 Classic there. Josh Lowing having some pretty good battles at the front of that field. A big moment there for car one. Sorry to jump off that topic, but yeah, we had some fantastic racing down at Phillip Island for the 1200 Vs.
Absolutely did. Grant Kelly actually had who's racing today, had the historic V out there as well, and
running in that front group.
Him and his father have been quite passionate supporters of historic Formula V for quite a while, so it was a no-brainer. At some point they were going to move into the more modern variants of Formula V.
Although they are traditionally the slower cars on a race meeting, they will tend to put on the best racing, as we always see here with the 1600 class, and it's no different for the 1200s there down at Phillip Island, which was tremendous racing. So is the battle for the lead here with Kieran and Whittington still holding those first and second spots, but this is the real battle at the moment going on between fourth and position 8 there. Grant Kelly rounding off that little battle pack there. Malachi Windsor's just dropped a few spots there. He started on the second row, back in position number 3, and he's dropped back to P7, so he wouldn't be too happy, I would have thought, inside that Acura Motorsport car.
No, certainly not. There was a few little gremlins in the engine department for that car at Sandown, so I'm not sure if any of those have just sort of started to rear their head again, but he's hanging on to the draft quite nicely, and I was actually, that's gotten very close there. I was about to say I've been very impressed how he was able to hold on to the top two in this morning's race before it was cruelly cut short by the red flag. And then I was very rudely interrupted by Cameron Bell getting awfully close to the rear gearbox of Brock Hamilton's number 11 in the braking zone. He was actually trying to head off and move there from Nathan Jones in the number 30 and got a little bit too close for comfort, just somehow avoided rubbing his rear nose cone on the rear muffler of the number 11 Silver Fox.
Fastest lap that time around by Ashley Whittington with a 10 dead. And here it is, the battle for the lead. Kieran just running a little deep into the braking zone, and turn number 1 relinquishes that race lead to the fella Sabre 02 there in car 12, smacking the curves through 2 and 3, running it over Mount Jane here. You see in other categories the high horsepower cars getting almost airborne, 4 wheels off the deck there, but these cars very well planted through the ground, smacking the curbs again through the flip-flop. And now he's trying to break that toe, although I don't think it's going to work for your race leader, Whittington.
No. Considering these cars are only just north of 500 kilos in terms of the minimum weight, it's amazing to think that then they come over Mount Jane, that's something that's 2.5 times to 3 times the weight of these things is actually getting, as you said, airborne up and over the top. But that's just the sheer power and the horsepower. These are only sort of, the Volkswagen engine, somewhere in the 70-odd kilowatt or horsepower stakes. They don't seem to, it doesn't sound like a lot when it's powering something that only weighs half a tonne. It goes very, very quick. Down the front straight now, we've chalked up 8 laps. This group is still very, very furiously trying to fight over this last step on the rostrum. I've been particularly impressed with Cameron Bell this weekend as well. He's definitely been upping his game slowly, and this is probably the best round that we've seen him drive since he came into the category a couple of years ago. Definitely seems to have found his feet, gotten through with some of the little gremlins that they were trying to fix over the course of the last 6 or so months. And now that number 4, the ex-Heath Collinson championship winning car, is in very, very fine form here this weekend. And very, very nicely in the top 3 yesterday after all the penalties were applied. And then again, he was in that top 4 or 5 this weekend consistently. So he's not out of the shout here for a genuine 3rd place if he can somehow find a way past Hamilton. But then he's also got to get past the very, very quick Blake Purvis.
Yeah, Black Purvis almost making a little bit of a run for it in this group, but he'll be reeled in by the time we get to turn 1, no doubt. Such is the slipstreaming in these Formula Vs. No wind around today, pretty calm day, but they punch a hole through the air, which allows the car behind here of Brock Hamilton to get close, but albeit not actually that close by the time they get to turn number 1. Look at the 30 going down the inside here at Bell, and he just pulls that up. That was almost nose cone to gearbox contact there.
Certainly was. Purvis actually set the fastest lap of the race that time around in a mid-6. It was a mid-9. It was a 9.6 to be precise. Mid-6 would be fast, but no, it's a mid-9. In fact, the top 3 have only just dipped into the 1 minute 9s on the previous tour. So we've been in the 10s for most of it. That just goes to show you where the pace is at this morning. Look, as Windsor runs very, very wide there at turn number 5. Just goes to show you where the pace was at this morning, where we were mostly in the 9s, and then we slowly started to drop into the 8s, but it was a little bit cooler, and now it's in the heat of the day. The track surface is very, very hot, so they're struggling to get into the 1 minute 9s. They've only just in the last lap just managed to get there.
Yeah, sitting at a warm 29 degrees here at Calder Park, and we're back into the 1 minute 10s because we had a little bit of lap traffic to deal with, as we just saw on the shot there through the final couple of corners there at turn 6, 7, 8.
Matthew Ganji, that was in the 1200 entry, the number 22 machine that the race leaders had to negotiate. Blake Purvis will be right on him at probably the most critical point as well at turn number 1.
And we're coming up to more lap traffic here through turns 2 and 3. I think that is
Ivan Vitti and Ken Morrison will be the next 2 that are having their own little battle. Actually, that's the number 31 there as well. Has gone back out as well for Declan Collison. So he's on behind Ivan Vitti at the moment. A bit further back. Here goes Jason Kay down the inside of Mick Fisher. So that's actually for 9th and 10th. So Mick continuing his good form from Sandown. He actually said to me on his way to marshalling he was smiling for my sake. I'm not sure why, but I think it's because he's had plenty of airtime and he's actually been having a really, really good opening couple of rounds, which is a little bit different to how things have gone in the last couple of years for him. But that number 33 Builders Crane Hire Jacer has actually been quite quick in the mid-pack, and along with Rob Vile, who's just in the back of shot there, they've been 2 of the drivers that had some really, really good scraps and really good results at Sandown. And in Mick's case, he's continued that over to Calder Park.
Doing a good job there of chasing up to car 81 there of Jason Kay. These two sort of in their own battle here, just in a bit of no man's land, and just behind them, I think, is the number 7 there of Rob Vile. Back to the battle for position number 5 now, because Blake Purvis has actually skipped away about 1.5 seconds, and now this is the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th there. Malachi went down the inside. A bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there with one of the factory Sabre cars.
Yep, that was the number 30 there, Nathan Jones. There was just 2 into 1, just did not go at that point on the circuit, and that's actually been rather costly, because for Windsor, he's now dropped a couple of extra car legs behind the duo of Bell and Hamilton, and that's critical because that might lose him the draft down the front straightaway, meaning he's going to be vulnerable to the Sabre and the Stinger behind him, whereas Bell and Hamilton will be able to hopefully set sail into the distance and try and catch Purvis, who's opened up a very nice margin. It's the number 31 there, he's getting out of the way. That's the team car to the number 30 that's just gone through. So Declan Collison getting out of the way there. Likewise, Ivan Vitti in the number 84, the Gerbert, he's trying to pull out of the way of all the fast-moving cars coming through on him. And there's your leaders. Purvis has got a nice little margin at the moment here. It was 1.6 seconds. It's down to 1 second now. As the number 84 still needs to get through the turn here, but it's got to hold your line, get up and over Mount Jane, and then the faster cars will come through. So you can see here Ivan looking in the mirrors, trying to work out where these faster cars are. Malachi's now got to pick his moment to get past the number 84. Can he take it? Can he take advantage of this? No, he can't. He can't quite get the traction out of turn number 3 to get past Ivan before turn 4 and 5. Now he's trying to use the draft to his advantage. Will he go down the inside here, late dive at turn number 6? Yes, he does. He tries to use Ivan to his advantage, but number 30 there of Jones. He finds a way through so he doesn't lose too much ground against the 88.
That was all a little bit clumsy there. Ivan just trying to hold his line, and Malachi was following him to try and get as much of a slipstream as possible. Here goes to 33 there. Fisher trying to make a move on Kay, and these guys have swapped position since last time they've been across the line. Fast lap that time around just popped up on your screen there from Cameron Bell in position number 4. So going strength to strength this weekend and this season with a 1 minute 9.2.
Yeah, he got a slingshot past Brock Hamilton on that lap as well. Actually, so much faster. Yeah, and Hamilton himself even set a personal best that it was some 7/10 of a second slower than the fastest lap that Bell's just posted. Likewise, Fisher here using the slipstream of the number 81 Stinger to his advantage, trying to put that Jason firmly down the inside at turn number 1. Talked about how bumpy this approach is here. You can see how much more settled the Jacer is on the far right-hand side of the circuit, but being all that way to the right for a right-hand corner, it does slow your momentum down through that turn. So you do want to just stay as far to the left as you can without causing too much drama for yourself. Checkered flag, meanwhile, we've missed all of that in the action here. Checkered flag is going to fly, and it's going to be the number 12 of Ash Quiddington, who notches his second win for the weekend and the round win overall.
Purvis from the 4th row all the way to position number 3. He was hoping to latch onto that top 2 battle, but they skipped away, ultimately beating home Purvis by 5.7 seconds there back to Hamilton. Cameron Bell in position number 5, setting the fastest lap of the race, of course, with the 1 minute 9.2. Then we go to Malachi Windsor, who unfortunately dropped a few spots there back to position number 6. Having a look at car 44, one of the drivers involved in that huge incident that we saw earlier on this morning, running home in currently position number 13 there.
Certainly is. So he was inside the top 10 for a little bit there, Darren Power, but he has unfortunately dropped back throughout the course of the race. That big conga line of cars that we've seen in the opening 2 races sort of seemed to dissipate and was further down the order. The big conga line was actually a lot further up the order. It was headed by the likes of Blake Purvis and Brock Hamilton and Cameron Bell for a good chunk of that race until that pack split apart later on as the traffic became a factor. So Ash Quiddington takes another win. So he's got 4 on the season to Andre's 2. And it's funny because they've both entered the feature races of the last 2 weekends, level on the points, and then the feature race win has gone the way of Ash Quiddington in both occasions. So that gives him a very narrow margin in the Victorian Trophy Tour standings after the opening 2 rounds. But it's definitely not over by any stretch of the imagination.
No, he's certainly got a few more rounds to go for the Formula Vs. We will be seeing them next up at Winton Motor Raceway, the nation's action track, from May 1st, 2nd and 3rd for the 3rd round of the championship there. But confirmation of your results on screen. Quiddington taking home the race win by just over a 10.5 there from Kieran. Blake Purvis storming from the 4th row to position number 3. Brock Hamilton home in 4th. Cameron Bell doing a great job there in 5th. And then we go to Malachi Windsor, Nathan Jones, Grant Kelly, Mick Fisher and Jason Kay.
Certainly is. What a great display of driving there from the Formula Vs. While they come back into pit lane, we're going to take a short break and then we'll catch up with Matt Dunlop down in pit lane with the top 3.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation-free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to Rock and Revived, round 2 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour here at Calder Park. And we have just seen an absolutely frenetic Formula V race, and the victor, Ash Quiddington, joins me now. Ash, that puts you in the round lead, that puts you in the championship lead, and there's a feature race win as well. Can't get much better than that.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a great weekend and great start to the season. Congratulations to Andre. It was great racing as well, and also congratulations to young Blake there. By the looks of that, he's got third for his second round only. So I'd like to thank my team, Silver Fox Racing, all my friends and family. If you're watching at home, thanks for tuning in, and yeah, thanks for the great weekend, guys.
It's shaping up to be a massive mega championship battle, mate. All the best and congratulations once again.
No problem at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ash Whittington, our race 3 winner here in the Formula V. Second place, Andre Curran. Come on down, mate. That was an absolutely sensational run as well. Get one of these on your noggin, mate. Geez, there really was not much in it at the end, but you're right in the thick of it, and it's been such an incredible championship battle. Congratulations on the second place in the feature.
No, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been awesome racing all weekend with Ash. And Blake, it's good to see you up the front as well. It's good to have some new blood up the front. So it's been absolutely awesome racing this weekend. Can't thank everyone enough.
It's so good watching you tearing it around with Ash up the front, and I can't wait to see how it goes for the rest of the season.
Awesome.
Congratulations once again, and all the best.
Thanks.
Andre Curran, our second place getter here in Calder Park, and now we go to our third place getter, Blake Purvis. An insane recovery drive. There's a hat for you, Blake. After having been disqualified in race 1, an incredible effort to get back on the podium. Well done.
Thank you.
How did the car feel? Was it a challenge for you, or was it feeling really good under your feet? What was it like to just race back up to the front there?
Felt a bit different after we changed the ride height from race 1 after being DQ'd. So I'm just happy that we finished and made the recovery.
You should be absolutely so proud of yourself, mate. A fantastic performance. Well done to Blake Purvis, our podium setter for race 3, third position here for Formula V. Well done, Blake Purvis. A massive congratulations to all of our Formula V competitors, especially our podium getters, and we will be right back with improved production here. Do not go anywhere.
Yep, we certainly will be back with improved production in a few minutes. There is the improved production field sitting in the marshalling area. It has definitely been a bit of a war of attrition in this morning's first race, and myself, Steve DeVries, and Scott McLean right next door to me, we have been pounding that pavement trying to work out what on earth happened on a lot of occasions.
Where do we start?
Yeah, that's the big question. Where do we start?
Where do we start? Well, if we just have a look at this grid for starters, we have Callan Jensen, who is in that Peugeot, is like second row on the grid. I think he's better than Sebastian Lowe. That's what I'm hearing around the paddock. 8-time world champion rally driver. We've got Jamie Augustine, which is going to be looking at a car, is in the Senator, the HSV Senator, that's tyres are not happy. They're trying to make it last. He must think he's in with a show. Must be in with a show. You've got Chris Badal behind him. Third row of the grid. Anything can happen. Everyone should have a sniff here. And Matthew Strange, who's back, who's doing a hell of a job in that BMW E30. He's got to be getting excited that the skinny car could swing through that flip-flop on the back straight and suddenly be all over some big guys in front. It could be game on.
Could be, and you've only got to look not very far. You look to last year when it was the likes of Royce Lyon in the BMW E30 with, I guess, a different setup and a different engine and different characteristics to know that it is not a bad package to have around somewhere like here. It is capable of doing quite well.
And here's another great story. Taylor Allen, just behind the BMW. I just met her and her father, Tom. Lovely pairing. They've worked together a long time with go-karts and come up together. They've got a little strategy. And it seems to be playing out. So the fact she's well and truly in the game, doing some great racing. Some of the drivers around her are saying she's doing an amazing job, incredibly quick, hard to pass. So she's getting stronger as the weekend gets longer as well. So that's exciting as well.
Absolutely. So we have lost a couple of drivers in amongst all of this. We can see on our sheets that a couple of them have been sent to the rear of the grid, but we know for a fact they're not going to run. Right. So the two big ones, so we saw Ian McLennan and Andrew Butcher both come to a halt in the opening, the second race of the weekend this morning. Both of them have got engine-related dramas. For Andrew Butcher, it looks like it's a valve train-related issue of some nature, and they could try and fix it here, but it's not worth the effort trying to do it in such a short period of time. And Ian McLennan, that car pulled up with a bunch of fan belts and cam belts and things missing, and that's a sure sign that something's gone wrong deep in the engine. So then they're pretty confident that they've done the engine in the Pro Cup Monaro.
No, that's right. And I think Andrew told me, Butcher, in the BMW, said it was the shims.
Yes.
And it's too much to risk. To try and have another go at it. But if you look at it too, there's, without mentioning names, but let's just say some drivers here have got front brakes going all the way foot to the floor, and they're actually around the top 10, let's just say. So there's going to be some people going, ooh, how late do I really do brake into turn one? Which is going to be really exciting for us to watch, that's for sure. Could there be an XL that sneaks its way in through all the people dropping off that suddenly puts a cat among the pigeons? But here they start to come out. It'll be very exciting.
Certainly will. It's going to be interesting because, again, as we were talking just in the Formula V race just a few minutes ago with Tom Reed, it's the heat of the day now. It is the hottest part of the day. We're through the lunch period where the track was probably at its peak. Now it's super, super hot. Track surface is very hot. A lot of drivers have run these tyres for the whole entire weekend. There's a lot of changes that people have to compensate for. So tyre pressure changes, maybe some setting changes, and the drivers themselves are going to have to change how they actually approach things, because you're not going to be able to do those Hollywood lap times anymore. No. You know, you might be able to do some lap times consistently, but you're not going to be able to overstress the tyre like you were at the beginning of the weekend, as our grid comes up here with Luke Gretschkumbo on the front row and Danny Timewell right alongside him.
I think you'll find too is some of them are complaining about the gearbox getting too hot and they can't find third gear, which is critical for here coming in and out of the corners. So that'll be interesting in itself. You see Jamie and Callan. I love that second row of the grid. You got Chris Bodal and Jacob Wolf. How good is that for Jacob Wolf?
Yeah, for the Nissan. Very, very nice for him. And then you mentioned there Matt Lestrange and the local boy Paul Javots there in 8th place. As we go over and have a look at the next group of cars, we've got Taylor Allen, who you mentioned has been really, really solid and actually was third outright in the unders class in the last race because of Scott Appledore, who sunk down the field. Michael Hopp's been trying to get past that number 62 Honda Civic. He hasn't been able to find a way past yet in the little Suzuki Swift. And then all the XLs there in the under 1600s with Travis Mitchie, who got the upper hand in that little battle over Noah Ellsworthy and Jaden Hamilton, which was a really nice battle to see the back end of that last race there. And then you have the likes of Carly Fleming in 14th, Leo Fielding and Peter Fleming. And then Scott Appledore, he managed to limp that Lantra to the line with an electrical drum, which turned out to be one of the coil packs they believe may have faulted. So they've gone and changed that out. And he believes that that's all that's the cause was. And then Lockie Norton in 18th place is the last of the XLs there. Daniel Harvey was also sent to rear of grid, but we didn't quite see what happened to him. It looks like that car, I think, is actually out there at the back of the grid. So he was a non-finisher in the race this morning. So he is starting off the rear.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, watch this start, turn one, but who gets off the line? They're all a bit nervous about the tyres and just will they hold up with the heat and how hard they've been driving. So we'll find out very shortly. But that Peugeot off the line, I can't wait to see how he goes. Take it on the big boys in front.
Danny Timewell's starts have been electric off the second row of the grid for the first two races. He timed the jump absolutely beautifully. Can he do the same now that he is on the front row of the grid? So this will be the interesting moment here. The champion at the top of the standings at the moment, and Danny Timewell alongside him. It's actually a very even first part of the start. Danny just noses ahead at the secondary phase of the start on the left-hand side as the whole field roars away down towards turn number one. Luke's going to have the inside holding here. Danny's going to have to concede defeat here as they go into turn number one for the first time. It's pretty much stations as they were at the beginning of the race as they gridded up. So first, second, third and fourth, all exactly the way they were. Looks like Jacob Wolf has managed to just hold on a little bit here ahead of Matt Lestrange. He started in sixth. Matt's challenging him there for that position, and then it was Paul Javots right in behind him. Scott Appledore there already made his way past a couple of the Hyundai XLs. He's also made his way past Michael Hopp.
I tell you, Paul Revolt had a ripping start. He just gobbled up a couple of cars straight away. So it's good to see he might have that ECU sorted out, which is fortunate.
Fielding a little bit wide there. Sorry to cut you off. Fielding a little bit wide there at turn number 5. That's going to give up a position there to the number 42 of Carlos Fleming. And you can see there the 225 of Daniel Harvey has already made up a spot as well. He's actually managed to get ahead of the 24 of Lachlan Norton.
Yes, Carly's still got a real battle on her hands there. He's sort of staying in front there of that the lovely N Hyundai livery. I love it.
Onto the front straight they come. Going to be plenty of laps. It's been the better part of 20 minutes for each race. Well, there's a big plume of smoke going on down towards turn number 1. Is that someone's engine let go, or is that a lock-up? It's slowly starting to dissipate, so I think it must be a tyre of some nature or someone in the gravel trap. We can't actually see from this angle, but there's a lot of dust and a lot of smoke going on down there. And all of this, Paul Javots, as you said, he had that ripper start. He's actually managed to grab both Matt Lestrange and the Nissan Pulsar there of Jacob Wolf.
Looks like he's catching Chris Bodale, but I tell you what, Chris Bodale thinks he's in this as well. Absolutely. So he's in the long haul. He knows people are struggling with brakes, tyres. He'll be nice and aggressive this race, I'm sure of it, which he loves.
Speaking of being aggressive, I can see in the background there Scott Appledore in the Holdens Race was very aggressive through the flip-flop, having just passed Taylor Allen.
Yeah, he's into the 10 already, so he's made up a lot of places. He's not mucking around. Obviously, that core pack is working well.
Certainly is. Here comes the disc pulse up. He's actually managed to get a little bit of a margin here now over the BMW of Matt Lestrange. And Matt's been away from the category for about 3 years now with his engine drama. I think it was in 2022 when that engine let go at Winton. And in between things, he's managed to get that engine, not so much rebuilt, but he's actually replaced the engine. And then a couple of other things along the way, some brake upgrades and a few other nice bits to have before he's come back out again to go racing, and seems to be going along quite nicely there in the 111.
It's a good story. He's a mechanic, so he's actually doing all the work himself. So he gets to then test it live being the driver as well. He's doing a great job today.
Certainly is. Here's Travis Mitchell and Noah Ellsworthy again. So this is part of the battle that we saw earlier on this morning. And the other third car that was in that battle was the number 43 there, Jason Hamilton. I think he's actually, yes he is, there he is right there, just up the road, about 10 or so car lengths. So he's got the upper hand on this little battle here as well. I'm a bit wondering about what's happened to Michael Hopp in all of this, because he has had a bit of a poor start. He's sunk down the field behind this group of 3XLs, where he spent most of the first two races in front of them. I'm not sure what the reason for that is, whether he's going to be able to work his way back past, but if he wants any hope of chasing down Taylor Allen, he's going to have to clear these XLs pretty quickly.
Well, I was hearing, I think it was from his dad, was just talking about that Taylor Allen is doing such a good job. But certainly, like with the power coming out of the corners, he's doing better in probably the braking, but he's certainly finding a worthy opponent to try and get. So they're having a great battle.
Certainly are. I'll tell you what, this is something that you don't normally expect to see, but in this tighter part of the circuit, the slower part of the circuit, the much more nimble Honda Civic and Paul Javots has definitely got some really good momentum. Then you get to the parts of the circuit like this straight that just goes up and over Mount Jane. Once you get through the flip-flop here, Chris will be able to put that power down and just edge it a little bit further away from Paul Javots and open up that margin slightly so he doesn't come under attack. And then right down the front straightaway, you would expect that the Falcon will pull away again a little bit more, but he'll be on the brakes a little bit earlier at the end of it.
But see how smooth Honda was through the flip-flop there. He was so smooth, it actually looks like he straight-lined it. So he's obviously got some comfort with the car, how it's handling at the moment. He's turning it a lot sharper, looking for some crisscross on the bigger board there. So he's trying to look for his angle, no doubt.
Certainly is. Oh, dear.
Oh, no.
Two cars with some contact. The 22 belonging to Peter Fleming and the number 2 belonging to Leo Fielding. And they've both made heavy contact either with the wall or with each other. Both the nose cone or the noses on those cars are very severely dented inwards. And I'm not sure where they are. I can't see them from the line of sight. I'm thinking they may be down towards turn 1 or maybe at Mount Jane or somewhere up that part of the circuit. We're waiting to see where they've come
safety car
unstuck. And we have gone to a safety car situation here. Safety car boards and flags on display. So that's going to put all the racing on hold. It'll close all the margins up. So in the case of Luke Cumbo and Danny Timewell, that battle is going to be going to hold here. So here's Michael Hopp. Did he just manage to get down the inside there? No. Very close run thing. And, he had a moment there. He's just run across a completely shortcut turn number 8. And in fact, we've gone to a red flag now.
Oh, dear.
So that's a change. Very rapidly gone from a yellow flag to a red flag. So that means all the field comes into pit lane. We're going to have to sort a little bit of this out. Jamie Augustine and all of that had actually managed to get past Luke Cumbo while we've been looking down at all the other drivers that have been having their own private battles down the rest of the field. Augustine had somehow managed to find his way past the big heavy VF Commodore and into second place. Callum Jensen was still in third. Chris Bodale had managed to hold off the advances of Paul Javots. And the rest of the top 10 was Jacob Wolf, Matt Lestrange. Scott Appledore had made his way to 9th, ahead of Taylor Allen in 10th. So as we wait to get some word on what's happened over the back part of the circuit, I can see the fire and rescue squad are moving into action. It's actually at the top of Jane Hill.
We're waiting to get a bit of advice as to how the drivers are at the top of Jane Hill, but they are on the scene, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Squad, so we'll wait to see how things unfold. Cars coming back into pit lane here. There's your race leader, Luke Gretschkumbo, just at the top of your shot there on the far right. Behind him, Danny Timewell and Jamie Augustine. And that's actually flipped around the other way now on the timing screen. And in fact, we're being told here, I think we can see on the top of this timing totem, that the race is actually ended. We'll wait to get confirmation on that. It looks like they are directing cars into pit lane. So a bit of an abrupt end to proceedings here. Not quite sure how many laps had actually elapsed. I think we maybe only got about a half a dozen laps or so in before that red flag came out. A bit of a sad end to things here, Scott.
No, that's a real shame, and obviously we just hope everyone's okay. And yeah, there was definitely some great battles that were going on. So at least most of the cars all had the battles and got through unscathed from what we can see. But obviously, I guess everything will turn now to take stock on what they learnt from today, what they're going to do different, because the next time, or the next round, is another twisty round, and it's a bit of a car torture as well up there at Winton.
Certainly is. So Winton is the next round of the Victorian Trophy Tour, taking place on May 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Oh dear, there's definitely a little bit of thing, but Peter Fleming is definitely out of the car. It's the man there with the black helmet, and there's another helmet there as well for Leo Fielding. So both drivers are out. That's very, very important and very good to see. And I'll tell you what, I'm not sure how that accident has come about, but they look like they've both made pretty heavy contact with that wall on the left-hand side as you go up and over Jane Hill.
Over the hill.
You know, we've been talking about some of these heavier horsepower cars that some of them are getting a little bit airborne going up the top. Here we go. We're about to get an answer here. So, pretty respectful battle there. I'm wondering, have they interlocked wheels or something here? Oh, I reckon they have.
Yeah.
Almost synchronised into the wall there. So they looked like they were giving each other some room, but I'm wondering if there's just been a little bit of interlocking of wheels there, and then they've all of a sudden, they've lost the steering. When you interlock wheels, you basically lose control of the car.
Yeah, that's right. You're trying to turn back, and then it's suddenly not there because the wheel's blocking it from turning, which is really unfortunate. They certainly looked like they were riding on the racing line, respectful side. But yeah, once that front wheel drive cars lock, well, they're only going in whatever direction the tyres are facing. But really glad to see they both got out, standing unassisted, which is great. Unfortunate of where it was and direct into the pack. I mean, the good news is it's not a high-speed type corner as well. So hopefully that the damage on the front there can be, relatively fixable from what can be seen. But yeah, that's a strange spot.
Well, we're going to take a little bit of a short break here because there is a little bit of clean-up work to be done, and then hopefully we will be back for the final race of the weekend, which is the Porsche 944 Challenge, to round out proceedings here at the Calder Rock and Revived 888 Home Loans second round of the Victorian Trophy Tour. Back soon.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
Welcome back to Blendline TV's coverage of 888 Home Loans Calder, Rock and Revived, round 2 of the 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. And a massive shout out to 888 Home Loans for allowing us to go racing here this weekend. And as well, a huge thank you once more. We've been talking about it all weekend long, but we cannot thank our hard-working volunteers, officials, flag marshals, medics, fire rescue teams, tow truck drivers, everyone who puts, and so many others that I've neglected to mention there as well, so many people who dedicate so much of their time, in a lot of cases volunteer that time, to allow us to go racing and to do so safely. We could not do it without your support, and we really, really do appreciate everything you do for us. So we're just taking a little bit of a break as we get everything back up and cleaned up and ready to go after that incident, unfortunately, which ended the improved production race. Really, really relieving to see both drivers out of the cars after that incident, which is never what you want to see, but the main thing is both drivers are okay. So that is the best news. My name is Matt Dunlop. PJ Grant is alongside me. PJ, we do have a bit of time to until we'll be rolling for Porsche 944s, the last race of the day. Hopefully we'll be seeing them out on track shortly. And once we do, it's going to be a fantastic race for that field.
Yeah, mate. It's going to be a ripper. I've been walking around the pits, and it really is a family affair out there. You know, all the competitors, they're all friends after the race as well. They're all shaking hands because it's great fun to race with each other. Everyone manages their budget to just get here in the first place, you know. I haven't seen any Steve McQueen's or Paul Newman type watches, maybe a bit more of a Casio customer here than a Rolex, but we're really putting things together to make these events happen. And again, the volunteers here, we couldn't do it without them. Everyone's trying their best to get these events underway, and it's just really exciting to walk around the grassroots paddock that it is Calder Park, and making new friends and seeing everyone have a go and having fun.
As much as motorsport is a very pricey endeavour, as you know as a driver yourself, PJ, and a lot of resources have to go into being able to go in, weekend out racing, there is still, as you touched on, really indomitable community spirit, especially at this grassroots level, that is so vital for this level of motorsport to make it worthwhile. And it's such a great, as you mentioned, it's so good being able to walk around and have a chat to so many drivers and just, that family sense that you mentioned. And particularly in the Porsche 944s, I feel like the best example of that is the Bella Garage, Bella Motorsport.
100%.
Andy and Cameron, they prepare a lot of cars, not just Cameron's car, and they're always willing to lend a hand with whoever in the field needs it, if there's a spare part that they can lend or anything like that.
Well, exactly just that. There was a lend of a gearbox. Adam Brewer has, they did a swap of a gearbox supplied by the Bellas. Bellas hold a record of 44 minutes for a swap out of a gearbox here last year. The ads didn't quite get there, but I reckon maybe an hour and 5. So let's cross our fingers and cross our toes that gearbox is safe and secure and won't detonate. But yeah, who else would lend a gearbox to your competitor effectively? That person is, chasing down your title, and you've just given them a gearbox. How nice is that?
100%. And let's not forget, just an hour-ish, even though it's their record is 45 minutes, which is absurd, even an hour is an incredibly quick amount of time to swap one of the transaxles on these Porsche 944s.
Exactly. A bit of sweat. A lot of guys are walking around, and there's red faces, there's sweat, there's drink bottles going everywhere. Definitely a few people are packing up. They've done their race, and they're probably going to go home and watch Blendline on repeat later on, which is a big favourite of mine to do. I love rewatching Blendline TV. It's saved there forever and a day, so I'll dig up old footage from 10 seasons ago. And to shed a little bit of light on my experience, I grew up being a Ford family. I followed the V8s, back in Alan Moffat's day, and a little bit of the V8 supercars, but Porsche was never on my radar. Call them a German muscle car maybe, but when I did stumble across them, I thought, I'll give those a go. They're a little bit quirky. I've not looked back, and I think for more people to be exposed to these 944s, they're a very affordable car to run. Obviously, we've seen this weekend that parts do fail, no different to any other car, but they're not a high-end, high-budget car. They're, I wouldn't say cheap and cheerful, but they're very cheerful and just a whole lot of fun. So really looking forward to race 3. We've got a few more cars back out there, which is great to see. You never want to see a car, you've worked so hard to get the car here and then something breaks on it. It's always sad to see a car go home early. So we should have a full field, I think, Matt.
Yeah, fingers crossed we do. I'm just having a look at the grid sheet, and where I'm positioned in the commentary box, I don't have a full view of the dummy grid, so I can't see all the cars who are lining up ready to go out, but I did see Adam Brewer rolling up to the grid ready to go. So once we do get underway, hopefully that we do sometime soon, Adam Brewer will be one of two drivers starting from rear of grid from 13th position. Fingers crossed Manny Metsasama is able to get up and running again, and if he does, he'll be out of 14th and the rear of the last position on the grid. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that we can get all of those cars back out, because it has been somewhat of an attritional weekend from a mechanical point of view for these 944s, as you mentioned. But yeah, just that's what is so good about having all these drivers around who are just really willing to lend their mates a hand to get them back out on track, is that we can all keep racing again after, there's been a mechanical failure, get back out on track, and it's just such a good thing to see.
That's right. I know Manny was mentioning to me earlier that he's put a new motor in the car. There's often some teething problems with cars. You can't just go for a drive around the block with a race car to test it. So, putting it through its race pace testing is another thing from just even doing a test day. The temperature has come up to 30 degrees and the wind has changed. So we've got a 12 kilometre per hour easterly. So, we've got to really think about tyres. Driver's heat. I was chatting to Sam Rofe earlier. He probably needs to upgrade his cooling a little bit. He's got a knacker duct there with a vent, but we're just chatting about how we maybe could add a fan in there, because the cabins are really hot. We're really getting a good workout in there. One thing that I worked out early on was that I can't have too much coffee. I've got to get some electrolytes in me, plenty of water. Low GI carbohydrates for sustained energy, and we're working out. Sometimes it feels like it's a 40-minute race, not a 20-minute race. It just keeps going, and I've often looked at the time and go, geez, when's this going to finish? So we're pedaling really hard. We've got 3 pedals. There's no flappy pedals on the steering wheel. There's no air conditioning. There's no ABS. It's really old school, real hard racing. So it's really rewarding. But this rivalry is very competitive.
A few of the drivers have started taking to using the cool suits, I've noticed, from time to time as well, just to help manage that temperature in the car. And what's been the feedback from the drivers from an engine temperature perspective here this weekend as well, from what you've gathered?
Look, there has been a couple that have come up. I think sort of 110 degrees. You don't want to go any higher than that. And I guess it is those new motors that we sort of really want to tread carefully on. If it's getting a bit hot, you'd rather pull it in than have something go wrong, and then you miss out on the next round. So overall, the cars are keeping cool. This next race might be a little bit different. Even when we park the cars up after race 2, the heat soak is still there in the motor. So when it comes to race 3, when the conditions are a bit hotter again, that motor's still been sitting there in that 30-degree heat. It's still been hot from the last race. So you really have to monitor those gauges. We've got Motec dashes in a lot of the cars. And we're ready to go to Daz down in the paddock.
In a row, Callum Brannigan and I found ourselves out in the heat of the day talking about things that aren't racing cars, and at the moment it's not great. We've got a bit of a nasty crash at the top of Jane Hill there. We've got all the services over there, Callum, making sure that the drivers are being attended to. But as I said, second week in a row, we've walked up the pit lane at Phillip Island as all the garages were empty out of cars, and we're in a similar situation now. The last race of the day is lining up behind us, the 944s. So I guess there's a couple of things we need to just remind people of. First of all, 888 Home Loans for being such a great commercial partner for many seasons now, and throwing their weight behind this particular round for the Trophy Tour Victoria. Round 2 for the 888 Home Loans. Calder revived a great rock concert last night for the first time in 30 years that Calder have seen a rock concert. Last time Guns N' Roses topped that with Rob Mills.
Yep. Absolutely.
Great way to do it. We now progress from here at Calder Park for round 2. Round 3, it will be at Winton, 1, 2 and 3 of May. So a bit of a rest between now. We've got all of April off and straight up to Winton.
Yeah, plenty of time for all of the competitors who have so far supported the Trophy Tour Victoria in both rounds 1 and 2. The first one at Sandown and the second one right here at Calder Park. So plenty of time for the drivers to take stock, service the vehicles, give it the nut and bolt check, and just make sure that they are all good for the upcoming round at Winton, because we are back at Winton. There was a hiatus where we did make a trip there last year, but fantastic to have that back on the calendar. Popular rural destination, smack bang in the middle of Kelly country. I always love going to Winton, Darren. It's yes, it is a bit of a drive up the freeway, but plenty of time to think, digest, and think about all the racing action that you'd have coming your way at Winton.
Certainly, and Winton for me is like Malala. It's a track with consequences. Old school, yeah, safety's paramount, but old school racing up there. The wall's alongside you around most of the track, and we have just heard the whistle, and it goes, and we're about to go racing again with the last race for the day for the 944s. So the next round after that will be Sandown on the 7th, 8th and 9th of August. It's always winter sunshine. It's always about 16 degrees, but the sun's out, scream and shout. Maybe just keep a hoodie on for that one. And the grand final will be at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit 2, 3 and 4 of October. So note those dates down. Get your local accommodation if you need to. Get it booked up. And let's get on with the last race for the weekend, eh, Kel?
Indeed, Darren. Can't wait for the 944s coming your way right now.
Thank you very much to Darren Smith and Callum Brannigan down there in the dummy grid. And it is fantastic to see the 944s are indeed rolling out of the garages for one last trip around the block here as part of Calder Rock and Revived, brought to you by 888 Home Loans here at Calder Park for round 2 of 2026 Victorian Trophy Tour. So one more race to come. It's going to be an absolute rip snorter, folks. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. Let's have a quick look at the grid as the cars filter out. James Westaway and the front of your shot there will be on pole position with Cameron Bella not in the familiar number 1 Cyan machine. He's in a number 22 red car there. Made his way from the back of the grid up to second in this morning's race. Awesome effort from him, and he'll be looking to challenge for the win. Chris Lewis-Williams and Lyndon Watson will line up behind them on the second row of the grid. And then we have Mark Torbitz and Carter Fox out of row 3. Joshua Brisbane in the green number 56 machine will start next to Michael Westaway. That is Jamie's uncle in the number 45 machine out of 8th position. Behind them, it'll be Andrew Goldman in the number 333 car next to Sam Rofe in 10th position. And then we have Tony Westaway and Andrew Jones on the 6th row of the grid in 11th and 12th. There's Tony Westaway just coming through your shot now. And then rear of grid will be Adam Brewer and Manny Metzasama, both of whom have taken to the track. So once more, PJ, we've got a 14-car grid, and it's going to be really, really fun to see these cars round out what has been a sensational weekend of racing here at Calder Park.
Matt Dunlop, I'm really excited to be here for race 3 again. It's great to see all the cars back out there. Yes, the autocoupe number 84 is at home. I did think about running home and grabbing it to get out there to fill that field, but I'm glad all 14 spots have been filled up. We've had Ads Brewer out there. He's probably got a greasy face from changing that gearbox over, so I do hope to someone that it will work, and that maybe Campbell hasn't given him a dud box. Wouldn't you hate that? Would you? What are the chances that the gearbox is not going to work?
Oh, you would really hope that it's 0. You would absolutely hope, but in motorsport, anything can happen, and it usually does, as Murray Walker once said. So you never ever know, but we really, really hope that that car's going to be rock solid throughout the rest of this race, and would hardly imagine that Cameron Bell would be looking to disadvantage Adam Brewer in any way, because they put on some awesome racing whenever they're on track together, and this race is going to be no different. So keep an eye on the number 81 car at the back of this grid and how much of a charge Adam Brewer is going to be on when he's charging through this field.
Last race of the day, we're all ready.
Couple more cars just pulling up now. Adam Brewer is the last car to pull up stops. Green flag waves at the back. The red light comes on.
5 second.
Revs are going to be rising here in these 2.5 litre single overhead cam slant 4 Porsche engines. Revs are building. We're underway here at Calder Park for one last time, and it's a really, really good start from Cameron Bella. Jamie Westaway had a pretty good getaway too, but I don't think he's going to have the same run down to turn 1 as Bella on his left-hand side right of screen. So they all charged down with a clean getaway. You can see Adam Brewer already trying to charge up the inside of as many cars as possible. Jamie Westaway, though, he keeps his line and he keeps the position. He gets the whole shot into turn 1, but only just because Cameron Bella is carrying a lot of pace around the outside, but just look how bumpy it is offline.
Just a little bit wide there. Let's hope he closes the door. Good, he did. That opportunistic Chris Lewis-Williams the Don Watson transfer. Lyndon Watson, he had a really good start, so he's definitely one to have an eye out for. And Torbitz, he is he's always wanting a win. He doesn't quite get there. He qualifies really well, but he's going to give it everything. Josh Brisbane, he loves that grass over there. I think that's a strategic, bit of a dust screen that he's putting up there, because I've seen that happen every single race, I think, Matt.
Perhaps it's the green paint, just wanting to go back to nature with the rest of the grass, but he's been spending a lot of time very wide there. As we just saw Mark Torberts on the run into the S's, did not get a good line that he would have been hoping for, so that's not going to be great for his momentum down this back straight.
Now look at that gap that we have for Jamie Westaway. He has ran away from Cam Bella and Chris Lewis-Williams. That is a decent margin there. Let's see what happens at turn 1. Let's see where Adam Brewer is. He's made, 6 places? He's right behind Sam Rofe. In front of Sam is Calder Park.
Fantastic start there from Adam Brewer. Yeah, up into, I believe it's 6th and 7th position there. He's coming up as 8th, as a matter of fact, on the timing. So it is Jamie Westaway leading from Cameron Bella, and then Chris Lewis-Williams in 3rd there. Mark Torberts, great start, as you mentioned, and then these two, Lyndon Watson and Carter Fox, 6th and 7th, and then Sam Rofe, my apologies, 6th and 7th is Carter Fox and Sam Rofe, and then 8th position there is Adam Brewer. Josh Brisbane still weaving all the way out there. He must be pretty happy with the pace he's getting with those 2 wheels in the dirt, because he's using it very often. He's going to have a lunge on the inside.
Oh, he's got it though.
He has. Just right on the ragged edge is Josh Brisbane there. What a sensational move on the back straight here. Really getting every last bit out of that number 56 car.
Green is nice, as they say. Famous movie. Who can guess which one that was?
They come across the concrete there for the second time. I'm seeing a time penalty is being dished out to number 7, I believe, on the signboard. That's Carter Fox. So really unfortunate there for the number 7 car. He's really been through the wars over these last couple of weekends, but he has a very, very fast car underneath him, so he would know that he's got that time penalty.
Check out Andrew Golden, the 3 car. Carpet Shed Racing, he's chasing down Josh Brisbane. In front we've got Not So Mad Mike. Oh, a bit wide. That's good driving. Look at that. Open the door. Golden went through it.
Great job capitalising there from Andrew Golden. Himself up in the 10th position there. So into the top 10 now as they look to chase down Adam Brewer and Sam Rofe. Brewer not even being able to get as much of a run as he would have liked. As we see Matthew Metasama and Tony Westaway bouncing over those curves. But yeah, Adam Brewer, championship leader, still sitting down in 8th position, just not able to get past Sam Rofe.
Well, he's just taken him over, the back straight there, so we'll see that on camera very shortly.
Meanwhile, we have this battle here still raging on for 12th position on the road. That's Tony Westaway, who's just gotten back ahead of Manny Metasama. We're normally used to seeing Tony a lot higher up in the grid, but he's still getting to grips with that number 20 car, which is normally campaigned by Andrew Jackman, who's having a hiatus this year as he recovers from some shoulder issues. So really looking forward to seeing him back in the car soon, and then Tony Westaway back in some familiar machinery, but he's still out there giving it a red hot crack, and that's what we like.
Just goes to show how each car, you pair them all up together. There's no two that are the same. Tony was mentioning to me earlier that the pedals felt very, very different to his car that he's getting away with at the front there with a 2.276 lead. But, Tony's made a spot. It's great to see the guys up the back really giving a red hot go. I think this time of the day, especially being the last race for the afternoon, you're going, you know what, I've got to pull out all stops, so I've got to give it my best shot, because after this it's back to work on Monday, and we're not at the racetrack tomorrow, we're not here, so let's give it a red hot go right now.
Yeah, the track is as warm as it's been all weekend, I'm certain, and the air is pretty toasty as well, so
very warm.
Grip off the tyres, but the warm air coming into the engine isn't going to be giving him the best amount of power, so as is usual fare here in the Porsche 944s, carrying momentum through these fast corners and through these double apex sections and these complex chicanes here that we have at Calder Park, being able to string consistent good laps together to just keep your race pace up is key, because every point counts in these championships.
That it does, Matt. This track is really fun. It's a short course, so it's just over 1 minute lap time, but you find that intensity is really high, and it really is a lot of fun. You're out there with your mates. They're probably not thinking that they're friends right now. I see that very well presented green car from Josh Brisbane is hunting down Sam Rofe. I hope Sam Rofe doesn't lock the brakes at the back straight here, and I hope Josh Brisbane doesn't hit the grass,
It's interesting been seeing the difference between how much these cars use the curb versus other categories. It's not a lot of curves in these. I think that's partly because they use open diff. You really want to keep both of those wheels planted on the track as much as you possibly can, because as soon as you get one of those rear wheels off the deck, that's going to just cut into your speed drastically.
100%. We want to take a little bit of curb on some curbs, but when you take too much curb on the wrong curb, you really do lose time. You know, it's an open diff. We don't have a lot of torque or horsepower. We've got to do the most with what we've got. I do see Adam Brewer. He's not coming through like I'd hoped. Maybe that gearbox isn't quite right. I mean, that's lucky dip, right? These old gearboxes, they're 40 years old. In race environments, we're really punishing them. Look at this, we've got... Oh, he almost went for it. It was open, it was his, but I don't think he wanted to do this lap.
Oh, that's Mark Torbert's just had an excursion there. He's lost a lot of time. He's dropped right back down to 7th position now, having run 4th. So he's had a moment on the exit of turn 1 and then lost a lot of pace. He saw a bit of a puff of smoke, and there he is, right in the throes of Sam Rofe and Josh Brisbane. So far from ideal. I think he's still trying to get used to not being sideways constantly as he was in the drift car when he won that joyride yesterday. But not a great weekend in terms of 944 racing for Torberts, unfortunately.
Monster Mark Torberts. He's a funny man. Here we go. Josh Brisbane's taken it. That was his for the taking.
Great move there from Brisbane. Gets it done and locks it in through the S's. So really, really fun watching these two drivers scrapping it out all the way around this Calder Park circuit. A really good battle here. And now Andrew Goldman, Michael Westerway and Tony Westerway are all in the mix as well. It's a 5-car scrap for 8th position.
Yeah, I think this could be the highest position Goldman's had, which is really great to see. He's had a taste and he's taken the whole mouthful. He's going for it.
Certainly is. Meanwhile, we look a bit further up for the battle for 4th position now. And Adam Brewer has been able to bring that gap right in to the back of Calder Park. So he's going to be swarming all over the back. And look at this, Sam Rofe. Wow. That looks like, I believe it's turn 1. It is indeed. Really big moment there on what would have been a very high-speed braking zone there. So Sam Rofe gathers it all up, but he's lost a few spots. He's going to drop down to, I believe, 11th position as a result of that, and he's got Tony Westerway all over the back of him.
I don't think these cars had hand brakes, but I think Sam Rofe might have had one for the back right then, because it really turned him around like a go-kart.
We have seen a couple of cars having issues with brake locks throughout a few of the categories here, and just really getting unstuck in that turn 1 run-in as well. And the conditions are changing a little bit, with, fluid being dropped and oil down being popped down too. So you've always got to have your wits about you when you're driving these cars. And Calder Fox definitely has his wits about him, because he's got mirrors full of Adam Brewer, who's got a really, really good run. He goes straight around the outside. He's going to charge down the main straight here and look to try and get the move done around the outside. But Calder Fox is going to make it really tricky for him.
Yeah, I think Ad's had a good exit, but I think Calder has really just taken away that drag strip time.
He certainly has. So he tucks back in. Nothing doing for Adam Brewer this time around. The championship leader slots back into 6th position. I say the championship leader. He's not anymore. He's actually been passed, and he's now down to 3rd in the standings. So Chris Lewis-Williams is actually our standings leader from a Victorian Championship points perspective with 142 points. And our race leader, Jamie Westerway, is in 2nd. So if they keep running this way, we'll see another change in the championship event up front. We've still got a lot of racing, about more than 6 minutes to go before then, and anything can happen in that time.
Anything could. We've got Goldman up to P9 now. But is that Mike Westerway? He's getting hunted down. Look at those beautiful cars.
Trying to find as much real estate as they can, and I think they're all staggering off each other off the back straight there, not wanting to tuck too much into the draft there, partly because it's a little bit too short of a run to be able to do anything substantial with the draft, but also they've really got to manage the temperatures of these engines and get them in some cool air where they possibly can, because that air coming off the back of the car in front of you is not going to do a very good job of cooling your car down.
Definitely. It seems like the action's happening at the back straight today. People are passing under braking very smoothly, very safely. It's great racing. And we noticed that Josh Brisbane there was drifting himself around that corner there, coming onto the straight. Opened up the wheel very nice. We've got Goldman really going for it. Oh, he doesn't want to, succumb to Sam Rofe. Sam Rofe's pedaling along really well.
He certainly is. He's recovered quite well from that moment that he had a couple of laps ago in turn 1. Still a few spots to the back to make him up to P10 now, and he's looking to resume his battle with Josh Brisbane once again. He's all over the back of him already, and these two are going to be scrapping until the cows come home. If this race went for 3 hours, they'd be battling for every single one of those 3 hours, I hazard guess.
Now that gap between Westerway and Bella has slightly decreased. Oh, it's gone back up again. Not too sure if Bella can pull it off this race. And we've got quite a decent gap between Bella and Crystal Williams, 6.730 seconds. And Watson's a little bit down the road, 10.9. So the front runners are really getting away. And I think now we've got just over 4 minutes to go. Your tyres are really red hot. You've really got to just manage it. It's more the rear end you've got to manage, I find, not the front. But that rear can definitely slide out from you if you're not paying attention.
I'll tell you who knows a lot about time management now is Adam Brewer. Last time out in Sandown, had a tyre delaminate as he was leading the race and cost him the race win. Just was able to lift the car home in third, and Josh Brisbane very, very toey. I think he had all 4 wheels locked up there, just trying to pull the car up, and I was if there was contact, it was incredibly minor. I think he's done a good job there to keep it off the car in front.
I reckon there's a little bit of contact there, friendly fire. I think there might be a discussion for the tribunal later on. But the best thing about that was they're still going in a straight line now, which is really great to see.
Play on, Josh Brisbane, play on in this race, and Sam Rofe is going to be licking his chops having seen that, because now he gets another shot at trying to get past the number 56 car. But look at Tony Westaway, he wants this action as well. Has a look, but nothing doing there, has to go back in behind. But those mirrors on the number 68 car are going to be full of cool Master Bayside stickers.
Tony Westaway, he's a veteran. I wonder how many laps he's done in this race series, because he's done the most out of everyone put together, I'm going to bet. He's patient. He's he's an absolute gentleman to race with. I remember last year at Sandown we had a great fight, and it was always, gentleman attitude.
And that's part of what makes this 944 racing so great. Is you get a lot of fierce battling, but it's very respectful. It's very fair and hard racing.
Very.
And everyone gets out of the car and they shake hands because they've had a great race after the end of it. And bit of a moment there for Manny Metsasama, I think, who spun out there.
Whoa.
So he's got a bit unstuck there, and I can see that on the way into the corner as well. He'd moved all the way over to the right-hand inside. Wasn't really in range of making a pass, but he just locked it up. So whatever's happened there, it's knocked Manny Metsasama or spun him out of action. He's been able to keep it off the wall, but fingers crossed he can get that car up and running again and pointed in the right direction as Josh Brisbane really is making his case for a Rallycross championship here in that number 56.
Yeah. And just on turn 1, coming off the straight there, it's definitely rather bumpy. I think it's maybe 2 or 3 bumps that you feel. Your brake can often lock up there, so I think that's what might have happened to Manny, and it's just turned him a little bit. So I think he's had to park it in reverse and get himself safely back onto the track.
Great to say thank you to Matt Dunlop for his race call here in the Porsches this weekend. He's got podium presentations for these guys coming up. Just been watching off to the side of this couple of car swaps that have happened and enabling some very wily competitors, experienced race and championship winners to continue on here this weekend. Jamie Westaway in the 50 and of course the 22 with Cameron Bella. Cars we're not used to seeing those two exceptional race drivers run in. Ads Brewer, what a terrible weekend for a guy that just keeps on the ascendancy. It's a long, long haul up a big hill for Ads, but when you join a series that is filled with talent, then that's the challenge, isn't it? And that's what's great about how Ads goes about it, is that he sees the challenge and chases it and continues on, doesn't he?
100%. The technician that I call him, he will go home tonight and he'll study the lap times, every lap. He'll study his car. He'll rewatch this footage on Blendline TV and he'll come back next round knowing the exact points he has to achieve for the rest of this season, because as we've just said, if you miss out on one race because of a DNF, or if you have lost a few positions, you really can lose some points, and that could, the side of the championship will be out of touch.
BJ, the 3 names at the top of this race: third place Chris Lewis-Williams, second Campbell, and first Jamie Westaway. They're the last 3 names I'd want to see in my championship title hunt, because they will race all the way to the wire. We've proven it for the last 3 seasons in a row. We get to the last race and, wow, there's our champion. Yep. It's not we go into the last round all knowing that XYZ's got it. And Ads Brewer's just struggling with our car underneath him at the moment. Carter Fox is doing a tremendous job to keep the charge of the number 81 of Adam Brewer in behind him here. And Carter's another dogged racer as well. He never says die as well. But at this point in time, if Ads Brewer didn't have a car that was letting him down a little bit, I'm pretty sure he would have got through on Carter by now. He looks to the inside, and that will give him the inside running down the bottom of the hill. Oh!
Tony Westaway, what are you doing there? That's the you can't park there phrase.
It is, isn't it? Absolutely. We have clicked over the time certainty in this race. It's got to try and keep. There it is. There's our race leader, car number 50. It's not the bronze colour car that we normally see Jamie in. It's one of the other Westaway cars as well. So there's 3 of them that do it. And only 2 or 3 of them in this race. So there's been a car swapped and a car borrowed, and that is not only a family thing. In fact, we've seen that in 944s. There's a particular Pipecraft car that Mark Torberts has been using for some time now as well. It's not his. Blue flag's being waved as we see this guy, car number 50. He charges down the main straight, and that should be the last lap for car number 50. And what is occurring is a 6-second lead. In fact, our timing sheet is having a little bit of a squabble there. Oh, that was what happened with the number 20. Went around, and Josh Brisbane, just a little tap there. So that got lively. We go back to this battle.
It did look like he got a tap. He straightened it back up, but then it fell under his own sword, I think, there, with maybe the throttle and the brake application.
Yeah, the other thing is maybe slipped off the brake onto the throttle or the clutch or something like that. That can happen when you get something you're not expecting, although they've been in close company for a while, so you do tend to expect that, hey, this may not end as nicely as what I want it to.
That's right.
But out in front now, and for a number of seasons now, sung the praises of the front runners in this category. They have put on lessons in how to go racing. 99% of the time, lessons in how to go racing without contact, but there has been, as there will be, a bit of physicality from time to time, as it looks like we're going for, there it is, there's the checker flag, and that is our race winner.
Well done to Jamie Westaway in Canberra. Chris Lewis-Williams in P2, P3.
Absolutely. Our timing screens are telling a different story, but physically across the line, that's how they all finished. So it was the number 50 to the line there first of all.
And great to see that, was it all cars made it through? Did Manny get it through at the end? Oh, he did, yes.
He did, yes. Continued on.
That's great. So 14 cars started, 14 cars finished. Great to see.
And quite often that is the way in the 944s. They do have a great finishing record. And that is, I guess that's testament to the engineers at Porsche 40 years ago when they started to pen these cars. And I'm not sure that they really thought that 20 years from there, which was when this series formed, or even more, less than that, probably 15, 18 years after they put them together, this series would come together way down under from Germany.
That's right.
And there we go. There we have the correction. Jamie Westaway takes the win over Cameron Vella and Chris Lewis-Williams. 3 of them champions, multiple champions, about 12, 13 championships between them, and a spinner on the last lap around there, and that is the Andrew Goldman car.
No, I think it's Andrew Jones.
Andrew Jones, sorry.
Yeah.
The 333 versus the 333.
That's it. There's Andrew Goldman there, and hats off to him. He got P10. That was, I think, his best result for a race.
Yeah, good on Andy for sticking with it too there as well. Field streams through as we see Lyndon Watson adds Brewer home in 5th place. Carter Fox ultimately there in 7th. Mark Torberts, I reckon Mark might just be a little bit disappointed with 7th there. Confirmation, Jamie Westaway, Cam Bella, Chris Lewis-Williams, Lyndon Watson, Adam Brewer, Carter Fox, Mark Torberts in the 66, Michael Westaway, the second of the family members home there, Josh Brisbane, Sam Roth rounding out our top 10, Andy Goldman, Tony Westaway, Manny Messer-Selma and Andrew Jones, as all the cars come streaming back into the lane, and they will be met by a very smiley and hard-working Matt Dunlop. He's done a power of work this weekend, hasn't he?
He has. I don't know how he's done it. He's not shut up the whole weekend. He's done a great job.
Going. Yeah, that's right. Keeps on keeping on, that is for sure. That sort of finishes our trackside action now. We've certainly got the post-race interviews with our winners, and of course they're always the grinners, these 3 that we get interviews with at the end of the weekend, unless someone's had a bit of a stoush out on track.
And I think quietly all 3 of those top 3 on the podium will be very chuffed with themselves.
Yes, correct. And a weekend of ups and downs. And we will just throw to a quick ad, and we'll be back with presentations after this.
You know that choosing the right home loan can potentially save you thousands of dollars every year. Your 888 Home Loan Finance Broker can compare over 20 different home and business loan lenders, including many big and smaller banks. With cost of living higher than ever, why not start saving now? Our service is obligation free, so simply call or email us now.
What a fantastic race here to round out Calder Park Rock and Revived, brought to you by 888 the Home Loans, who have been instrumental in sponsoring us here this weekend. 944's always bringing the action, and Jamie Westerway, you look pretty spent after that one, but congratulations on what's been a sensational weekend, capped off with a feature race win.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a good weekend. It's hard work around here. There's not many places you can have a rest on the track, and it is very, very hot in these cars. Very, very happy with the results.
We've been chatting a lot up in the box about changing conditions throughout the weekend, especially like the track feel under the tyre. What's been your experience with that Yokohama tyre and how it's been evolving over the weekend?
It changed a lot. From the morning to now, there's just generally less grip, and so there's a lot less confidence. But you sort of try and change the setup for that, but you can't really do an awful lot because you don't know if you're going to be missing the front end or the rear end. So you sort of got to take a bit of a gamble on which way the grease in the tarmac will go. Fortunately we just got it right and just kept everyone behind today.
You put yourself in the box seat as well for a championship run here throughout the rest of the season. How are you going to be feeling rolling on to Winton with some pretty stiff competition behind you?
We'll certainly find out and see. Hopefully just qualify well. It's very similar to this track at Calder, where you qualify well and that generally dictates where you'll be for the weekend, barring any issues. So hopefully we have a nice clean weekend up there as well.
Fingers crossed, mate. Congratulations once again. Here's a trophy you can slap on your head, multi-use, thanks to 888 Home Loans. Jamie Westerway, our Race 3 winner here of the Porsche 944 Challenge. Thank you so much and congratulations. Second place, Cameron Bella. Come on down, mate. It's been a pretty torrid weekend in terms of how you started, the car that you started in, and a very different car that you finished in here, Cam. But great recovery to finish second in the last two races.
Yeah, thanks, mate. This is my rental car, and apparently it's faster than mine. So, I'm pretty happy with that, and great result. And just I couldn't battle a bit more closer with Jamie in that last one, but car's got pace, and happy. So
So, what's the diagnosis with the number one Siam machine? Have you had a chance to really get stuck into it, or not yet?
Yeah, pulled the head off last night, and looks like a cracked cylinder bore. We've just got to get another sleeve or another engine in there, and we'll be back for it. But apparently I can run this one as much as I like as well, so it's good.
Handy to know with a fairly packed season coming up with 3 more rounds to go. A little bit of a gap in the points, but are you feeling comfortable in being able to bring some of that margin back, or is it going to be quite tricky with the competition?
I think it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, when you have so many DNFs as well in this sort of championship, it's hard to get it back, but I'm just here for the fun, and I just want to get podiums and battle with these guys, and seems to be what we're doing. So whatever we can do, whenever the results are, we happen. So
it's a lot of fun watching you, as much as fun as it is you are having driving. So congratulations once again,
Thank you,
Cam.
mate. Yeah,
great to have you on track, and well done once more on a great recovery drive to second. Cameron Bella, our second place finisher, just ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams in the number 37 car. Chris, awesome, really, really consistent weekend for you, but a little bit going on there, of course, around you, but you kept your nose clean throughout it all and just kept 4 wheels pointing in the right direction, and here you are on the podium.
Didn't have the pace of the guys. Adam doing his gearbox was a bit fortunate for us. Cam swapping cars, but go left, go right. Cam's quick. And Jamie was just powered on, so didn't have the pace, picked the lap time and just tried to stay out of trouble, and here we are.
Yeah, it's all you can really do here. It's a very torrid track, and as I was chatting to Jamie about, conditions change quite a bit, so you really got to keep your wits about you, but you've done well to get up to the podium.
Yeah, happy with the result. Keeps us in the championship. Last year we toasted the first 2 rounds, so to be where we are, we'll try and find some speed and chase these young blokes.
That's exactly it. It's always great having you here and on the podium as well. Chris, congratulations once again.
Cheers, thanks Calder, and thanks, what are we now, Trophy Tour?
Big Trophy Tour. Thank you very much,
man.
Chris.
Cheers.
Chris Lewis-Williams, our third-place finisher. That brings our Porsche 944 podium presentations to an end here. And that brings an end to our weekend of racing, Callum Brannigan. It's been a sensational outing here at Calder Park for the Rock and Revive Tour, and it's been really a lot of fun calling it alongside yourself and everyone else in the box.
First, hats off to Matt Dunlop for all the podium presentations this afternoon. I think you've done a sensational job. You should be very proud of yourself. And I felt like I was one of the recipients or one of the podium getters here in the 944 Porsche, so I'll just grab myself a 888 Home Loans hat. But, you're right, it's been a massive weekend. We've had 8 categories. We've had so many races throughout yesterday and today. There's been thrills, there's been spills, there's been so much to go on. Plus the rock concert, as you alluded to. Drift action yesterday as well with Team Barley as well, with Patrick and Mark Barley, with some drift demonstrations yesterday as well. But the best part is, because it's live and free on Blendline TV, you can actually tune in anytime you like and consume all of the action whenever you're sitting back on the couch after dinner tonight.
You certainly can. VSRS.com.au is where you want to go to get all the wrap-ups as well. But keep tuned to Blendline TV. Have a look at the replays. Have a look at everything they've got coming up live as well. Thank you so much for your company this weekend. It's been a joy having you down here from Matt Dunlop and Callum Brannigan and everyone else in the commentary team who's been guiding you through this weekend of fast and frenetic fun. It's goodbye for now.